there. Like Rebecca said, almost 2,000 players here today to play Disney Lorcana. Sam, how are you feeling today?
I'm so excited, Brandon, to be here with you today on casting. My name is Sam Johansson. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm a Ravensburger game developer for Disney Lorcana, and I'm so excited to see the games that we have coming up on stream for you. It's going to be some great decks we're seeing and some great players. So.
Yeah, you're not the only person from Ravensburger that we have with us today. I think we should go ahead and show everybody else what the broadcast team is bringing today, because it won't just be me and you, Sam. We also have, you saw Rebecca, as she will be interviewing most of the day, but we also have Brendan Patrick and Etienne.
That's right. Etienne Bonin is a fellow Ravensburger game developer for Disney Lorcana, alongside myself, and we work closely together, making the cards that you guys love and are playing with today.
Yeah, I have to say it's a pleasure to have some Ravensburger staff here with us. It's very exciting that we're all here for Disney Lorcana. We have such a passion for this game.
It's so true.
So it's cool to have somebody here in the booth with us that have played with these cards and share that passion as well. But we've come a long way to get here. I think we should move on to where we started in EU with the first four, or not the first four DLC challenges, but we have the EU challenges and the North America challenges. There were 6 challenges in North America total, 4 in EU as well. I think we started back in May with Atlanta and Lille, if I remember correctly.
Yep, those were the 2.
And so we're finishing off here with Seattle, Washington. And this will lead into, like Rebecca said, some of the North American and European challenges. The European one is going to come a little bit before that, but we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves there. You can see some of the winners here as well for some of the challenges. But I think we should move on and focus on what the players are doing this weekend, today in Seattle, it being the last Disney Lorcana challenge. So, Sam, why don't you explain what's happening here in day 1?
That's right. So in day 1 today, we're going to have 9 rounds. We're going to have 2 game matches, 45-minute time limit, with ranking points based on the number of game wins. So with a 0 game win, you would get awarded 0 points. With a 1 game win, that's 3 points, and both players would split the 3 points. And with 2 game wins, that's a total of 7 points, as you get the bonus point for going 2-0 in that round.
Yeah, so the players are definitely going to be playing for that day 2. Only the top 64 players make it into day 2 from today, from day 1. And like we said earlier, there's almost 2,000 players, so it's going to be really tough to get there. But the players that do make it to day 2, they will be playing in a best-of-3 single elimination bracket. It'll be 70-minute time limit until the quarterfinals, and those will be untimed. And they have some pretty fun stuff to win, the players that are here. One of the things that I love most about the Disney Lorcana challenges is you get a participation Dragonfire if you play for the first 3 rounds. That's all you have to do. Everybody walks away with these. The foiling on these cards are beautiful, so I love those.
It's absolutely amazing. The artists for these cards did a fantastic job, and these full arts, when you see them in person, it's just a whole nother level. It's amazing.
It's breathtaking. And then if you're able to make the top 128, and all of the players with the same ranking as the top 128 person, so whoever places 128, if you have the equal number of points of them after the day 1 is finished, you get this Let It Go promo as well.
This Let It Go, just a fantastic looking card. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so it's top 128, and then all players with the same ranking points. So that way, if you had a little bit of a tie going on, you still get awarded that Let It Go, which is awesome.
Yeah, and you can see the point structure here as well. If you make 10 to 19 points, you get 6 prize tickets, 20 to 29, 14, 30 plus, 20 prize tickets. So there's some fun stuff at the prize wall that we'll get to later. You can spend that on, but there's still more prizes after that. There's some prizes that the players get on day 2. If you do make top 64, you earn this beautiful foiled Cinderella Stout-Hearted, and then top 32 finds this Rapunzel gifted with healing full art as well.
And for our top 16 competitors, we have a Rapunzel gifted with healing playmat plus an invite to the North American Championship 2025. So exciting.
Yeah, arguably the thing that the players are playing for most here. I know
Absolutely.
that a lot of players want their invite. This is the last chance for players to earn their invite since it's the last Disney Lorcana challenge. There will be a last chance qualifier for the North American Championship and the European Championship, but I know a lot of players want to go ahead and lock in that invite so they don't have to play in a last chance qualifier before actually playing in those events. But then past that, we move on to top 8 with a very special prize. The Golden Mickey.
The Golden Mickey by Nicholas Cole. This is such a beautiful card. Oh my gosh.
I love this card. It's fun to see it in person. They are serialized, so you can see that it's a 1 out of 500. They get given a random number. Very beautiful card. Definitely something worth playing for. But like we said, that's not all. That's only what happens for top 8. What happens if you move on to top 4?
So for top 4, you also get 2 boxes or 48 packs of Shimmering Skies plus 100 prize wall tickets. That's an amazing value. For the top 2, you get 2 boxes of Shimmering Skies plus 100 prize wall tickets, so about the same there. And then for the champion, you get a complete foil set of Shimmering Skies. And yes, that is including enchanted cards and the biggest prize of all, the trophy.
The trophy.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I love the trophy. It looks great. I love that the enchanted cards come with the full foil set. You know, they're so beautiful, the chase cards of all of the sets. So that's one of the things that I love for Disney Lorcana. In these challenges, whatever current set is legal, the most recent set, you know, if you're the champion, you get a full binder foil of that set and the enchanted cards. But we've been talking a lot about these prize tickets. You know, let's move on to the prize wall. And this is something that all competitors are earning while they're here this weekend. As you're advancing through the competitive circuit, we saw that there's the prize tickets that you're earning. There's a bunch of side events that are available to play. There were some yesterday that players are playing in, some today, and some tomorrow as well. But there's a lot of prize wall items. We'll start with the shirt and the hat. I know a lot of people are excited about the merch that they can buy and wear and rep. I had some friends that earned a couple prize tickets and gifted me some of those in Vegas, and I was very excited for that. I've worn the hat a lot since then.
Yeah, you always want to represent when you're at these events. It's so awesome to have these on the prize wall and available for our competitors. And also available on the prize wall, we have non-foil versions of Rapunzel Gifted with Healing and Cinderella Stout-Hearted. And one of the things that I know a lot of players are looking for this weekend, the Cinderella Stout-Hearted playmat. You might have seen the Rapunzel playmat earlier and you thought, where's the Cinderella? Well, here you go. It's available at the prize wall. So be sure to check out some of the side events today, and the main event will get you some tickets as well.
Yeah, the Cinderella playmat is foiled, and the big ticket item for those side event prizes, definitely something interesting to see, something fun to see. I always love watching players pool their tickets together so that they can earn that and walk away, go home with something shiny to either play on or put on their wall. You know, kind of depends on somebody's preference if they want to play with it or not. But we do want to move on to the championship schedule. Like we mentioned earlier, this is the last Disney Lorcana challenge of the year. We've had multiple throughout the year, and they are all leading to this. They're leading to the European Championship and North American Championship. The European Championship is happening December 6th through 8th at the Disneyland Paris Resort, while the North American Championship is happening a little bit later at the Disneyland Resort in Anaheim at January 10 through 11th at 2025. And the best players from both of those championships are going to move on to the World Championship at Walt Disney World.
So exciting. I cannot wait to see what players bring to the World Championship at Walt Disney World. Is so exciting.
It's only fitting that we have worlds at Walt Disney World, right? It's something that the players asked for, I think, for a long time. It's very thematic. It makes sense. It's very reminiscent of when somebody wins the Super Bowl. You know, where are you going? I'm going to Disney World, you know, and it's the same thing is happening here for players. When they top the Disney Lorcana challenges, they're earning their invites. They can say, I'm going to Disneyland as well. So I'm very excited about that and excited for what we have for the rest of the day. So that is everything for Disney Lorcana Seattle to look forward to. We have a lot of rounds, 9 rounds full of Disney Lorcana. There's a lot to play. We have a full weekend of exciting decks. We already got a sneak peek of who we are featuring on this first round, and I think it's going to be exciting for the people at home.
I think the players at home are going to be very excited to see this feature match. Not only do we have a commentator from Europe playing in our feature match, but he's playing a very interesting deck.
All right, so with that, I think the audience is ready. Let's get into game 1, match 1 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge. All right, up here on the left, we have Deidre, and then you might recognize Joe on the right, as you mentioned, a European Disney Lorcana caster, flew all the way over from Europe to compete in this event. One thing that we know is Joe is playing an Amethyst Steel list. We see a Yen Sid there in his opening hand, something very Might give you a hint at what kind of deck he's playing.
I think he might have a few Magic Broom characters in his deck today.
Might be showing off a couple Magic Rooms, and we do see Deidre playing Amber Steel. I'm not sure what variation of this. There's multiple different variations of Amber Steel, especially here in Shimmering Skies. A lot of people have been innovating, trying to figure out what the best list is. Lanterns are really popular early on. Sleepy's Flute has made its way in every now and then. Got a couple Pride Lands lists as well, but the interested to see how Deidre does against Joe here.
Yeah, I have to wonder if Deidre is playing any copies of Daisy Duck, Donald State, because we see that card off and on in these Amber Steel song lists, and some people choose to play 4, some people choose to play 0, and sometimes it's somewhere in between there. So
Amber Steel is definitely a deck that can be very flexible in how you build it and how aggressive you want to be, playing the Daisy Ducks, playing the Piglets. I think those have been on the rise lately, especially with Ruby Sapphire doing so well in the metagame. And so I'm eager to see that too. One thing to note here that's interesting is Joe and Deidre both don't know what each other's playing. We're here in Swiss. They don't know what the other person's playing for, so I think they're just having to mulligan for their best opening hand. We see a couple Yin Sids in Joe's hand with a Pete there. Pete, I think, is a card we're going to talk a lot about this weekend. A new card from Shimmering Skies that has some really great stuff. But we're starting out with Deidre inking and Ariel Sonic Warrior, and there's that Daisy Duck.
And there's that Daisy Duck. And just like you were saying, I think this Pete is going to be very important in this matchup for Joe. Shutting off those songs for a full turn with Pete's ability is going to be very good. So let's see what Joe decides to do turn 1.
Joe's going to go ahead and ink one of those Yin Sids from hand, and we're going to play a Maleficent. So looks like both of these players are playing relatively aggressive decks. This Daisy Duck is one of the more exciting aggressive cards that came out of Shimmering Skies. She's an uninkable 1-cost 1/4. She has 2 lore, and that's a lot of willpower on a 1-cost character and a lot of lore for such a cheap character, which means you're likely able to quest multiple times. But she has a caveat, and then when she quests, the opponent can look at the top card of their deck, and if it's a character, then they get to put it into their hand. So you're sort of feeding your opponent some cards in hand. Ooh, but we see a Fire the Cannons off the top for Joe, so that's just going to go to the bottom of the deck. He doesn't get to draw that.
And that is a non-character.
Non-character. Probably would have really liked that, seeing the Piglet being played by Deidre here.
He sure would have. Yeah, I always love this Daisy. Her ability, Big Prize, and you get to think of the card you're getting off of her ability as your big prize, but sometimes you miss the prize.
Yeah, sometimes you do miss the prize. Luckily for Joe, though, I have seen a Baboom that is in his hand, so if we want to take care of this Piglet, we can. We just have to find what we're inking. So I think that's what Joe is trying to figure out here. We also have a Madam M Snake in hand. Do we quest with the Maleficent, bounce it back with Snake, and prepare to challenge with the Snake or not? One thing to talk about is Joe was on the draw here. He's going second, which means that Deidre has some sort of an advantage going first. The characters that she gets to play, she gets to quest with first. But we do see Joe inking a card, playing the Baboom here, getting rid of Piglet. Don't want Deidre playing a third or a second character other than Piglet and gaining that 3 lore off of it this next turn.
That's right. So I think Joe is valuing the Baboom here because he thinks that if he allows her to get the 3 lore on her next turn, it will get her too far ahead in the game and maybe would make it too hard for him to come back. Now, we do see an interesting card here from Deidre. We see the Find 'em all, Flatten 'em. This is a very interesting card against item decks that allows you to blow up all their items, and that can be very detrimental to that strategy.
Oh, and we do see a good card off the top here from Joe. When Daisy Quest reveals a Madam M Fox, might be what he's looking for. We saw Deidre playing the Donald Duck Musketeer, which is bodyguard, so can come in exerted. And when Donald Duck is played, you can also give a character an extra lore for the turn. So Daisy's questing for 3 this last turn, and Donald Duck is protecting Daisy.
As he should.
Now, as he should, as Donald should as the couple there. But I'm interested to see if Joe decides to play this Madam M Fox, bouncing the Maleficent after questing with it, challenging this Donald Duck. You're sort of setting yourself up to challenge this Daisy and banishing it in 1 turn. We talked about all the willpower that Daisy has with the 4 willpower there. There's not a lot that can banish that in 1 challenge. Madam M Fox is one of those characters with 4 strength that could do it. So we are going to see the Madam M being played, picking up the Maleficent, challenging the Donald Duck, banishing that, putting only 2 damage onto the Madam M Fox, and we'll move on to Deidre.
For Joe, you must have been very happy to see the Daisy quest that last turn instead of challenge the Maleficent. If the Daisy had challenged the Maleficent there and taken it off the board, the Madam Mim would have had nothing to return to hand as it came into play, which would mean it would have to banish itself. So, very good for Joe here.
Yeah, I wouldn't have had anything to play the Madam Mim Fox with, but luckily for Deidre, she does have a Let the Storm Rage on that she is going to play, paying the 3 ink, not singing it, of course, because we don't have a character that can sing it on board. Banishing the Madam Mim Fox that had the 2 damage on it and drawing an extra card. Deidre's getting a little bit low on cards in hand, but that's pretty expected for a more aggressive style, what it looks like in Amber Steel deck. You know, we're used to Amber Steel playing cards like Whole New World to get to refresh their hands. Right now, there aren't any characters that we have on board that or in hand that could sing Whole New World if we found it. I do see the Queen, the 1-drop Queen in Deidre's hand, which makes me wonder if we do have a Shift Queen line in the deck. They could potentially sing it later. But Joe does have a pretty full hand of cards, multiple Docks in hand too. Something interesting here. Dock is a new card from Shimmering Skies that when you play Dock, you can discard your hand and draw 2 cards. Makes for a really powerful card in a more aggressive deck. And we see Joe here trying to get cards out of his hand, playing 2 Maleficents and a Mr. Smee, probably setting up for that Dock in the next coming turns.
Super unfortunate to draw 2 copies of Dock. It's definitely one of those cards you want to draw 1 copy of. And exactly 1 copy of at a time, just like Whole New World, because having to discard those extra Docks or just not use the effect of the one you played is a little bit sad. Now we see Deidre going on a quest here with Daisy Duck, putting a befuddle to the bottom of the deck. Daisy Duck definitely hitting a lot of cards here off the top of Joe's deck that he would wish were characters.
Yeah, Joe's not getting as much value off of the Daisy Duck. That's for sure. We do see Joe drawing another Yin Sid into his opening hands. I think he's having a difficult time getting cards out of his hand this game to play those Docks. We have a Madam Mim Snake that we could bounce something with. Could be a very powerful card here. You could quest with one of your characters like Maleficent that has a really low strength and willpower, bounce it back to your hand. You could replay it if you wanted to keep it safe and establish a character that could challenge it, almost any of the characters on Deidre's side of the board, minus the Daisy Duck, and banish them, sort of Joe doing a great job here of applying pressure with lore and also applying board tempo, which he needs right now to catch up with Deidre.
That's right, and we see him eyeing up this Pete here, maybe playing it assuming that a song might be in his future. But it looks like we're actually going to go on a quest here with Maleficent. Maybe this means that we're going to see a Madam Mim here. Okay, well, first we're going to go ahead and challenge the Daisy Duck with Mr. Smee. That's going to do 3 damage. And then we're going to finish it off with the Maleficent, which they will do 1 damage to one another and both be banished.
And we see the value that Deidre got off of that Daisy Duck. It quested for multiple lore over the past couple of turns this game. We do see the Pete come down, making sure that Deidre can't play any songs that she might draw next turn. And we are going to see the Madam Mim Fox bouncing this Maleficent back to hand, setting up a really strong board with this Mr. Smee, Snake, and Pete all being 3 strength, 3 willpower characters, so that if Deidre quests with any of her cards next turn, there's going to be repercussions for that.
Very heads-up play from Joe here, taking the option of actions away from Deidre. If she did top deck an action here, we will see in a sec, but it is not going to help her for this turn, and Joe has 2 characters on board that have strength higher than the willpower of Deidre's characters, which means that he can go on the offensive.
It looks like Deidre's going to make the trade with the Queen, banishing Mr. Smee that had a little bit of damage on it, and then Deidre's going to quest with her own Smee. That'll put a damage on it at the end of her turn because there's no captains in play. But Joe, of course, does have the Pete and the Snake that can challenge the Mr. Smee and banish it if Joe would like to. Joe's going to play another Mr. Smee after that, thinning down the hand, playing that Maleficent that he bounced back. And then here we're going to see the Dock being played, and he's going to discard the Dock, I believe, and draw 2 cards. Now we're seeing the power of Dock in play, being able to basically throw your hand on the board, create a really wide board, and then refill your hand afterwards.
Refilling your hand with Dock is definitely valuable here, serving kind of a purpose, as we said earlier, like Whole New World does, where you get to refill your hand and keep having options for the next turn. But unlike Whole New World, it actually lets just you do it, so it doesn't actually give your opponent the same or equal value that you're getting. Very nice card.
And when you look at both of these decks, both of them being more aggressive style decks, it can be very important to make sure that you have opportunities to put cards back into your hand, because at least in Disney Lorcana, it's usually not enough to just put a bunch of cards on board the first couple turns of the game and quest with all of those. You usually can't make your way all the way up to 20. We see Deidre's only made it up to 11 lore so far. And so that's one of the things that I really like about Doc from Shimmering Skies. We see Joe using Doc's ability in a really great way, being able to be really aggressive, but also refill the hand once you're down.
So we see Deidre playing the queen, maybe setting up for a song next turn. It could signal to Joe here that there's a whole new world in his future, or maybe an Along Came Zeus or a Grab Your Swords. We'll kind of have to see here, but either way, this queen with its ability, Commanding Presence, is going to allow Deidre to have positive strength and negative strength for Joe when she challenges on the next turn too.
The queen can cause for a lot of disruption in a board state with her ability to give one of your characters +4 strength and then another character -4 strength, essentially making a trade free. So for instance, Deidre could quest with the queen next turn, minus the strength on one of Joe's characters, plus the strength on a Cinderella, and then challenge it, and the Cinderella would survive. But it does look like Joe is going to go ahead and quest out with his board. And we're going to go ahead and play Madam M Snake. Looks like he's thinking about bouncing the Doc. We see a Benja in hand for Joe, and I can't tell what the other card is.
I think it's 2 copies of Chief Benja.
Okay, so it could be Benja. Could be useful in this matchup. We haven't seen any Sleepy Sleuths or Lanterns, but it's definitely not abnormal to see Amber Steel playing items. But we're going to bounce the Doc back to hand, play a Benja, and set up this Doc potentially for the next turn to play out our hand again and then draw 2 cards for Joe. We see Joe picking up the pace here, being able to take command of the board so that he can start questing. He's past Deidre and lore at this point.
We're definitely seeing Joe in the driver's seat here as far as the lore total goes.
And Deidre is going to be forced to challenge and banish some of these characters as well, because Joe currently has enough lore on board to make it to 20 on his next turn, which means that he would win.
All right, so we see Deidre here exerting her queen. We don't know what for yet. It could be for a quest. It could even be for a song. But maybe she's also just looking to challenge with it and take out a few characters.
We have 8 lore on board right now for Joe. Joe being at 13 means we have to get rid of
2 of these lore here.
Yep.
So maybe what she is eyeing up is she's eyeing up this Maleficent here to take it out with Cinderella, as Maleficent would be banished from the 1 damage put on her, and Cinderella would stay in play due to having 2 willpower.
Oh, okay. So Deidre does have a Grab Your Swords in hand. We're going to see that being sung by the queen. It's going to deal 2 damage to every character on Joe's side of the board, banishing that Maleficent, putting 2 damage on everything, basically clearing 2 characters. And she's going to go ahead and challenge the Pete with Cinderella as well, clearing a 3rd character, giving herself some time to catch back up here.
What a swing. So now we see Joe with 3 lore, and Deidre is 3 lore in play, while Deidre is representing 4. This game is definitely not over yet.
No, not over. We do know that Joe has that Doc sitting in hand and a couple more cards than Deidre does. I don't think Deidre has any cards in hand. Looks like that was a second Benja in hand earlier. Going to play out a Mr. Smee as well. I think Joe right now is just trying to put as much lore pressure on the board as possible. So we're going to quest with Benja, gain 2 lore, go up to 15. And then we're back in the same spot that we were, where Joe's presenting game on board if Deidre doesn't challenge and banish this Benja, or if she has a song, play the song and banish the Benja.
Okay, so we do see the Mr. Smee challenging, just like you said, taking out that Benja. Now, the Mr. Smee did go to the discard here, but he doesn't necessarily get banished from the challenge, but I think it was because she was ending her turn right afterwards, and his ability would banish him, as there are no captains on her in play for her. We're finally seeing Yensid. Very nice, very nice.
Yensid coming out. Unfortunately, there's no magic brooms. When Yensid is played, if you have a character named Magic Broom in play, you can draw a card. And then if you have 2 Magic Brooms in play, then Yensid gains 2 extra lore. So it can be a good way to keep cards in your hand, but also a way to really put that lore pressure on. And it looks like Joe is going to take game 1. Deidre didn't have it.
And there, her last 2 cards were the Aerial, the one that cost 6, and the Storm Rage on, which is not inkable, which means that she did not have enough ink to pay for that Aerial. So sad.
No, Deidre came out running with the Daisy, with the Piglet, was trying to put on a lot of the aggression, and it's kind of unlike an Amber Steel deck that we're used to, relying on Whole New World. We saw that Queen shift line there. I'm sure one of the better openings is 1-drop Queen, shift Queen, seeing Whole New World. Amber Steel's known for being able to refill their hand very quickly and efficiently, and unfortunately, it just wasn't in the cards there for Deidre, where Joe was able to find those docks, find ways to sort of keep his hand full of cards, and then also present characters like Madam M, Snake, and Pete to be able to answer Deidre's board and sort of catch back up and take the game back over. So I'm interested to see what happens in this next game.
That's the great part about Lorcana, is even if your opponent gets off to a head start with a bunch of lore, you can always use the challenging to bring the board back in your favor and get there at the end. So
you're definitely right. So I think we should move on to this game 2 and see if Deidre can take one from Joe.
All right, let's see it.
So because of the way 2-game format works, Deidre went first last game, which means Joe should be going first this game. And I think we're going to see Joe try to alter for a pretty aggressive opening hand. We do see a Magic Broom and a Maleficent there. I think I saw Fire the Cannons at the end as well. Probably considering keeping those, knowing what Deidre may be playing on, you could potentially open one of your 1-drop characters, and then on turn 2, you could play another 1-drop character and a Fire the Cannons to potentially banish a Queen or Robin Hood, 2 cards that are pretty popular in an Amber Steel match. We didn't see Robin Hood's last game, but we do know that the Queens are there. Of course, Fire the Cannons wouldn't do anything against the Daisy duck that got played, though.
That would be very heads up. I think if I am Deidre here, I'm definitely looking for Robin Hood and his shift, so that way I can have a turn 3 character that is questing for 2, and also having that 3 strength seems very good from what we saw out of Joe's deck last game. A lot of his characters have that 3 willpower. Robin Hood, when he wins a challenge, gains 2 lore. It seems like a shoo-in. So let's see if Deidre found that in her altar here.
Robin Hood would be a very powerful card in this matchup specifically if Deidre is playing it. Because of that ability, one of the things that I love about Robin Hood, Champion of Sherwood, is his ability to sort of play offense and defense at the same time, right? You can challenge, and when you're challenging and winning those challenges, you're gaining lore, which typically you can only challenge or quest. You can only progress your win condition or try to slow your opponent down. So very strong card against a more aggressive deck for sure. Looks like both players are still looking at their hands. We're going to start with Joe inking a Benja and playing the 1-drop Maleficent. Really good aggressive start for Joe.
All right, and then we are going to see from Deidre here, she's going to play Cinderella. Very nice. Okay, so this will allow a turn 2 Storm Rage on but there comes the Fire of the Cannons, just like we saw earlier.
Yeah, we saw why Joe kept the Fire of the Cannons in the hand so that when a Cinderella comes down, trying to give Deidre an opportunity to sing a song on turn 2, potentially banishing one of the cards that Joe plays in the first 2 turns. Now Joe completely negates that option. Cinderella being banished by Fire of the Cannons, dealing 2 damage, and then Joe trying to figure out if we're going to ink something here and play this other Maleficent that's in hand. If we want to ink this second Benja or not, seems we're looking, or this Queen's Castle.
It looks like we're inking the Benja and playing Maleficent, definitely getting aggressive on Joe's side with the lore. We have 4 represented right now, but we're only at 2, so there's still a lot to this game. We're going to ink the Cinderella here on Deidre's side, and I think we're going to play, we're going to play Ursula. Very good. Ursula is great against steel decks because she has a willpower of 4, which is very hard for them to overcome off of 1 action.
Willpower 4 and the Singer 4 ability, being able to sing more than just what Cinderella can sing. There's some very strong 3-cost songs in Steel between Let the Storm Rage On and Strength of the Raging Fire. We do see Strength of the Raging Fire in Deidre's hand, but there's also Long Came Zeus, a couple others that are cost a little bit more than 3. So definitely good to have the Ursula there, sort of preparing Deidre to respond to Joe's board. We see Joe going wide, playing a Magic Broom and a Dock, questing with those Maleficents, gaining 4 lore in a single turn.
Joe making it very hard for Deidre here to respond to his board, playing so many characters that one single song that does enough or that does 2 damage probably won't be enough here to take out enough. Let's see what she's got. Okay.
One thing that I'm looking at in Deidre's hand, we do see the aerial being played. He's going to be able to look at the top 4 cards of his stack. If she finds a song, can put one of those in her hand. Unfortunately, does not find a song, but I am eyeing a Grab Your Swords that is sitting in Deidre's hand as well, which this Ariel will be able to sing early since Ariel has the Singer 5 keyword.
Right. That's going to be very good for her on this next turn. As we can see, the Maleficents, we have 1 willpower each, and then the Broom only has 2 willpower. So if we get this Grab Your Swords next turn, it's going to be very valuable here, taking out 3 characters and dealing 2 damage to the Dock. So it looks like we're seeing a Strength of a Raging Fire here, sang by the Ursula, and we're going to take out this Magic Broom.
I don't think Deidre wants to let Joe cash in that Magic Broom in case Joe gets an idea that maybe there's a Grab Your Sword in hand that he wants to avoid. Magic Broom, when you play another character, you're able to banish the Magic Broom and draw a card. So could allow Joe to quest with the Magic Broom, play a card for turn, banish it to draw a card, sort of getting value out of it before it gets banished. But Deidre doesn't want to give Joe that opportunity, banishing it with Strength of the Raging Fire last turn. We are going to see Joe look like just quest out immediately here, gaining 5 lore on the turn. We see a really big lead by Joe here, already at 11 lore. Deidre's been stuck for this past game, just playing catch up. We're going to play a Magic Broom and a Yin Sid. So Yin Sid sees that Magic Broom, will allow Joe to draw a card. And then he's going to pass the turn back to Deidre.
And very important with these 2 characters that Joe just played, not only did he get that card off of Yen Sid, but these 2 characters both have 3 willpower, which is going to be very tough for Deidre to take out with her Grab Your Swords here, as it only does 2 damage.
Do see Deidre playing that Grab Your Sword, banishing both Maleficents, putting 2 damage on everything else. Definitely wish that you could take out everything, but those Maleficents were questing for 2 every turn, so we've at least taken out the characters that are questing for the most lore in 1 turn. And now if we can find other songs, we can ever find a Tinkerbell maybe eventually, or a couple link off of that. We're going to go ahead and challenge the Dock, putting 1 damage on the Ursula. Don't want Joe to pick that Dock back up with a potential Snake or Fox like we saw last game, giving him even more gas to put cards into his hand.
Yeah, those Madam Mims can be especially scary with these come into play effects that get you some cards. You can definitely get a little bit out of control here. All right, so we're seeing a Rapunzel come down. We're going to heal that 1 damage off of our Ursula to draw 1 card. Very nice. Okay, so it looks like we're passing over to Joe. Joe is readying his ink. And what do you think we're looking for this turn from Joe?
I think Joe's trying to figure out if he wants to continue to put the gas on, or sort of how he responds to this. We saw how powerful Joe's cards like Dock could be, cards that allow him to continue to put cards into his hand. You know, he's getting a little bit low. We only have 2 cards in hand right now. If we can find another Magic Broom, we could potentially play it. Yin Sid would quest for 3, but we're getting to a turning point in this match where Deidre's approaching 5 ink. We have a Singer 5 on board. The Rapunzel was able to refill her hand a little bit, and one of the things that Amber Steel is best at doing is keeping some of these more aggressive decks under control, being able to sing these songs, gaining a lot of value, not losing your characters because you're singing the songs as well. So it looks like Joe's just going to play his hand out with the Mr. Speed, the Chernobog's followers. The Chernobog's followers can survive until the next turn. Could give Joe an opportunity to draw some extra cards, maybe draw into some stuff that he's looking for to sort of close out this game. We do see that he's not going to quest with any of his characters, trying to keep them healthy so that he can potentially extend it 1 more turn and then quest for a larger portion of lore instead of questing now and then having those characters banished by the Ursula and the Rapunzel on the next turn.
Another thing Joe might be thinking here is that, you know, Deidre is getting pretty low at cards in hands, has a few left, but might have a Whole New World sitting in there. So emptying his hand here, not questing, just maybe letting her Whole New World give him another 7 cards. That could bring him right back into this game. So we'll see.
I don't think Joe would be too upset by a Whole New World at all. Gonna see Deidre ink for the turn.
I'll play Donald Duck. Very nice.
Giving Deidre a little bit of protection through that bodyguard. Looks like we're choosing Rapunzel to gain an extra lore, so Rapunzel's going to quest for 3 here.
All right, and it looks like we have 1 card left in hand for Deidre. I wonder if it's Whole New World. If it is, I think it would be very beneficial for her here, but we'll see.
As difficult as it would be to give Joe 7 new cards, I do think you're right. I think if we have Whole New World in hand, Ariel being able to sing it, giving you a new hand as well, 7 new cards, gives you the ability to react to a lot of what Joe is doing. But Joe is presenting a lot of lore on board as well, so it looks like we're passing to Joe. He's going to draw for turn, quest with the Trinabox followers, cash it in, banishing it and drawing another card. Go ahead and quest for 2 with the Mr. Smee as well, and we're getting dangerously close to 20 here.
Yep, 14 lore for Joe is definitely not what you want to see if you're Deidre. Oh, and looks like we are questing with our Yensid and Broom as well. I wonder what we've drawn for turn. Maybe it's a few Madam Mims even.
So I'm wondering if we're finding a Madam Mim or we're just pushing for 20. So we do see a Merlin Goat being played. Merlin Goat gains lore when it enters and leaves play. And I don't know what the other card is for Joe, but I think Joe's just saying, you know, before Deidre can come back, she has a lot of singers on board. You know, I want to get this lore out of these characters. We can get really close to 20. Having that goat almost guarantees, or basically guarantees 2 lore. Could potentially be 3 lore if we have a Madam Mim, we find a Madam Mim that we can bounce it with back to hand and then replay it. So I think Joe is just trying to close out this game before Deidre can come back.
That's right, and it looks like we are exerting our Ursula here to maybe challenge, but we could also have a song. Let's see. I think the song I'd be... It's hard. Well, okay, looks like we have Let the Storm Rage on. Very good song to draw here. It's going to deal 2 damage to Mr. Smee. Very nice. Going to take him out, draw a new card.
Mr. Smee showing the most lore on board currently, so just trying to get rid of the characters that have the most lore on board right now so that you can maybe fend Joe off for 1 or 2 more turns. I think that's another Strength of a Raging Fire in hand as well. We're going to sing that with Donald, banishing the goat, so Joe is going to gain a lore for turn. Now we have to deal with this Yensid Magic Broom.
Let's see. Okay, we do have the Whole New World, and it discards another goat.
Joe had another goat in hand, so could have played that next turn to gain an extra lore. That's good for Deidre to get that out of the hand, but we are giving Joe a new 7 cards. The good thing for Deidre, though, is she also gets 7 new cards. We have Rapunzel that we can sing with, potentially a song, banishing some of these, and then we haven't used any of our ink for turn either, so we can use this 5 or 6 ink and play out. If we have a Tinkerbell here, that would be great on 6 ink. It would banish the Magic Broom and the Yensid.
Tinkerbell would be absolutely fantastic. Yeah, songs are a great mechanic for getting yourself back into a game. The ability to play a card for free is just so valuable when you're behind. And plus, it's always fun to sing songs. You know, who doesn't love A Whole New World?
Exactly. It's hard not to sing when you play. You know, these are iconic songs from Disney movies that we all grew up watching. Looks like we are going to challenge the Yensid with Rapunzel. And then we're going to finish off this Magic Broom with another Strength of a Raging Fire with 3 ink left that Deidre can do anything with. Now Deidre's built a really big board.
This is definitely scary for Joe, but he is at 18 lore right now. So I wonder if he's playing a new card from Shimmering Skies, Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom.
That would be a great card off the top. Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, just gaining 2 lore immediately for 2 ink. We also have some Merlin Goats to worry about. There's a couple ways that Amethyst can gain lore immediately without having to rely on a character to quest. Okay, I really like this from Joe. Playing a Pete, it's going to stop Deidre from being able to play any actions on her next turn.
Definitely not what you want to see if you're Deidre.
Now, if Joe can find another character to play that has 1 lore on it, it's going to be impossible, I believe, for Deidre to challenge, get rid of Pete and this other character and keep Joe from winning this next game without being able to play any songs. We are going to see Mr. Smee being played. See if Deidre can come up with anything. Deidre's going to draw for turn. Again, can't play actions because of this Pete. I think she's just, you know, looking at her hand, seeing if there's anything that can be done. Has to take out at least the Mr. Smee on this board. I think Joe, Deidre are talking, saying, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
And Joe is going to Steel Song list.
What a fantastic match. those games were so close.
They're really close. It's interesting because Amber Steel is known for doing well into more aggressive matchups, right? We definitely saw a more aggressive deck by Joe there. So we saw how powerful and how strong the Insids, the Docks, Churnabox Followers, the Brooms, all these cards that sort of let you refill your hand or replace themselves so that you can continue to put threats on board. And unfortunately for Deidre, she just couldn't catch back up.
And she was so close to doing it too. I mean, she might have only been at 4 lore, but she had a lot of characters on board. She had a lot of cards in hand to deal with it, but Pete really sealed the deal there, I would say.
I think we're going to see a lot of Pete doing that this week. He's very great at sort of checkmating your opponent. So
Yeah.
With that being said, we're going to go to a quick break before we go to the next match. So be sure to not go anywhere. Welcome back, Illumineers, to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Seattle. We just finished our first match of round 1. We do have another match from round 1 for you guys too, but it was an interesting match on this last one. Amber Steel versus Amethyst Steel. We got to see Spessy or Joe. A lot of our EU people are familiar with him. He's a caster for a lot of the EU DLCs, so I'm sure if there's any of our European audience out there, they were happy to see him take that one 2-0.
Yeah, and I mean, everyone loves to see the Brooms do their thing. We didn't get to see Yensid quest for 3, but we did get to see him draw cards. So
we saw him drawing cards. We saw a couple Brooms in there, but we saw the power of Doc as well, being able to play him when your hand's empty and then discard your hand and then draw 2 cards, sort of refilling your hand. So very fun first match, but we do have another match to get into that I'm very excited for. So Sam, if you're ready, I think we should move on into that.
Absolutely. Let's take a look. All right, so we have Michael Majors versus Aaron Ramirez here. And it looks like we are getting right into it. So we have Michael Majors. I see Ruby Amethyst. And it looks like our players are altering their hands right now.
I'm very interested to see what the Ruby Amethyst players are bringing on this DLC, because there's a couple of changes people have been making to the deck. Historically, people really look for the 2-drop Flynn Rider into 3-drop Sisu line, sort of putting yourself in a really aggressive opening. Flynn Rider allowing you to gain 3 lore at the start of your turn if you have the most strength out of a character. But a lot of people have been dropping that because Emerald Steel has really picked up in popularity. And because of that, and Diablo being such a powerful card, most decks are having to answer Diablo. Diablo is a uninkable 3-cost 2/2. Flynn Rider's an inkable 2-cost 2/2, so they both have similar stat lines. And if people are playing to banish Diablo, that means unfortunately Flynn's sort of caught in the crossfire there. So Flynn sometimes isn't enough for these decks. I'm interested to see what version Michael's playing. We are gonna start by inking a Churnabox Followers and playing a Churnabox Followers. We saw Joe playing that last game. Whenever you quest with this character, you can banish it and draw a card.
So it looks like we're going to see Aaron on an Emerald deck. Let's see.
There's that Diablo.
So far we just have the Emerald, but yes, we do see the Diablo. And I wonder if Michael is playing the Vanellope von Schweetz, Sugar Rush Princess, I believe, to challenge evasive characters.
That's one that I've seen some Ruby Amethyst players considering. I believe it's an uninkable 4-cost with 3/3 with Rush, but it gains evasive, so you can immediately play it and challenge what could be a shift Diablo coming. But this one-drop Diablo allows Aaron to look at Michael's hand, getting an idea of what Michael might have in hand, probably looking for something like a Brawl, anything that he might be able to use to banish a Diablo if Aaron has a shift Diablo in hand. And I'm not sure what other... there's a couple links Aaron could be playing along with this. The one that I would assume would be Emerald Steel, but there's also Emerald Amber that could be a possibility. Both of those decks play Diablo, and both of them are discard decks in a way as well. So that is one thing that Ruby Amethyst is pretty good at, is drawing cards. We see another Turn of Box Followers being played after the other one was quested and drew a card for turn.
Continue the cycle of followers. So we do see Morph coming into the Inkwell here. That could signal that we are definitely on Emerald Steel here, as some of the more common shifts that you will see in these Emerald decks are in the Steel half, rather than the Amber.
Yeah, Morph can be an extremely strong card in this deck for that reason, being able to shift onto Morph with all of those powerful Steel shift characters. We do see the Diablo Devoted Herald being shifted, though. When you shift this card, you have to discard an action card, so Aaron discarded Sudden Chill, and Diablo has Evasive, and has an ability that when Diablo is exerted, when your opponent draws a card on their turn, you also get to draw a card. So we also see Aaron playing a Hidden Cove, card that I really like in this Emerald Steel list, because if you can move a character to the Hidden Cove, it only costs 1 to move them there. They get a +1 strength and +1 willpower. And so one of the outs that Michael has for Diablo is Brawl, a Ruby card that it's an action card, and you can banish a character with 2 strength or less. And so now that Diablo is at the Hidden Cove, Diablo has 3 strength, which means Diablo can't be brawled.
Now we do see Michael going for the Chernobog's Followers, challenging the Hidden Cove, which will do 2 damage to it. And then Madam Mim will come in quickly to deal that last 4 damage to the Hidden Cove. Hidden Cove with 6 willpower, just enough for those 2 to take it out. Now, I do see a Brawl in Michael's hand, so it looks like that exact thing that you said is going to come up here in a sec.
It could potentially come up on this next turn. Of course, we spent our turn playing the Madam M Fox. Very beautiful play by Michael here, knowing that the Hidden Cove only has 6 lore, keeping the Shredder Box Followers there to challenge it and combo that with Madam M for sure. Aaron is going to play an Ursula Deceiver. We're going to look for any songs in Michael's hand. We do see a Friends on the other side. It's the only song that Michael had in hand. Go immediately to the discard, because Ursula Deceiver lets you discard a song card from your opponent's hand when you get to look at it, negating Michael a draw option and also whittling his hand down ever so slightly.
And Aaron, probably seeing that Brawl in the hand, is signaling the last of his Diablo to him. So he will quest with it and probably say goodbye to it once he gets 1 more draw. So still not bad.
Aaron's going to get a draw when it turns over to Michael for his turn and he draws a card. And, you know, honestly, seeing the Brawl isn't the worst thing in the world. Michael's having to spend his entire turn force, paying 3 ink, playing a card that's coming out of his hand that doesn't replace itself just to banish this Diablo. You know, you of course would rather your Diablo being in play, but if your opponent is having to ink another card for turn and play another card, Michael's getting pretty low on cards in hand. And one of the game plans for Emerald Steel here, especially against Ruby Amethyst, is sort of to discard their hand before they can get to 6 or 7 ink, where they can play their more powerful Ruby characters or actions or songs.
One of the most common Ruby actions, of course, is the infamous Be Prepared. What a great card. But yeah, I bet Aaron is thinking here, how do I empty this hand so I can get him off of that Be Prepared?
Yeah, Aaron has been able to draw a couple cards off of Diablo, so Aaron has quite a few options in hand. Not sure exactly what he's holding on to. You see a Morph there at the front. We do have a Prince John. We're going to play Let the Storm Rage On, banishing the Chernobog's Followers, drawing a card. Going to draw into a Tinkerbell. But we are going to pay for that for 3, which means you can only ink this turn and have 1 ink left. There's nothing that Aaron can play from his hand. Trying to decide if we want to ink the Morph, the Tinkerbell, or the We Don't Talk About Bruno. And I do like the Morph being inked here. We Don't Talk About Bruno can be a great discard card, forcing your opponent to pick up a card, shuffle their hand, and then discard a card at random. And the Tinkerbell can be a great way to sort of freeze your opponent's board, be a good way to take back tempo because of Tinkerbell's ability. When she challenges a character and she banishes it, she can deal 2 damage to another character, but also when she enters play, she deals 1 damage to everything.
So we do see Michael drawing into the Elsa, the 5th spirit here. This is another card that I know a lot of Illumineers are using to to answer the opposing Diablos. Elsa is a 2-strength rush character with 5 willpower, but it also gets to exert a character and has evasive, which is just the perfect stat line, it feels like, to take out Diablo.
Definitely in there to challenge those Diablos. We do see Michael playing the Queen's Castle, though, which is a very strong play for Michael, especially against an Emerald Steel deck. The Emerald Steel is full of really, really good cards, but unfortunately, a lot of their character cards aren't statted very well. We have only the Ursula Deceiver in play right now, has only 1 strength. If we look at, Diablo only having 2 strength, Prince John only having 1 strength, it can be difficult for these Emerald Steel players to banish these locations because Queen's Castle has 7 willpower, and so it also has 2 lore on it. Every turn that it comes back to Michael and Queen's Castle's in play, Michael's going to gain 2 lore. Michael can keep a character at the Queen's Castle at the start of his turn. He gets to draw another card as well. And so that's another reason why I kind of like Aaron keeping the Tinkerbell in hand there, because if we can get this Tinkerbell in play and it stays in play, it's a better character that we have in our deck to challenge these locations before they sort of snowball away.
I wonder if Aaron here is looking for a card maybe like Along Came Zeus, or even Rise of the Titan if he plays it, to immediately take out this Queen's Castle without even having to challenge it.
Yeah, and Along Came Zeus or Rise of the Titans would be 2 pretty good cards against a deck that's playing locations for sure.
So it looks like Michael is eyeing up this Merlin Crab in his hand to go into his Inkwell, and the 5th Spirit in his hand maybe to go to the castle. But it looks like we're going to keep the 5th Spirit, and we're going to play the Merlin Crab and move it to the castle. Yeah. Michael may be expecting a Diablo in his future.
Yeah, I think Michael understands how important it is to keep cards in his hand. You want to draw cards, get up to those higher ink totals, so that you can play your Be Prepared, your Madame Medusas. Some are playing Sisu's, the 8-cost one. We are going to see Diablo being played by Aaron, though, along with the Hidden Cove. We're going to move the Diablo to the Hidden Cove. And this is another reason that I like Hidden Cove. We talk about how difficult it can be for Emerald Steel to challenge these locations, but when you have Hidden Cove, you can move all your characters there. They gain an extra strength and willpower, giving you a better opportunity to take care of locations just because of the extra strength that all of your characters are getting. With that, we're going to pass back to Michael. Oh, we see a Be Prepared in hand, I believe. We get to draw an extra card off of the Queen's Castle this turn as well, so drawing 2 cards per turn because the Merlin Crab is there. We're going to ink a Finders, or no, we're playing a Finders Keepers. This is a new card that we've seen in these Ruby Amethyst decks that I really like for this reason specifically. If we can get up to 5 ink, find a Finders Keepers and play it, we get to draw 3 cards, so it sort of makes the Emerald Steel game plan of discarding your opponent's hand a lot tougher, especially on these critical turns where you're getting close to that 6 or 7 ink. So Michael being able to fill his hand all the way back up, having 5 cards in hand now total.
And it looks like maybe Michael is eyeing up this Friends on the other side. He is, which is going to draw 2 Madame Mim Foxes. Very nice draws here. So that's going to be able to return this Merlin Crab to hand for... Oh, I'm sorry. We already played Finders Keepers this turn. We actually don't have enough ink to play that.
And I think right now we're just figuring out what we're going to ink. We're going to ink the Merlin Goat, but this puts Michael in a much better position than he was, and especially much better position for Ruby Amethyst in general for the Emerald Steel matchup than it has been, because a lot of players have been leaning more into just a draw package, making sure that you have characters and actions that can draw cards. Another thing that I love about Finders Keepers is that it's not a song, so it doesn't get hit by these Ursula Deceivers that get to look at your hand. We are going to see a Prince John being played by Aaron, so now if Aaron forces Michael to discard any cards from his hand, or actually if Michael discards any cards in his hand at all, then Aaron gets to draw an extra card from that, and it looks like we're going to move everything to the Cove, giving everything +1 strength, +1 willpower, and we're going to challenge with both Diablo and Ursula into the Queen's Castle, putting 5 damage on it. Because like we mentioned earlier, this Queen's Castle is gaining 2 lore every turn. Every turn that a character stays there, Michael gets to draw 2 cards at the start of his turn, or an extra card at the start of his turn. So he draws a turn and draws an extra card for this Merlin Crab. And just a couple of turns ago, where Michael was looking like he might be in trouble, having only 1 or 2 cards in hand with 5 ink, now he's holding a bunch of cards in hand with plenty of ink to work with.
All right, so for Michael's turn here, like we said, we have these 2 Madame Mims in hand. I wonder if we're going to utilize both, or we're going to maybe just use one to take out this Hidden Cove.
Something else you could do here is, when Merlin Crab enters or leaves play, you can give something Challenger +3. So you could even look at a play line where you can play the Madam M Fox, bounce the Crab back to your hand. When it leaves play, you can give the Fox Challenger +3. That means you could challenge for 7. You could challenge the Hidden Cove at that point, making sure that everything loses that extra strength and willpower. And these Emerald Steel decks, they're usually not playing more than 2 or 3 Hidden Coves. So we've already seen one being banished. If this is another one, then Aaron might have to look at other forms of stats, essentially, to deal with Michael's board.
There's a play line that I'm seeing here that I wonder if Michael will go for, is you could challenge with the Merlin into the Ursula, putting 3 damage on it, then play the Fox, bouncing the Crab, which would then use Crab's Ready or Not ability to give Fox +3 strength, or Challenger +3, and then it would... Okay, so it looks like we're just going to go for the Be Prepared after putting 3 damage on it. That works too. This does take out the Prince John, which my play would not have, so there you go.
Yeah, this is putting Michael in another good position of basically, I think he just wants to protect his Queen's Castle here. This Queen's Castle gaining 2 lore every turn, and we talked about how difficult it can be for Aaron to deal with locations in general playing Emerald Steel, so I think Michael says, you know what, I'm fine with losing my Merlin Crab. After putting a little bit of damage on it, I'm going to completely wipe the board, and now Aaron's going to be forced to play a bunch of other characters out onto the board, honestly, so that he can just answer this castle, because Aaron's not in a position where he's ahead by any means, and then we have so many characters that have rush, like Elsa and like Madam M Fox. It's in our hand. If we need to, we can take out the Hidden Cove this next turn as well, so that Aaron isn't gaining any value from playing characters and moving them there.
So it looks like we are going to be playing Cusco here. I wonder if this will immediately be returned to the hand by a Madam M Fox to take out this Cove. We did see Aaron following up with a copy of Prince John, which does have Ward. That will make it very hard for Michael to respond back with maybe a card that chooses, like Madam Medusa.
We do see the Cusco being bounced back to hand by Madam M Fox. As you said, Sam, Madam M Fox has Rush, so when it enters play, it can challenge. It's going to challenge that Hidden Cove, dealing 4 damage, which is enough to banish it. And then we're going to spend some of our extra ink, move that Madam M Fox to the Queen's Castle, so that if we make it back to Michael's turn and the Madam M Fox is still at the Queen's Castle, then we get to draw an extra card as we pass it on to Aaron.
So Aaron looking at a few cards in his hand here, but is probably looking for one that can discard some cards out of Michael's hands. Michael is dealing with quite a few cards right now, and Prince John does let you draw whenever you discard, so having a few of those out there would be very nice. So it looks like we're going to play Anna, the Diplomatic Queen, and I think we're choosing the ability to have strength, to add strength.
I love Anna. It's a new card from Shimmering Skies, and when you play it, you have a couple options. If you pay an extra 2 ink, she costs 3 to play. If you pay an extra 2 ink, you have some options that you can do. One of those options is giving a character +2 strength, which is what we saw Aaron do here. Give the Prince John +2 strength to banish the Queen's Castle. You can also force your opponent to discard a card, or you can also banish a chosen damaged character. So it's a card that gives Aaron a lot of flexibility, whatever he needs. If he needs extra strength to get rid of a location, he can do that. If there's a big character on board that needs to be banished, if you can just find a way to put damage on it, you can do that. Or if you have your opponent's hand low and a Prince John on board, you can make them discard a card, draw a card from that.
It's pretty much, it's almost like a utility knife. It has use in whatever situation you'd want it.
Very
great card.
Very flexible card. We are going to see Michael playing Prince on the other side, drawing up on some cards, followed up by playing a Cusco and a Sisu. Sisu gets extra strength for every card, and your opponent's hand has 2 lore. Looks like we're going to sing a Let the Storm Rage On with that Anna, banishing the Madam M Fox and drawing a card for Aaron.
So we still have all our ink to work with for Aaron. We still have an ink for turn, which it looks like we are eyeing up this sudden chill. And I do see a Tinkerbell. Looks like we are going to go for that. So Tinkerbell, Giant Fairy coming down, very powerful card. When Tinkerbell comes down, she does 1 damage to every opposing character.
Yeah, I think Aaron's in a really difficult spot at this point, playing against Ruby Amethyst, because Michael's been able to sort of outlast what Emerald Steel is trying to do by challenging your opponent's hand and board state early on, making it so that you can't get up to these ink totals and you can't play some of these more powerful cards. Because now Michael has a handful of cards that he can play, and Michael just every turn seems to be able to answer the stuff that Aaron is playing on board. So we play this Tinkerbell. The Tinkerbell would be a great option to sort of slow Michael down from questing with his characters or singing with his characters. But unfortunately in Ruby, you know, there's a lot of banishing effects, whether that's through Be Prepared, Madame Medusa, the likes of those cards. You don't see any in Michael's hand, but Aaron has to play this weird cat and mouse game where he has to play stuff to the board, because if he doesn't, he's just going to lose. But the more he plays to the board that has a lot of value, the riskier it is, you know, if Michael's sitting on a Be Prepared or a CC or something to wipe that. So you see Michael playing a Merlin Rabbit, drawing some cards. We're going to see Michael challenge and banish the Ana with Sisu here as well. Also played Finders Keepers this turn to draw 3 cards, making sure that he has a bunch of answers in hand and options to work with.
Now for Aaron here, you must be staring down this hand of cards and just wondering, like, how am I ever going to keep a character on board?
Yeah, you know, I mean, Ruby Amethyst is full of characters that can rush, full of banished characters. I see Lady Tremaine that's in there. We, of course, know that there's a Madame and Fox and an Elsa that's been sitting in there as well. I mean, Maui was drawn also. So there's really not a lot that Aaron can play or do here, you know, that won't be responded with. If we decide to challenge the CC with Tinkerbell and put 2 damage on either the Cusco or the Rabbit, then we can come back next turn and challenge it with a Fox or Maui. We're going to play Hidden Cove, though, to start off with. We're also going to play Diablo.
Interesting. Okay, so we're going to play our third Hidden Cove.
It looks like Aaron is on more than 2 Hidden Coves. Going to put our characters there to sort of get insurance against some of the banished cards from Ruby. A lot of the cards that banish other cards like Brawl and Madame Medusa are strength reliant, and so this saves the Tinkerbell from being able to be potentially Madame Medusa and the Diablo from being brawled.
So we do see in Michael's hand, we do see this Tremaine, like you said. So Tremaine is going to make a very tough choice here for Aaron. Okay, it looks like we're actually challenging. So challenging and dealing damage with Tinkerbell's ability is going to take out the Cusco and the Sisu in one fell swipe. But Michael is going to get that draw off of the Cusco before it goes down. Now we do see a third copy of Finders Keepers in Michael's hands, so he could have even more cards if he wanted. Let's see what he does.
And Michael has a lot of options. I think I misspoke earlier. I don't think Madame Medusa could banish Tinkerbell anyway, but having Tinkerbell in something like the Hidden Cove makes it so that if we do challenge Tinkerbell, you know, we're taking extra damage. Fortunately for Michael, though, Maui has just enough strength to banish that Hidden Cove with 6 strength and rush to negate all of that extra strength and willpower. And we're going to come down, play that Elsa Fifth Spirit that we've talked about, a great tech against Diablo, banishing the Diablo.
Wow. What a back and forth match this has been. Just both players in very good positions, back and forth through this entire match. It's very impressive, honestly.
Yeah, we see how close the matchup can become if Ruby Amethyst can just make it to a spot where they can get ink into their inkwell and keep cards in their hand. You know, if you can survive the early and mid game, then Ruby Amethyst is a great control deck. Michael having plenty of options here, plenty of ways to keep cards in their hand. We're going to see a Lady Tremaine being played, which forces Aaron to choose a character to banish. Of course, there's only one character in play, so Jafar Dreadnought gets banished. Easy choice for Aaron. Followed by a Merlin Rabbit, so Michael will draw a card when it enters play. Aaron, it's just going to pass to Aaron, and we have a Beast. And 2, we don't talk about Bruno's in hand that he hasn't really been able to make much use out of. You know, Michael has so many cards in hand that even if you're able to play one of these, you don't talk about Bruno's, and put that card back in hand, the chances that it gets discarded is low, and there's plenty of cards in Ruby Amethyst that I don't think you really want to be putting back in your opponent's hand anyway, you know.
So we do see a pretty quick maneuver here from Michael where he played his Madame Mim Fox and then immediately bounced his Lady Tremaine to play it right again. And it looks like our Lumineers are packing up for game 2 here with, I believe it was Aaron who...
once Michael was able to get up to that 7 ink where he could find the Be Prepared, I think that's where the game really turned. Having the power of the Queen's Castle, Aaron not being able to banish that Queen's Castle. The Queen's Castle was able to draw multiple cards over the game through removing the Merlin Crab there. There was not a Mim there for a while. And then I think Finder's Keepers also, really helped Michael just facilitate getting to that late part of the game. And then once you're able to keep a bunch of cards in hand, you're kind of able to just answer everything that Aaron's playing on board.
Yeah, when you have 7 cards in hand, those cards like Sudden Chill become a lot less powerful.
Yeah, not very useful. So we'll move on to game 2 and see if Aaron can take a game from Michael here. I believe Michael went first last game, so I think Aaron is going to get to go first this game, which can make a big difference, especially in an Emerald Steel deck. There's some very strong openings in Emerald Steel. If you can find your Diablo and shift Diablo, if you can find a Morph and a Tragic Beast as well, shifting the Tragic Beast on turn 3, there's not a lot that Ruby players can do, especially when they're on the draw against something like that. And it looks like Michael's going to put 5 cards back, only keeping 2, keeping a Diablo and let the Storm Rage on to draw 5.
So he's definitely keeping the Diablo and the Storm Rage on for one reason, and that's to shift Diablo on turn 2. Yeah. Very heads-up play from Aaron here to keep those 2 cards, because that card is very powerful against his opponent.
Unfortunately, we didn't find the shift Diablo. We only found another 1-cost Diablo. I don't even think we have a 2-cost card in hand that we can play on turn 2, other than our 1-drop Diablo that's sitting in hand. And I think Michael's also altering 5 cards, only keeping 2. We'll see what he's working with as well. I think Michael would be altering this game for more reactive cards. Knowing that Aaron is going to be on the play means that he gets a little bit more initiative than Michael does. Being able to discard some cards from hand sooner. Getting that Diablo out sooner if he has it.
And having the extra card from the being on the play does help a little bit with the bleeding from the discard.
Yeah, being on the draw and being able to draw an extra card on your turn can definitely help facilitate you against that the discard that Emerald Steel is trying to do. So that certainly helps.
All right, so we are going to ink Diablo and play Diablo. Very similar opening to last game. We are giving up on the turn 2 second Diablo, but maybe he doesn't feel like that is a kind of worth it. And he sees Michael's hands. And I don't remember if Michael had any 1-cost characters. Oh, we do see a Chernobog's Followers sitting there.
There's a Chernobog's Followers. I'm eager to see if Michael inks his friends on the other side. It was the only song that's in hand. And I wonder how scared you are of an Ursula Deceiver being played, potentially taking that song. It looks like Michael's not that scared of it. We're going to see a Merlin Goat being played. Chernobog's Followers played on turn 1. Very standard opening for Ruby Amethyst. I think we draw another 1-cost Diablo for Aaron when it comes back to his turn. So we're going to go ahead and ink that. And unfortunately, we just have to pass the turn without playing anything.
Least getting those out of the deck.
Yeah, getting those out of the deck. Not something we wanted to see. We wanted to see the other Diablo if we were Aaron, I think. It looks like Michael's going to go ahead and quest with the Chernobog's Followers, banishing it and drawing a card for turn.
We did see him draw the Flynn Rider. I wonder if he'll play it. Flynn Rider being generally not great in these against these steel decks, as they often will have a Storm Rage on turn 3.
And we do see that Aaron does have a Storm Rage on in his hand, so maybe Michael's trying to figure out, do I play this Flynn Rider? Do I ink it? Because knowing you're playing against a discard deck, I don't think you want to unnecessarily be play cards unnecessarily be playing cards if you don't want if you don't have to. But we do see the Flynn being played. Flynn does currently have the most lore out of anyone, even if we found a shift Diablo. So could potentially gain Michael some extra lore, but might be putting Aaron in a spot where he's forced on his turn 3 to play an action that he doesn't want to. Instead, we're going to see the Pete being played. Pete having 3 strength, which means that Flynn will not trigger on this turn, but also that Michael can't play any action. So that Friend's on the other side, can't play that on turn 3.
And he does know he have it, so that's very heads up there. Okay, so we're going to see Michael draw for turn. We have another Chernobog's Followers. I wonder if we are going to commit this Friends to the Inkwell. Looks like we are. And probably just going to run out this Chernobog's Followers.
I don't think there's anything else in hand that we can play. So we do see the Chernobog's Followers being played. Not going to quest with the Flynn because we want to keep him healthy in case we can get to a point where maybe we can play this Maui, turn the Flynn on. Pete is going to sing Let the Storm Rage On, banishing the Flynn, though, letting Aaron draw a card for turn.
Pete is a great singer. I've always said that.
Pete is a great singer. And Aaron's deciding to banish the Chernobog's followers here with another Let the Storm Rage On, paying for this one, banishing that card, making sure that Michael doesn't get an extra card off the Chernobog's followers, but also can't bounce it back to hand with any Madam Mims that might be in Michael's hand. But we do have 2 Merlin Rabbits, so I'd be surprised if we didn't see one of those being played this turn. Inking a Queen's Castle, playing the Merlin Rabbit, drawing a card when it enters play.
Merlin Rabbit is always a card you're glad to play on turn 4. Just a card with solid stats that's going to draw you a card when you play it and draw you a card when it leaves play. So definitely great to see from Michael here.
Almost a guaranteed to draw from Rabbit most of the time, more than that. I do see a Beast Tragic Hero that's in Aaron's hand, but it looks like we're going to opt for playing a Pete this turn, delaying any actions for Michael on the next turn, which I think is a great call out. You know that Michael's moving into his turn 5 where he could potentially play another Finders Keepers. We do see one in hand, so that keeps Michael from being able to do that on the next turn, slowing him down a little bit.
We do see he has drawn a Be Prepared. So now he does have 2 songs in hand, so his Ursula's Deceiver will have an option now if he does draw it. He might ink one this turn to play this Finders Keepers, though, but he also has the Maui. If you were Michael here, which one do you think you would play?
Well, we can't play Finders Keepers this turn because of the Pete that was played last turn.
You're so right.
So we do have to play the Maui here, banishing the Pete, putting 3 damage on the Maui.
Well, I guess that's an easy answer then.
Yeah, makes the decision kind of easy for you.
All right, so we draw for turn, and we're seeing a We Don't Talk About Bruno. And we are Let the Storm Rage On the Maui. Okay, very nice.
Pete is really letting that storm continue to rage on.
That's not how I remember that movie.
Banishing the Maui with the 3 damage, of course. And then we're going to see a Jafar Dreadnought being played for this turn. Jafar Dreadnought, fun card, shift 2. And during your turn, if you challenge and banish another character with Jafar, then you get to draw a card.
Jafar is a great card that really disencourages your opponent from going on the offensive in questing.
Definitely makes it difficult for your opponent on whether they want to quest or not, but I don't know that Michael had much intention of playing characters this last turn because we do see Finders Keepers being played, drawing 3 cards, and I think this is where we saw the matchup, last game switch. Michael's able to make it to these ink numbers that we want to make it to. There's a Be Prepared that's been in hand for a couple turns. If we can make it up to 7 ink, then basically any card that we draw off the top of our deck, we're able to play. And we've been able to keep cards in our hand. Aaron hasn't been able to discard us down to 0, so if we can get it up to 7 ink, keep multiple cards in our hand, keep drawing cards, then we can start to answer any of the cards that Aaron is playing on his side of the board.
So Aaron is holding on to this beast and these 2 Annas and this Diablo in his hand, and I wonder if he's looking to play around something like Be Prepared here, something that he's really expecting when his opponent is at 6 ink and inking to 7, and obviously has quite a few cards to work with.
Yeah,
do you think he's waiting for something like Ursula Deceiver?
Could be waiting for something like Ursula Deceiver or even a Hidden Cove. I'm not sure. Aaron might be trying to play around something like Madame Medusa as well, not wanting to play something like your Beast Tragic Hero and then immediately getting answered by Madame Medusa. And Be Prepared is another great example of that as well. Unfortunately for Aaron, though, I think at some point you have to just put cards onto the board and force your opponent to answer them. Looks like we are going to play an Anna. We're going to pay 5. And are we going to force Michael to discard a card?
I think we have chosen discard.
We're going to see a Brawl enter the discard for Michael.
And we do see the Jafar questing here.
Yeah, I think, tempting Michael to challenge the Jafar. Fortunately for Michael, there's plenty of cards in Ruby Amethyst that can banish this. If we had a Madam M. Fox or a Maui, thresh into the Jafar, banishing it, not giving it that opportunity to ready and challenge a character.
We do see the first Madame Medusa coming down. Madame Medusa, when she comes into play, banishes any opposing character with 3 strength or less. Very good against these Emerald and Steel decks, as a lot of their characters cap out at 3 strength.
I think all of their characters, except for Tinkerbell Giant Fury, have 3 strength or less. So that's sort of where the power of Hidden Cove comes in. If you can land one and keep it in play. We do see the Beast being played now that the Mana Medusa has been played. Aaron hoping that there's not another Mana Medusa in hand, or maybe trying to force out a Be Prepared now that the Mana Medusa has been played. But Beast Tragic Hero, a card from set 2 lets you draw a card at the start of your turn if Beast isn't damaged. If Beast is damaged, then he gains an extra 4 strength this turn. So a card worth the legendary status for sure. We are going to see Madame Medusa being bounced back to hand with Madame M. Snake.
Sometimes you only need one. It's always the same one.
We have just enough ink after we ink for turn to play the Madame Medusa, banish the Beast. There's that Ursula Deceiver getting a look at Michael's hand. The only song being Be Prepared. So Michael going to discard Be Prepared, but give Aaron the time to look at what else Michael has in hand. And unfortunately for Aaron, Michael has a lot of cards that draw him more cards.
Yeah, I was about to say it. If you're Aaron here, I'm sure you're not too happy to see that hand, even though you got rid of the Be Prepared.
No, because
very scary hand.
Aaron has a couple cards in his hand that allow him to discard between Sun Chill. We don't talk about Bruno. I think there's another Ana in there that you could use to force a discard as well. But we're going to Sing Friends, draw 2 cards. We could potentially play a Rabbit, draw another card, or even bounce this Rabbit with Madame M. Snake in hand. We're going to play Finders Keepers, draw 3 cards. So we've drawn 5 cards this turn already, not counting the one we drew for turn.
We are seeing another Be Prepared loaded up in Michael's hand. Though it looks like we're probably not going to need it for a few turns here.
No, I definitely don't think this is a board you need to be prepared. We have a lot of answers with Maui. If we have another Madame M. Snake, so if we want to, we can bounce this Madame Medusa. If Aaron plays anything like the Diablo that's in his hand, just to banish it. Aaron does draw a Prince John. We could look at a Prince John line and then maybe like a Sudden Chill, seeing Sudden Chill with Ursula, or playing it to get some card draw. That's what we see, forcing Michael to discard a card out of his hand, getting a draw off of the Prince John.
Choosing Brawl here, very good choice. It is a nice removal tool, but it doesn't seem that Michael is playing Diablos.
We're going to see another Ursula Deceiver being played, catching another Be Prepared out of Michael's hand, forcing him to discard it, getting to draw another card from Prince John, slowly whittling down this hand, but also just getting rid of some answers. If Aaron can find a way to answer Michael's board in some way, or put enough threats on board that he's forced to wipe the board with potentially another Be Prepared. That 2 others are in the discard that aren't able to be used.
And that's definitely the game state you're looking for if you're Aaron. You're looking for a game state where your opponent is out of options to remove your characters. And it looks like Michael, noticing that, is going to start questing and catching up to where Aaron is.
Something else to note, Prince John has Ward, so there's very few things in Michael's deck that can interact with Prince John outside of a card like Be Prepared. So seeing only 2 of them enter, or seeing 2 of them already entering the discard, means that if Aaron can find ways to discard Michael's hand, we can use Prince John as a draw engine, but Michael is going to play Queen's Castle and move all 4 of his characters there.
That's pretty terrifying. That does signal 5 new cards at the start of every turn for Michael. And 2 lore. And you can't underestimate that 2 lore.
No, that's going to make discard much less effective. It looks like we're going to play the Ana, paying the extra ink to banish Madame Medusa since she was damaged.
In this match, we've seen every single mode on Ana, Diplomatic Queen. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, we've seen the +2, the banishing a damaged character, and choosing to discard a card. Aaron is going to ink we don't talk about Bruno, to play a Hidden Cove, setting up because Aaron knows he's going to need it if he wants to get rid of this Queen's Castle. But Michael is about to draw 4 cards at the start of his turn. We see a Maui being drawn, and 2 Mauis being drawn, which means we definitely have an answer to this Hidden Cove if we want to answer it and keep Aaron from moving his characters there, buffing them up, giving them extra strength to challenge the Queen's Castle.
That's right. And it looks like we're just going to quest with all these guys and let Maui do his thing. So we're going to go 5 here, and that is, yep. So Maui has Rush and Reckless, which means he is a perfect tool for taking care of location cards that your opponent has. Now, it looks like we are going for 2 ink here. A Flynn? No, a Cusco. Okay, so we're playing Cusco. Cusco's a great card because it will have when it is banished, you can draw a card. So
I really like the pairing of Cusco with something like Merlin Crab. You know, it can challenge something, and if it is banished in the challenge, it replaces itself, but also it just makes for a great quester because you can quest with Cusco, and if your opponent banishes it, you're really not all that concerned about it because it gets to draw a card. But I think Aaron realizes here that there's not.
Very great match. The classic Ruby Amethyst versus Emerald Steel. You love to see it, honestly.
We've
it's
seen
just a
it.
very grindy match.
It is. We've seen it for a couple sets now. It's becoming very reminiscent of the meta that we were playing in for Dallas. You know, when before Bucky had an errata, a lot of Ruby Amethyst players realized, okay, with this very powerful discard deck in the meta, we need to be able to draw extra cards. We need to make sure we can get up to our powerful cards like Madame Medusa and Be Prepared, Maui, so that we can answer what the opponent is trying to do. And we saw that happen through Finders Keepers. We saw Finders Keepers draw a ton of cards for Michael on those past 2 games. And I think that's really what pushed him over the edge for the Emerald Steel matchup.
Finders Keeper is definitely a card from Shimmering Skies that people are picking up on, and it's having a great success in these Ruby Amethyst decks, helping you compete with these decks that want you to have no cards in hand. They want to take all your resources away. Well, guess what? I found 3 more. So
yeah, there you go. You know, we are getting close to Halloween. I think Diablo is sort of the boogeyman of Lorcana right now.
He sure is.
And so, you know, people are having to find answers for him. But with that, we appreciate you joining us for this round 1. We are going to move into round 2 shortly after this break, so don't go anywhere.
here with Merlin, but actually underneath this, it's John. How are you doing, John? And how are you enjoying this weekend so far?
Doing fantastic. Really enjoying myself. I used to live nearby, so really excited to be back and go to some my favorite local food spots. So it's been super nice.
Awesome. Now, what was the choice here in deciding to come to Disney Lorcana Challenge as Merlin?
So I really competitive and enjoy the card game. This is my third DLC, but this is more happenstance. Me and my girlfriend are going to run Disney at Worlds for Halloween. So we already had costumes. I'm like, hey, I might as well get the best bang for the buck. I'll wear it to this too. People have a good time, get a kick out of it. Why not?
I love it. And you were telling me earlier that you are a fan of Sword in the Stone, a lifelong Disney fan. Now, is there something about Sword in the Stone in particular that you just like have always loved?
Yeah, I feel like they did such a great job with like the characters, the storytelling, like the humor is super great. Yeah, I mean, all of it's a hoot, especially like Archimedes being like a crotchety, but like heart of gold sort of character. And, everyone kind of looks for that Merlin in their life that's going to help them develop their brains. So
Excellent. The pun game is strong here.
Yeah.
Now, you were telling me also that you mentioned your girlfriend, that this is something that the two of you do together. Can you talk a little bit about that?
yeah, so it's kind of like a give and take. When we first started dating, I was a theme park enthusiast and she was a Disney theme park enthusiast. And so I quickly became converted. We got annual passes to both parks. We've been having the time of our lives doing that. And doing pin trading, having a great time at the parks with other people at the parks, guests, pin boards and all that. And I was at a box store and I saw some like Disney cards. I'm like, oh, what are these? So I got a couple packs, brought them home to her, and I was like, hey, like check this out. Maybe this is something we can do too. She's like, oh yeah, that's awesome. And I opened the first pack and she's like, oh, this is your thing. And I'm like, okay, great. And so, I got into it, went to a local store. They were very nice, taught me how to play. I got crushed for weeks and then started getting better. And one night I was like, oh, I won this pin. And she was like, oh, there's pins? I'm like, yeah. And she's like, all right, I'm going. And so now it's been our thing. And so we've been enjoying playing Lorcana and, going to the parks. And yeah, just a little Disney adult life, but it's been fantastic.
I love it. Well, thanks so much for chatting with me, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend, and good luck in the challenge.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to kick it back down to the booth.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the booth here in Seattle. I'm Brendan Patrick, joined by Etienne Bonin, who is a Ravensburger game developer for Disney Lorcana. Etienne, what's it like showing up to one of these tournaments and seeing almost 1,900 players here competing in a game that you've worked on?
Oh, it's really great to be able to see all the players and just see all the costumes and different ways they interact and coming with friends and families. It's a dream. It's great.
Yeah, and it's an exciting metagame off the back of the Disney Lorcana Vegas Challenge, which was won by Emerald Steel. So seeing a big shift in this metagame and players showing up with all different kinds of decks. We are still in set 5, but that metagame is in flux, and we have seen some interesting additions and interesting decks show up to this tournament. Anyway, we have a lot of Lorcana to get through, so let's go down to the feature match for our round 1, which is going to be Ethan Lin versus Jonathan Lamb. All right, and here we go. We are not sure what decks the players are on quite yet, so it will be a surprise to us.
All right, so we see the starting hands here. In a minute, we'll see what decks they are on.
Yeah, both players sitting at 7 points. Looks like potentially Jonathan is up a game. Not sure if that's on the UI. And we do see a Sapphire Steel here for Jonathan Lamb. Very interesting deck. This is a deck that a few players that are close to me, a few players that I test with showed up on this deck specifically. And it was not something that was highly represented in Las Vegas. So, off the back of Emerald Steel winning that tournament and, Emerald decks in general having quite a showing. How do you feel about this pick for the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Seattle?
I think it's definitely a strong pick. Sapphire, for sure, is a way to get that advantage early, get a lot of cards into your inkwell before maybe the discard cards come up. And being able to have 4 Popsicle and 4 Fortisphere usually is just a really strong way to start that advantage engine.
Yeah, I wonder if, if you're looking at a Sapphire deck to bring to this tournament specifically, and that Emerald Steel is on the rise, and I guess Emerald decks in general, do you opt for the Steel pairing with Sapphire that has access to more removal and more answers to potentially some of those early board threats?
I think one of my biggest reasons that I like Sapphire Steel is being able to have that whole new world where even if your hand gets low and you can just draw into a whole new world and just replenish and reset the game almost.
Yeah, I really do think that Sapphire Steel is one of the coolest decks in the game right now. It functions similar to Ruby Sapphire in a sense, but now with the addition of that Fortisphere and having these sort of 8 popsicles, as players like to say, it almost functions as a combo deck where you can see it go from anywhere from, low lower totals like 5 or less and getting up to 20 in one single turn, basically drawing, sometimes 25-50% of the deck in a single turn.
Yeah, especially with that late game play of Tamatoa and Lucky Dime that you usually see, you're able to really just close out those games where you're a little slow at the beginning.
Yeah, Sapphire Steel is also a deck that can be built in many different ways. I know you talked about a whole new world, but there are definitely players showing up to this tournament today wondering, they call it the wheel or no wheel list. Do they play a whole new world? Do you not? What version do you favor yourself?
Usually I prefer the not whole new world list, but I think in this Emerald Steel discard heavy meta, I think it's actually a really smart choice being able to have that refill at any point.
What advantages do you think the non-whole new world list has over the whole new world version?
You're able to just run more cards, more tech cards, maybe cut back on your uninkable count a little because those 4 whole new worlds that you usually play take up a big chunk of that. However, with cards like Tipo, maybe you just don't have to worry about that. You have more Fishbone Quill-like effects that are able to put even uninkable cards into your inkwell.
How do you feel about the conversation of Tipo versus One Jump Ahead? Do you think that it's an either-or conversation, or do you usually run a combination of both?
I've always been a big fan of more Tipo than One Jump Ahead. Being able to have a character in play is very strong, especially into some of the more aggro decks that we're seeing in Amber Amethyst.
Yeah, absolutely. That was one thing that we saw a lot at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Las Vegas is Tipo, serving that role as the accelerator, but then also actually having a reasonable presence on the board and very good against some of the aggro decks that run those 1-drops, the Quest for 2, the uninkable 1 costs. Tipo was really putting in work over in Vegas.
Yeah, and it looks like we have here that Ethan Lin is on Ruby Amethyst. So what do you think of that matchup there?
So Ruby Amethyst versus Sapphire Steel, but I guess traditionally a very rough matchup for Ruby Amethyst. I mean, it's tough because you're presented at the beginning of the game, you're presented with 2 divergent paths, right? Which is, do you prioritize card draw and serve a more controlling role, or do you ink your hand as quickly as possible, deploy to the board as quickly as possible to sort of hedge against that whole new world? Because the last thing you want to do is be drawing a bunch of cards, not deploying onto the board, not getting tempo, and then the opposing Sapphire Steel player plays a whole new world, and all those cards that you just put in work to try to draw go away.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting that because Sapphire Steel has 2 variants almost, one with Whole New World and one without, you're never really sure what you're playing into when you sit down for that game 1.
Yeah. Speaking of, we do see a Mr. Smee here deployed for Jonathan, a great early game threat out of the Sapphire Steel list. And there's the opposing Flynn Rider. Flynn Rider, a very good card into Sapphire Ruby, but definitely not nearly as good into the Sapphire Steel list. I mean, the Flynn Rider into Sisu is probably one of the most powerful lines against other Sapphire decks, but this Sapphire deck in particular, when paired with Steel, the Flynn Sisu line's not nearly as powerful.
Especially because Sapphire is able to really just empty out their hand faster with cards like Tipo and Fishbone Quill. Ooh, and we see a Fire the Cannons on the Flynn, so never a chance to get that lore there.
Has that clean 1-for-1 removal with the Fire the Cannons, also trades up on ink, a 1 cost for a 2 cost. And so we got to see what our turn 3 is going to be out of Ethan. So did have the follow-up Sisu. So definitely very disruptive to have that Fire the Cannons go off.
I think I saw a very interesting card from Ethan's inkwell there, a Finders Keepers. I've seen it a lot recently. What are your thoughts on that card popping up in a couple more lists?
On Ethan's Finders Keepers, that's funny, that was brought up pretty recently. I am not sure in regards to the efficacy of the card, but I do know that is the new quote-unquote spice for the list. Particularly, I think it's used against Emerald Steel more often than not. That's like the use case. It can't be snagged by Ursula, so this is, while it is an action, it is not a song, which is very important. So I guess a way to sort of stabilize and get ahead on card draw from the Emerald Steel decks that a lot of these players expect to show up. I'm assuming, though, against Sapphire Steel, it's really a dud card.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. It's definitely interesting as it serves that role, almost like a whole new world, as we mentioned before, into that Emerald Steel matchup. It's just a very strong card that you can draw when your hand is empty and just replenish and replay.
Yeah, so we do see the Cogsworth come down for Jonathan Lamb, so you have to be wondering, is that whole new world going to be coming soon? Is that going to be the follow-up here? Has deployed most of the hand into the Inkwell and to the board. Going to quest with Tipo for one here, and there is that whole new world. We're going to sing with Cogsworth, draw 7 new cards. Whole New World is a symmetrical effect, so the opposing player will also discard their hand and draw 7 new cards. And if you're new to Lorcana, you might be wondering, why is that good? The opposing player gets the same thing. Well, it's all about card advantage. It's about making your opponent discard more than you, and you get to, but before that happens as well, deploy more resources into your Inkwell, onto the battlefield, and you effectively get more advantage and more value out of the card than your opponent, therefore making what is a symmetrical card and a symmetrical effect asymmetrical.
Yeah, I also really like it with cards that maybe look at your opponent's hand early, things like Ursula Deceiver. And if you know what their hand is, you can know whether you want to commit to that whole new world and really just get them to a starting point again.
So we do have the Cogsworth on the field now. I do see an Ariel in hand for Jonathan as well. Could start, progressing that lore advantage quickly soon here. We'll see if the follow-up, Ariel very powerful with things like Lucky Dime.
Yeah, we see the Fortisphere come down, just see more of your options, get more draws. And Chen Po.
Chen Po is going to be pretty good, as Jonathan is very much in the driver's seat here and is the aggressor in this matchup.
Yeah, that Chen Po is super interesting. Just a very large statted bodyguard that can survive a challenge of Maui, a very common staple in Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah, Chen Po at 4/7 as well does dodge the Medusa. So that turn 6 answer just not going to be an option here for Ethan. Honestly, Chen Po, quite an all-star against Ruby Amethyst, especially if you are ahead on board before deploying Chen Po. Ruby Amethyst doesn't have a lot of great ways to deal with it. I have seen people adding Merlin Crab back into the list recently, mostly I think to shore up some of the matchups in the mirror, because it can be quite good in the mirror because you can one-hit that castle, which is very, very important. But I guess that it'll serve the other role of allowing you to maybe get rid of a Chen Po a bit more cleanly.
Yeah. One of my favorite parts in development is cards that are, cards without text or cards with just a single keyword like that Chen Po. The stats really matter a ton on those cards, especially according to the metagame that you're in.
Yep, takes me back to set 1 where we would play, I think it was Cerberus in Amber Steel, the 5-cost vanilla character, because the stats were they were so good back then. They were so hard to deal with.
Yeah, we see a Queen's Castle on Ethan's side here. Interesting move that will have to have Sapphire Steel respect it or choose to ignore it.
Yeah, what do you think is what's the idea behind moving the 1-cost character to the castle here instead of the goat?
So you already saw that Jonathan was on Fire the Cannon, so you're pretty safe with either of them. But I think goat is just a more enticing target for any additional removal that Jonathan might be playing. Something like a Let It Go has a lot more value choosing a goat than choosing a 1-cost Minnie Mouse.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Ethan recognizes that, any removal Jonathan would prefer to target the goat with, so puts the less valuable character on to the castle as a result and going to threaten that draw. But I wonder now, as Jonathan being so far ahead in this game, at what point do you just ignore the Queen's Castle? Also, if you have on the back of this, if you have something like a whole new world, does that card advantage even matter?
Yeah, that's a super good point. Right now, Jonathan is just so ahead in that lore total. I think he goes up to something like 12. And so that Queen's Castle, which usually puts in a lot of work in terms of its lore and draw, is maybe not doing as much here.
One thing that Steel has access to as well that something like Ruby doesn't when paired with Sapphire is better sort of options to remove those locations. Traditionally struggling against those locations, but Sapphire Steel has a lot more answers, and we saw in that match where Jonathan just kind of answered the castle by being the aggressor and being ahead on board and making Ethan respond to him.
Yeah, it seemed like he was very much in the driver's seat that whole time, and having a Cusco or Hideaway would really just insulate that fact. So great game there.
Absolutely. Well, let's get down to game 2. We have Jonathan versus Ethan, Sapphire Steel versus Ruby Amethyst here in Seattle.
Now, how do you feel as I believe Ruby Amethyst is going first this game? How do you feel in terms of switching it up this time?
Well, I do think that going first is advantageous, especially when you play against any whole new world deck. I think that the first player advantages in Lorcana, the whole new world decks take advantage of them better than any other decks in the game. Maybe you could argue that some of the hyper aggro decks are up there as well, but whole new world is a card that you really, when you go first, it feels a lot different than when you're going second, because you're able to get out that 5-cost character, ink your hand as much as possible using things like Tipo, and then your opponent can't really deploy to their inkwell or onto board fast enough before you're able to sing that whole new world and sort of have that large differential against how many cards you discard versus how many they do when you draw the new 7.
Yeah, definitely agree. We saw some pretty interesting alters there. I think Jonathan put back 6 cards, and Ethan put back all 7. Are you looking for anything in particular in the Ruby Amethyst deck?
I think that I am not looking for the Flynn Sisu line into Castle. I mean, Castle is definitely going to be a lot better on the play, but that Flynn Sisu line is very much reserved for a different matchup. Against Sapphire Steel, it's going to be quite weak.
Yeah, I think looking for those early characters, maybe any with an early lore presence, would be very strong into what you're expecting to be a Popsicle or Fortisphere on the first turn.
Yeah, I do wonder, do you think that Sapphire Steel, in regards to the popular metagame that showed up, so you could say top 6 decks that have showed up to the tournament here, do you think that Sapphire Steel might be Ruby Amethyst's worst matchup in the room?
Ooh, I think I might agree with that. I think so. The presence of Whole New World and just all those characters and items that just get you repeated card advantage and keep in line with Ruby Amethyst, I think is a very strong point for it in that matchup.
Yeah, and you see the 1-drop here. So the 1-drop in the mini-mouse, that's actually quite indicative of a heavier steel metagame. So prior to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Seattle, so actually in Vegas, it was a lot more popular to run things like Broom or Chernobog's Followers that would actually draw additional cards with themselves, but they had that two willpower, and you see these Ruby Amethyst decks sort of adapt by playing more 1/3. But that's not just the sort of the popularity of Sapphire Steel. It's all the steel decks, right? It's Emerald Steel, it's Amber Steel, but now that Sapphire Steel is back in the metagame, we see Ruby Amethyst adapt by going back to these 1/3s, which is really interesting. It's kind of heads up to get in the minds of the players that showed up today and what they were thinking when they constructed their decks.
Yeah, it's very strong, especially into, as you mentioned, all steel decks, but I always take note of Steel Song, where they're able to play that Cinderella into Storm Rage on, and you really want your 1-cost character to survive that exchange.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one thing on top of that is, although some of these Ruby Amethyst decks might have the 1/3s, I don't think they're going to be particularly teched for Sapphire Steel in particular, which we mentioned is a bad matchup. I think potentially there's cards you could add into the list if you expected it to be a highly represented deck, but Sapphire Steel for me still exists kind of right below that line of what I would expect to be the top 3, top 4 decks. So kind of existing in that 5th most played, 6th most played, I mean maybe 4th most played as well kind of deck. And I don't think it warrants that many slots in the list. So as a Ruby Amethyst player going into round 2, you're probably feeling a bit unlucky to have paired into it. That being said, we don't know the exact metagame share quite yet.
Yeah, that's fair. I think it's always such a smart choice to, well, one, to bring the deck that you're most confident, but also to be able to look at the field and say, maybe I don't bring the deck that, even though people are saying is the best deck, is a deck that a lot of people are going to be prepared for. And if Sapphire Steel is your pick for that, I think it's a very safe pick and good one.
Yeah, we talked about the opener for Ruby Amethyst, the ideal opener, and maybe it not being that Flynn Rider, but that is going to be the 2-drop that is deployed for Ethan here. Not going to trigger quite yet because we have an opposing Smee on the field, so no Sisu to follow it up. I want to ask you about this card that Jonathan has inked, a very popular card here in Set 5. Pete, what are your thoughts on Pete and its impact in the metagame so far? And do you think this is going to be a staple for sets to come?
I think Pete is a super strong choice, but I think it's almost always a tech choice. You have to be able to look at the meta and say, okay, how is Pete's impact going to be felt? In a format where maybe Steel Song is reigning supreme, Pete definitely has a lot of value. But I think it's actually really well placed with Emerald Steel and Ruby Sapphire seeing as much play as they are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I find Pete to be one of the best tech cards I think that has been printed in Lorcana, mostly because it is an inkable card as well. And a 3-cost inkable 3/3, that's really not that bad of a stat line when you consider the impact this card can have and how many things it turns off. I mean, when we might get the joy of watching some Emerald Steel mirrors today, and you can really see the power of Pete in those mirrors in particular. But I remember back in Vegas, we actually saw some of these Ruby Amethyst players start cutting down on the Be Prepared. Traditionally probably the best removal spell in all of Lorcana, but also just one of the best cards in Lorcana. Cutting down on it because the prevalence of Pete, it was just such a popular card. We saw them go down to 2, 3 Be Prepared. I think from there, we've kind of seen a rebound. Be Prepared is a bit more popular, and it's I think more of a 4 of nowadays because Emerald Steel has surged in popularity. But it's just interesting to consider.
Yeah, I think I also remember seeing a list from Birmingham that was playing 0 Be Prepareds, and that was able to top 64, if I remember correctly.
Yep, I remember that.
We see a very interesting Argies here. I really love this card. Again, going back to the point of just having these stats matter at random points, Argies being a 2-cost character that is able to almost always cancel out that Flynn in the Ruby Amethyst matchup.
That is absolutely the use case. And yeah, as a 4-1, it often will trade up as well. It's also very good against locations. So yeah, we're starting to see kind of the power differential between something like Sapphire Steel and Ruby Amethyst. Ruby Amethyst, a deck that definitely preys on some of the other Sapphire decks that might be represented in the room. But Sapphire Steel, I think even since like set 2, has been just one of Ruby Amethyst's worst matchups.
Yeah, just playing into a deck that has those abilities to put cards into the Inkwell is very strong. And so you have to really be able to match that advantage. So your hand has to be very strong in the Ruby Amethyst deck.
So since we don't have metagame data quite yet, I just want to put you on the record. I want to get your guess for the top 3 most represented decks at the tournament today. Reminding you that we have almost 1,900 players showing up. What do you think are the top 3 decks in order?
I think after Vegas and after Zan's run, I would say Emerald Steel is a deck I expect to be at the most represented. I think Ruby Sapphire is following close behind. I think it's a deck that's still very strong, and as we saw from the conversion from Vegas and other events, that it's able to really just get that value. As for the third, I'm not fully sure, but I'm going to have to go with my favorite of Emerald Amethyst. I think it's almost a bit of a sleeper in the top 5, and I think it has the tools in this format.
Mm-hmm. So we see Medallion Waits come down here for Ethan. Not a card I've seen played in Ruby Amethyst too often. I wonder if this is a part of some of the the spice these Ruby Amethyst players have been adding into their deck to try to adapt to the new metagame. We talk about Sapphire Steel maybe not being the best matchup, but also traditionally, Emerald Steel, another deck list that you mentioned is going to surge in popularity off the back of Vegas, has not been a fantastic matchup for Ruby Amethyst in the past. That being said, if you're expecting it, I'm sure there's additions you can make to the deck, which is what we've seen already out of Ethan's list to try to shore up that matchup.
Yeah, I definitely like Medallion Waits in theory as a way to really hit that strength threshold that certain cards like Rabbit or the Mini wouldn't maybe hit. So you're able to trade up higher, get a card out of it, and especially I could imagine that in the mirror it's very strong where the Ruby Amethyst deck just doesn't really have a way to deal with items.
Yeah, so you're just, you're targeting your Rabbit with that and I guess triggering a double draw, also ideally trading sort of even or up. I wonder, we haven't seen, I guess we've seen Madam and Fox. I haven't seen too much of the bounce package out of Ethan yet. Game 1 didn't really have the room to sort of execute that game plan, but interested to sort of see his list as this game progresses on. And we do see a quest with the Huron Flaversham here, targeting that Fortisphere. Such a powerful interaction. Probably the most powerful draw engine in all of Lorcana is going to be that Huron Flaversham plus the Popsicle or the steel version of Popsicle in the form of Fortisphere.
Yeah, I honestly think that's one of the main reasons to play Sapphire Steel in the first place. We already know Huron's a very strong card, especially in the Ruby Sapphire decks, but being able to have 4 more copies of Popsicle in Fortisphere, as people are saying, is the best way to just get that consistency up.
Absolutely. You see Jonathan just a full grip of cards at the moment. Board sitting relatively at parity.
It's really interesting because a lot of players expect Ruby Amethyst. Ooh, and we see a Baboom and Fire the Cannons.
So that is not, traditionally, right, you say that is not a great exchange for Jonathan, but because Jonathan has had so much card draw, has so many cards in hand, he can afford to take trades like that where he 2-for-1s himself, and this is actually almost a 3-for-1 because the Merlin cantrips and draws another card. almost 3-for-1s himself, but just spoiled for resources with that draw engine of here and Flaversham +1 cost, so is able to take trades like that.
I think the medallion weights also forced that sort of interaction, because if that rabbit wasn't cleared by the fire the cannons and baboom, it could have traded, maybe with a crab, traded into that Hiram, or actually not trade, but survive, and clear that Hiram without Jonathan having much response to it.
So in Jonathan's hand, I see Vision of the Future. I think I see Double Pete, Lucky Dime. Gonna take a look through the discard or the yard here.
How do you feel about Pete in this matchup?
I think it can actually be pretty decent. So if you're deploying onto the board, you're playing a whole new world on turn 5. You're deploying your entire hand to the board because you have so much ink. I think using Pete to stop the Be Prepared as the sort of the one out that Ruby Amethyst might have to use sort of swarming the board is very effective. I think it can be quite powerful. So I actually really like Pete. I like Pete in most matchups. It's like I don't think there's many popular matchups in the current metagame where Pete is not an impactful card. And I do think that when we're analyzing the metagame of the Lorcana Challenge in Vegas, one thing that permeated every decklist decision that I saw was the existence and the threat of Pete. It felt like it had an overwhelming presence to that tournament in deck building, and then when we went through the entire tournament, just in the gameplay and in the execution, it also felt to be the most impactful card in the metagame, in my opinion.
Yeah, and even being able, since it's inkable, being able to say if you run into a Mufasa deck that maybe even plays no actions, you're still able to use it and not have to worry about it clogging your hand.
Yeah, the difference between inkable and uninkable tech cards in Lorcana cannot be overstated. When you can find a powerful inkable tech card that has this universal application that can be so backbreaking to some of these other popular decks in the metagame, that's exactly the kind of card you want to be putting in your list.
Yeah, and it's definitely something we try to keep track of while working on the game. We always want to make sure that these very strong tech cards stay inkable, so that way you guys can use them in a versatility of matchups.
All right, so Vision of the Future, another Argus in hand for Jonathan. Man, that medallion weight's honestly putting in work. I mean, it's a very threatening presence on this field. It kind of feels like the thing that's keeping Ethan in this game right now, actually. Because it does feel like Jonathan, with access to the better draw engine and kind of better card quality, potentially, as we go into the late game, being the better control deck, especially with the threat of something like Tamatoa, plus the Lucky Dime, and then, of course, more here in Flavershams, plus items. Like, this medallion is really what's keeping Ethan sort of at parity in terms of power level, because a Chernobog's follower and Madame Medusa that's already had its, enter the field effect versus, a Tinkerbell and an Argus and whatever's going to come down after this, I would definitely be on the side of Jonathan in terms of favorability to win this matchup. But that medallion it keeps Ethan in this game, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I hadn't seen it before today, so I'm very excited to be able to see that sort of tech spice that we talked about, even starting at round 2.
So off that Visions of the Future, I do see a whole new world was grabbed. And it looks like Ethan, 4 cards in hand, going to ink this Flaversham and deploy everything out onto the board.
And I think he's going with the thing you mentioned earlier, being able to play that Pete, get rid of all the cards in your hand, and just single whole new world. Oh, I guess not this turn.
Yeah, maybe not this turn, but, it does stop Ethan from playing something like a Be Prepared. Because right now, Ethan would be trading the 2 characters for the 4 on the field right now for Jonathan. But that Pete is going to put a stop to that.
Yeah, it lets you play very either aggressively or protective, because you can protect your next turn's play of maybe singing the Be Prepared with the Tinkerbell or something similar to that.
Yeah, Pete is just so powerful. I mean, Pete, in my opinion, could say songs instead of actions, and it would still be one of the best cards in the game. But because it hits all the actions, like, he's just in a tough spot with friends on the other side and Be Prepared in hand. I think also Finders Keepers, which is just hilarious. So, gonna trade here, but we know that Jonathan does have that whole new world in hand, so that card advantage is not going to be super effective versus Jonathan here, most likely. I think correctly inking the friends on the other side. Madame Medusa is going to take out that Pete, so we have 2 4/4s on the field.
It's a very interesting board state here. Doesn't look too crazy in either player's favor currently, but that medallion weights is keeping up the pressure.
Yeah, I do think the longer that you go into a game, the more you would want to be the Sapphire player. At any given point, Sapphire is just a deck that tends to, especially Sapphire Steel and Ruby Sapphire, they tend to add value and just be way better late game and control decks than any other decks in Lorcana. So as the Ruby Amethyst player, while you're keeping parity on board, you're kind of you're competitive with your opponent as your opponent gets up to 7, 8, 9, 10 ink, and they have cards like Whole New World. You've got to be feeling the pressure for that Tamatoa to come down. And a lot of these Ruby Amethyst lists, they don't really have answers to Tamatoa outside of Be Prepared. They've cut things like the Lady Tremaine and the Bee King Undisputed, which used to exist in the list. So not a lot of answers to Tamatoa. And there's that singing of the Whole New World.
We see Fishbone Quill here, deciding not to use it to ink yet because we want a Whole New World, that lucky dime, into the discard for a Tamatoa later to add it back.
That's actually a really interesting play, opting to not ink that lucky dime and keep it in the yard for the Tamatoa to snag it back. That's a very, very heads up. I think you could have kind of gone either way there. How do you feel about that decision, not kind of getting the value of that card before you discard it and leaving it in the yard for Tamatoa? Does it feel like Lucky Dime in the yard is, it's kind of like it almost existing in your hand because you're inevitably going to play a Tamatoa?
I think Lucky Dime is, since it's almost your win condition in this matchup, being able to have that lore gain without Ruby Amethyst having a very strong way to interact with it, is actually kind of smart to having that discard and ensure that you have access to it, because most decks for Sapphire Steel only play 2 dime. So if it's on the bottom cards of your deck, maybe you just won't see it if you put it into your inkwell.
Yeah, and traditionally Ruby Amethyst can't do anything against Lucky Dime. So if the Sapphire Steel player has tempo while playing the Lucky Dime, doesn't have to fall behind in the game to play it, it kind of feels like it's a tough spot to come back from for the Ruby Amethyst player from there.
Yeah, Lucky Dime is definitely one of my favorite cards to see the change of initial reaction to it. I remember it wasn't very popular when Into the Inklands first came out, but quickly gained traction with cards like the Smart Gaston that has 3 lore naturally.
Yeah, I feel like it's... And I was definitely one of the people that doubted Lucky Dime. And I would still hold my position today that when I look at Lucky Dime, I don't look at it like a good card in Lorcana. Like it's not a high value, impactful card. It just happens that the decks that it slots into, the Sapphire decks, are so good. They have such powerful draw engines, they have such powerful removal, and they have such powerful ways to get ahead in ink that they can play cards like Lucky Dime to accelerate this almost this combo-esque kind of win condition, and it just serves that role. Lucky Dime on its own, it's not a great card, but the way it's fit into the Sapphire Ruby and the Sapphire Steel decks, it's incredible.
Yeah. And we just saw a really interesting application of the medallion weights there, where there was the exerted Chenpo bodyguarding the Tinkerbell, and giving the medallion weights to the Madame Medusa helped Ethan draw a card, and then the Elsa, the 5th Spirit, was able to get rid of that Chenpo from the board, which you wouldn't normally be able to do if you just had Elsa and Medusa.
So Jonathan's got to be wondering where that Tamatoa is right now. Does have double Ariel in hand as well as a Lucky Dime. Let it go as well.
It's really interesting because since Ruby Amethyst doesn't typically run a lot of items, that Ariel currently would not be getting the lore gain.
I didn't even think about that. That's a part of Ariel's text that I never thought would be relevant in a Sapphire Steel versus Ruby Amethyst matchup. That's very funny.
Well, not anymore because we see the Lucky Dime come down, but this is a pretty good start for Jonathan here.
All right, so you got to be feeling the pressure as Ethan here now. Now the Lucky Dime has hit the field. This game is not going to go much longer. That Lucky Dime drastically accelerates Sapphire Steel's ability to close out the game.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if Jonathan can just use those aerials rather than waiting on that Tamatoa to really burst ahead in that lore game. All right, and we see the Madame Medusa Snake clearing the Tinkerbell with the medallion weights buff.
Yeah, Medallion Wits, I know we've talked about it throughout the game, really putting in work, but I feel like this card would be exceptional if Ethan was not playing against a whole new world deck.
Yeah, yeah.
The fact that Ethan is playing against a whole new world deck, like, yes, he's drawing a bunch of cards. Yes, he's generating tons of value. But, for Jonathan, it's not as threatening as it would usually be if you were on another version of a Sapphire deck, and you wouldn't have a way to sort of, equalize that card advantage.
Yeah, I'd definitely be interested to see it in sort of a maybe Ruby Amethyst mirror and see how its impact is there.
Yeah, so I think that this Queen's Castle hitting the field is actually a little bit scary for Jonathan now. Kind of both winning on board in terms of having the Sisu on, but also generating that passive lore via the Queen's Castle. We haven't seen any, I think, clean one-for-one answers for locations out of Jonathan quite yet, which is something to note. So I'm not sure if they're in the list. Sapphire Steel is a deck that has just a myriad of tech cards in it. You never really know what type of list you're looking at. And there we go. There's that Ariel.
We see the Aerial Treasure Collector come down, boasting a strong 5 lore while you have more items than your opponent. A perfect target for Lucky Dime.
Oh, yes. Well, I did, while looking at the screen, kind of get the P1, P2 mixed up. Jonathan was actually the one that was ahead in lore. So I think with the, deploying the Ariel plus the Mr. Smee here, Ethan's going to be in a really tough spot. I mean, Jonathan's threatening to win the game on the next turn.
Yeah. Especially if we see Ruby Amethyst cutting those cards like you mentioned of Be-King Undisputed and Lady Tremaine, this Aerial is incribly difficult to answer.
There's that
except might be prepared.
Yeah, I was actually wondering if, Jonathan, I think, ideally would have liked to have a Pete, actually, on that turn in Tether Mr. Fee. I don't know if he had enough ink, but might not have had enough ink to deploy or to actually activate the Lucky Dime. But a Pete would have stopped what was kind of the only one of the only answers out of Ethan's deck. I don't know if we had things like Big King Undisputed, but yeah, one of the only answers was be prepared to try to stabilize the board. That being said, Jonathan's still in a great spot.
Yeah, I think he was 1 ink short from playing the Pete down there.
And, also has another Aerial, so it's like, whatever.
Yeah, I'll get another 5 lore. Really putting Ethan on having that second Be Prepared or a Be-King or a Tremaine.
Honestly, if Ethan has that, I don't think it's going to matter because all Jonathan has to have is a 2-quest character and he's going to win the game.
Yeah.
And there's nothing that Ethan can do to interact with that. And we're going to see Ethan scoop it up, and it goes to Jonathan getting the clean 2-0. Those 2-0s are so critically important at these Lorcana challenges when you have almost 2,000 players showing up, and we do have our cut to top 64 on day 2. You just want to be 2-0ing as much as possible.
Yeah, that was that was a very good game. Any thoughts on it?
Yeah, so I think as we talked about, Sapphire Steel not the ideal matchup for Ruby Amethyst. Ruby Amethyst definitely can win, but I do think if you're going to look at the the metagame of the room, Sapphire Steel is the deck you want to play against the least. Because we did see the Ruby Amethyst player, we saw some of the cards in the list, is obviously teched for a more popular green steel metagame, which is what you should expect showing up to Seattle. You should expect a lot more green steel to be here, and emerald steel, and a lot more emerald decks in general to show up to this tournament. And we saw that, I think I would say that Ethan's list is teched for that.
Yeah. It almost makes you wish that there was a more aggressive version of Ruby Amethyst to challenge that Sapphire Steel, because as you mentioned, once that Lucky Dime comes down, it's a very difficult fight.
Yeah, that's what's interesting about Sapphire Steel is it's both good against, it's still a very good control deck with that Tamatoa and draw package, but it's also pretty decent against aggro because of the steel removal. Anyway, with that, let's get into our second game, which is going to be Zan versus Danny. Zan, our champion from the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Las Vegas. Let's get down to the feature match.
All right, let's see.
All right, does look like Danny here is going to be on Sapphire Ruby. A deck that we expect to be highly represented.
And Zan running it back with the Emerald Steel. So what I would say is probably the 2 best decks in the room. What are your thoughts on that?
I think I would agree with you, but I do believe that there is an argument against that, right? Like, this is a metagame where, if you want to have the conversation about the 2 best decks in the room, I think people can reasonably disagree with you at many, many, many different points.
Yeah, and I really love to see those metas where there's a ton of different decks that you could bring as options, and I think we're in one of those, so
yeah,
I'm happy.
We are absolutely in one of those. I mean, Lorcana is that in general, though, just due to the nature of the way the game works and how you have inkable and uninkable cards, and you don't have this additional set of cards that you bring in to, maybe swap out in your deck. Because of that, like, the best deck for any given tournament, like, there really is no clear-cut best deck. It is metagame contextual, and you have to be ready for the correct metagame to show up, and you have to tailor your deck list for that. It's all about a large part of being successful in this game is about correctly anticipating the metagame that's going to be present in the tournament.
Yeah. Ruby Sapphire, I think, typically has a pretty decent matchup into Emerald Steel. Are there any tech cards you would expect Emerald Steel to maybe bring out?
I think the Pete's relatively impactful. That being said, like, Ruby Sapphire, we talk about it having a decent matchup into Emerald Steel. I would say it's decent. It's actually not as good as it used to be, and it's not fantastic by any means. Recently there was some people aggregated some data on it, and I think they put it around like 53, 55%, which, previously I think it had, there's been a lot of points in Lorcana metagames where it was a lot better. We do see the Diablo come down, so going to take a look at the hand.
3 ice blocks.
We did say, I do believe, based off the list, I don't think I've seen a single Ruby card yet, that it is Ruby Sapphire, but who knows, could be a mono Sapphire list here for Danny.
That would definitely be an interesting deck to see in round 2.
Wonder if Zan is running back the same 60 from Las Vegas. I doubt it, because like we mentioned before, anticipating the metagame and making that 5 to 6, maybe 8, 10 card tweak of your deck, very, very important. We do see the Shift Diablo line here, so it's going to discard, let the Storm Rage on. Going to go ahead and quest at Diablo, see Brawl off the top here for Danny, so it does draw the answer to Diablo. And immediately.
More importantly, it's an answer that Zan didn't see when he used the Diablo base. He saw only the Sapphire cards.
Yeah, but Zan just has a cove off the back of it. That's got to be very, very sad. Does have double ice block in hand, so I guess we have a way out of it here.
It is interesting to see the ice block almost back and forth with the hidden cove deciding, are you in that threshold? Are you out of that threshold? Well, let's find out.
It's funny to see Danny draw the answer for the Diablo after Zan looked at the hand, and then Zan kind of immediately blanked the answer, but then Danny also having the answer to that with this ice block.
Yeah, the Diablo Hidden Cove minigame is a really funny part to watch in these matchups.
It was a very funny sort of 3-turn sequence we're going to see out of these players. And the follow-up with the Ursa, so threatening to double sing a song on the next turn.
If you're Danny, what songs are you worried about being double sung here?
I think I would be worried about something like a Prince John coming down and then a double sing on a discard. That would be absolutely devastating at this point in the matchup.
Yeah, definitely agree.
If I was Danny, honestly, part of me would be wanting to draw another Brawl here to answer that Ursula. Because, I do think that's what we see out of Zan's hand here, is he does actually have that Prince John plus the discard.
Yeah, such a strong ability to pair that ice block with Brawl and really just use that removal on something that maybe you might not have been able to.
Okay, so Prince John comes down here for Zan. And we're going to see that double sing on Sudden Chill. One of the most powerful interactions out of this Emerald Steel deck. The discard 2 cards, and Zan is going to draw 2 cards for his troubles. So although Danny did have the answer, gets rid of one of the scariest threats that currently exists in this Lorcana metagame, which is that Shift Diablo, is still facing down a very threatening board.
Yeah, it really just goes to show the power that the Sapphire items hold in this format. Popsicle being able to draw you that card, Fishbone Quill being able to get you more cards into your Inkwell, and then Ice Block just letting your Ruby removal feast on cards that it might not have been able to.
So Danny's in a good spot, needs to draw an Inkable here, does not find it. That's absolutely devastating. Has the Hero Flaversham in hand in 3 uninkables. Needed that Inkable to come off the top to stabilize, withdraw, and draw 2 additional cards. This is absolutely worst case scenario. No way he can ink the Flaversham here, so this has to play the Ice Block and say go. Zan definitely is going to be... Oh, he's going to kind of smell this. He's like, what could you possibly have to skip and ink this turn and just play an Ice Block?
Yeah, and it goes to show that Diablo shift really just put in a lot of work, because that Brawl that had to be used on the Diablo was maybe an ink that could have been used towards Hiram.
Yeah, that is That's absolutely devastating to not find that inkable off the top. But that's the deal you make when you play something like Ruby Sapphire, which can play tons of uninkables. It's absolutely night and day if Danny actually finds the inkable that turn versus not, getting the uninkable, because would play the Flaversham, would develop onto board, would banish that Popsicle, draw 2 additional cards, but now is probably looking at a scenario where he either needs to find the inkable or he's going to lose this game.
And do we see it here?
There it is.
And
Yep.
we do.
So Maui off the top, absolutely going to be inked, and we're going to see that Flaversham come down, target a Popsicle. We're going to draw 2 additional cards here for Danny.
It's unfortunate because that Maui is very strong into a card like Hidden Cove, being able to just make sure Zan does not get his cards out of that 2-strength range.
Yeah, and we have to wonder, Danny does find the inkable, does play the Heron, but is he potentially too far behind because the Diablo was deployed on the back of that, and the Ursula obviously still exists on the field. Very, very scary. Access to double ice block, actually very important in this matchup, funny enough, because we do see these small 3-cost Sisu come off the top as well. So that is a potential answer to some of the threats that Zan has deployed here due to the context of the double ice block being already on the field.
We see the Hypnotize here, a super interesting card that Zan popularized in Vegas that I hadn't seen too much before. I was a big fan of this card and surprised I hadn't seen it too much. But it really puts in so much work when you have Prince John, and just almost always guarantees you, even if you don't, at least you get a card if your opponent has no cards in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. This is just the quintessential 2-for-1. All right, so we're going to quest, target that Popsicle, most likely, and draw 2 more cards. But the Diablo is exerted, so there's going to be a trigger for Zan as well.
Zan picks up some interesting cards there. We see 3 copies of We Don't Talk About Bruno and a Cricky. Very strong 5-cost cards. Would love to see them come up in this matchup.
So interesting, the Brawl comes off the top.
If you're Danny, are you brawling any card here?
Well, you have to get rid of the Diablo. Like, you can't let an exerted Diablo exist on the field at any reasonable point in the game, right? Like, it's just not an option. But we do have 2 Diablos, so there's the Sisu. And then we're going to Vision of the Future. And I believe the way this works is it does not draw a card, it's put a card into your hand, so it's not going to trigger that Diablo.
Correct. It adds the card, it does not draw it.
Why do you think that did Danny need an inkable? Why did Danny quest with the Flaversham before playing the Sisu on the exerted Diablo, do you think?
Not sure. Maybe he was looking for a particular answer, but I'm not sure on that one.
So we see, I think, 3 of a kind. We don't talk about Bruno in Zan's hand here.
Very strong card and one of my favorite songs, so goes hand in hand.
Yeah, we see we don't talk about Bruno being sort of a critical component of the Emerald Steel deck to kind of lock people out of the game as we progress to that mid to late game once it is really far ahead on board.
Very interesting play here. Returning that Sisu, even though it could hit a Diablo, it guarantees that Danny will not be shifting onto it next turn with all his draws from Hiram. And then it also gets you a card from Prince John in the process, since Danny will be discarding 1 at random.
That's how you know that Zan's an expert as we go into the sort of turn 6 or ink 6 turn of Danny. Zan knows that the most devastating potential play is going to be that shift Sisu. So opts to bounce back the character that, can kind of come back and get value because the shift line is so threatening at this point.
Yeah, especially when you see those 2 ice blocks on the field.
Yeah. So Zan sort of making the correct decision and asking himself, how do I lose this game? Okay, looks like we're going to double trade with the Flaversham here. Both characters are at the coast, so they're going to get that +1/+1. Flaversham is going to be gone. We're going to move the Prince John as well. We're going to quest for 2. And 3 lore here for Zan.
Hidden Cove is definitely one of my favorite locations that we have. It's just able to really bump up your numbers, get you out of that range of removal, and just be great for challenging into characters, knowing that your characters have that extra will to fall back on.
But Danny's back is definitely up against the wall here.
Only able to go to 6 ink as well. You know you're safe from Be Prepared if he is playing it.
Did lose the brawl as well in that we don't talk about Bruno. So now just has 2 of a kind, 3-cost unakeable Sisu, as well as the big Sisu, which we know about. But gonna have to target both ice blocks at that single Diablo and play the Sisu. And play the other here just on the Ursula. Just gotta use the cards you can in hand and try to get onto the board here because Zan's already sitting at 10 lore and is just threatening to sort of close out this game.
Yeah. Also, being able to play 2 of the 3-cost Sisu almost ensures that you're able to shift onto it next turn, unless Zan is able to play 2 removal cards.
Yeah, can Zan make you potentially... I mean, with the Ursula sitting on the field, though, I think that a double discard is actually not unreasonable. If I was Danny, I'd be expecting to lose both cards in hand here.
Yeah, that is true. That Ursula just representing either 2 cards gone from your hand or maybe 2 removal cards hitting the board. We're going to use it here. Ooh, and there it is.
And it's going to double draw off to let the Storm rage on. Yeah, I feel like, from Danny's position, while it was ambitious to play both, and that is definitely the line. Like, with Zan having so many cards in hand and having so much room, yeah. So it's both going to get rid of the 2 Sisus and make Danny discard both hands. And now you start to see the power of this Emerald Steel deck on display. And we talked about it, like, Emerald Steel is just... I mean, one of its worst matchups in the room, theoretically, is probably Ruby Sapphire, but it has a lot of game into it. And it's, if you're able to have a lot of game into your quote-unquote worst matchup here, you got to be feeling pretty good to have brought this to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Seattle.
Yeah, we see a popsicle from the top into a Great Stone Dragon. Very interesting card in the grind game, being able to get a character from your discard into your Inkwell each turn.
Yeah. But fortunately, I think it's just going to be a little too slow, and we do see Danny go ahead and scoop it up, and the game goes to Zan. I mean, Zan did have one of the most powerful openers possible. Danny had an answer, so we saw, it was a bit more of a game. Sometimes the Emerald Steel, when it does have that Diablo opener, can snowball. We did see, first of all, Diablo opener, but then Ursula. We had the Ursula double sync discard with the Prince John on the field. I think Zan probably had one of the best openers possible for the Emerald Steel list. Danny had some answers, but ultimately Zan's able to edge it out.
Yeah, the trio of 3 strong Emerald cards in Diablo, the Double Sing Ursula, and the Prince John is just so strong in that matchup. Your opponent constantly has to respect each one and plan answers for them, and sometimes you're just not able to answer all 3.
All right, well, with that, let's go down back to the feature match for Game 2. Actually, we'll be there in a moment. What are your thoughts? So Emerald Steel is the new, quote-unquote boogeyman of the format. Do you think, I know you mentioned that you thought it was the best deck in the room. If you were looking to attend this tournament and you knew that Emerald Steel was going to be the most played deck, or you could reasonably expect it to be, what deck would you bring to target Emerald Steel if you were not given the option to play that deck yourself?
Ooh, that's a toughie. I think I would probably go for something with Amethyst or Steel, something that has that strong draw power off the top if your hand is discarded. So we saw it, like we mentioned in the Finders Keepers, that we saw a couple more people playing. I think maybe even a Ruby Amethyst, just being able to draw and refill your hand, play around, potential whole new world.
What do you think about Sapphire Steel? I do think that the players that brought Sapphire Steel to this tournament probably brought it under that thesis. I mean, Ruby Amethyst is going to be a popular and a very well-represented deck, and it's going to be a good matchup for you. But if you expect Emerald Steel to rise in popularity, I don't think that the answer you go for is actually Ruby Sapphire. I think that if you feel confident in your other matchups, you can show up the rest of the metagame. I think Sapphire Steel might be a great pick.
Yeah, and I think it is interesting that Ruby Sapphire, while it isn't that, it's pretty even into Emerald Steel, being able to have such a pretty strong matchup into the rest of the format, it really depends how you're expecting the weekend to go, whether you're going to run into Emerald Steel in all these matchups, or whether you're going to run into maybe different choices.
Yeah, I do think that Sapphire Steel is a very heads-up pick for some players entering this tournament. It's a list that You know, I'm trying to remember how it performed in Vegas. I know it wasn't highly represented if you made it into top 64, and some people made some deep runs with it. But ultimately, we came away from that tournament. I don't think it was a super impressive performance. So being able to accurately predict this metagame and take something like Sapphire Steel to Seattle, I think is a very heads-up pick. But with that, we're going to head down back to the feature match to see Game 2 between Zan and Danny.
All right, so in that last game, Zan went first. I think Danny's going first in this game. What are you looking for as a Ruby Sapphire player in your opener?
Yeah, so I do think that you want that answer to the Shift Diablo line because it can be absolutely devastating if you don't have it. But that being said, I do find that having like the Huron plus the Popsicle is also very nice as well. That's a lot of cards that you want to have in your opener, and they're very specific. Also, turn 2 acceleration's not bad either, so you need something like the Tipo or the One Jump Ahead if you're playing that. One Jump Ahead on the play can't be snagged by Ursula, which is critical if you do have that card in your list. So there's quite a few cards that you want to have to cover your bases against everything that Emerald Steel could throw at you. And that's why it's kind of a tall order against Emerald Steel. It's like it has a diverse set of threats that it can open against you with. And a lot of them are very, very impactful. So it's like you need to have an answer for this, or this as the Ruby Sapphire player. But if you do, and you're able to extend to that mid to late game and you're not falling behind and you're opposing Emerald Steel players not snowballing, I think that's where the favorability for Ruby Sapphire comes in this matchup.
Yeah, I think you're looking for, as we mentioned, like a Popsicle, a Hiram, a Brawl, some form of combination of those three, maybe a Tipo for turn 2.
Yeah. I do think that turn 2 acceleration in the form of Tipo or something like One Jump Ahead is really important as well.
Yeah, being able to hear him on turn 3, maybe if Zan doesn't have that Diablo that you have the Brawl for, just puts you ahead in that game.
So we see double Greystone Dragon in hand. So Greystone Dragon is actually a card, at least in the past, has been seen as a tech card for Emerald Steel traditionally. You know, I remember in the Bucky metagame, a lot of the Ruby Sapphire players were adding this card. Its efficacy and how powerful it was, I know was up for debate even towards the end there, but I'm assuming that's why Danny has opted to have Greystone Dragon in the list. So we do see that Tipo come down. We're going to have that turn 2 acceleration.
Yeah, really.
No Flaversham, though, in hand.
Really hoping to draw it off the top and just get that draw engine started.
So I don't have Zan's list right now, but I wonder if Zan is playing the amount of coves that he was playing in Vegas, which is 1. And I think that card is quite impactful as well against some of these removal cards that are very conditional on the amount of strength that a character has. So we see that 3-cost Uninkable Sisu in hand for Danny.
Yeah, and we see the morph here. If you're Danny, what shift or Floodborn character are you most worried about hopping on top of that morph?
Beast. Yeah, so Shift Beast is really tough to deal with. If you're on the play, you can get to your answer pretty quickly. When you're on the draw against a Shift Beast, you just don't have answer to the Medusa. So I guess you can Ice Block plus Brawl. Like if you have, if you're this Ice Sisu on Ice list, right, that has access to Ice Blocks, which has not always been the case for Ruby Sapphire, right? And I'm sure there's plenty of lists that showed up not running a 4 of or not even running 3 of the Ice Blocks. You do have answers to it, but traditionally an aggressive shift onto the Beast can be really, really, really tough to deal with. It's not the ideal opener for Emerald Steel, but it is an opener that can be back-breaking for a Ruby Sapphire deck.
Yeah, it's definitely one of my favorite uses of Morph, and we see the Diablo come down on him by discarding the Let the Storm Rage on.
So Diablo comes down, shifts. It's crazy because Zan is going to be able to move that Diablo to the Cove, which is going to insulate it against the Sisu, because we only have the 1 Ice Block.
It's interesting that you have to almost play to whether your opponent has Brawl or Sisu, and I think in this case, Zan is almost predicting his opponent has that Brawl. So moving the Diablo to the Hidden Cove might not be worth it.
Yeah, it's actually so interesting. So moving the Diablo to the Cove, I'm not sure how ink efficient it would have been, but in the context of only Sisu being in hand, pretty decent, right? But in the context of Brawl being in hand, with the one Ice Block being on the field, it is much better to play out the double Diablo here because the Brawl would only be able to hit one of them. So super interesting.
So we see the Sisu come down, get rid of that non-exerted Diablo. Danny's probably not going to be drawing any other cards this turn, so seems reasonable there.
So Zan does have access to that Beast as well, which Danny's going to have to answer. Likely going to be looking for something like a Medusa. Once again, has the 8-cost shiftable Sisu. in hand as a potential answer here, so I could find Inkable off the top and deploy that 8-cost Sisu.
It is a very dangerous position for Danny to be in, though, having only one card in hand against the litany of discard cards that Zan is playing in his list.
Yeah, I think it's a huge gamble, right? If you're Danny, you're probably more expecting to have that card discarded rather than not.
Almost the reason we probably see 2 Great Stone Dragons, right? You're expecting those character cards to get put in the discard, and now you don't have to worry about inking from hand.
Exactly. I mean, that's kind of your way of getting card advantage in this matchup because of there's so much discard and so much hand disruption out of Emerald Steel. You can instead get that card advantage out of your yard using something like Gravestone's Dragon. It also potentially, when you do, it potentially stops your opponent from being able to draw cards off of Prince John if you can sort of deploy all your cards onto the field and into your inkwell and have represent 0 cards in hand, but still get the ink advantage out of Gravestone Dragon and stop them from getting that additional value out of Prince John.
Yeah, so we see the Prince John coming down, moving the Diablo to Hidden Cove, getting all your pieces set up, those strong Emerald characters that I mentioned earlier. What are you looking for if you're Danny here, do you think?
If I'm Danny here, as we go into the 5th turn of Zan, I know we can see Zan's hand, but I would be kind of worried about that beast. I don't want Zan drawing a bunch more cards. That being said, I also am not super keen to keep cards in hand now that the Prince John is on the field. Potentially, Zan did telegraph that he did not have to discard, but we do see the shift. Did find the Inkable, and so we have the shift 8 cost, which is probably best case scenario there because there was no discard from Zan. So Danny took the gamble, and it did pay off.
There's an interesting world out there where you use Sisu and Tipo to clear the cove to ensure that that strength threshold is just never met again. But I don't disagree with questing with that 4 lore early in the game.
Yeah, and now Zan's just going to make Danny has to have it now, has to go ahead and find that answer to the beast, which could be the form of a brawl.
Speaking of, Visions as a fantastic top deck to find that brawl, maybe.
Yeah, I would have preferred to, top deck the Medusa at this point to get the 4/4 on the field and also 2-for-1 my opponent. But Brawl is going to be a reasonable answer here to the Beast. All right, let's see what Danny found off that Visions. So we do see the Ice Block, and it is the Brawl that we talked about.
It is the Brawl, very strong.
Yep, so it does find the answer. And now Danny might be sort of shifting the pace of the game. It might be the aggressor, and Zan's got to find an answer. So we see 2. We don't talk about Bruno's in hand. Just going to have to fire one of those off.
Really hoping you hit that big Sisu shift here.
Definitely. This is a big 50-50 here. All right, what's it going to be?
And it is the Sisu.
Sometimes I just feel like Zan is the chosen one. Has that crazy opener in game 1, gets the 50-50, hits the 8 cost instead of the 3 cost. Because that really, that character was clocking Zan. So the more room Zan has to come back into this game, the worse it is for Danny. That being said, like we mentioned before, any sort of Sapphire deck that's showing up today, for the most part, is going to be much better in the mid to late game than the opposing decks. So
yeah.
We are entering the sort of era of the game where this becomes more Danny's game than Zan. And there we do see the lore updated, with Danny sitting at 11 and Zan sitting at 2.
Going back to the 1-jump versus Tipo conversation, this Tipo here has been on the board for the past couple of turns, and I think has netted Danny 3 to 4 lore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And against these Emerald decks that have access to Ursula, Tipo can be a much more reliable accelerator. The thing about Tipo and 1-jump ahead is 1-jump ahead is card advantage, right? So 1-jump ahead is effectively drawing you a card to put it into your inkwell, where Tipo is deploying a card out of hand, which is card disadvantage. So that's really the trade-off. Also, one is a 2-cost Inkable Song that can't do anything else, and I guess Tipo is sort of a body that can exist on the field and can actually trade, and is a lot better into aggressive decks.
Yeah, very interesting dichotomy between the two there. But we have a Diablo at the Hidden Cove. What are you looking for Danny here? Another Brawl, maybe?
Yeah, for sure. I would like to answer the Diablo, because how does Zan get back into this game? Has to draw cards, because once Emerald Steel gets down to a few cards in hand, doesn't have anything on board, it doesn't really have these big swingy ways to get back into the game. It could drop something like a Beast or a Diablo and say, do you have it? But if you're a Sapphire or Ruby player and you have access to Hero and Flaversham, you're drawing a bunch of cards every turn, you're more than likely going to have the answer.
One of the strongest reasons to be playing Sapphire, I think, on top of the Hero package, is being able to play that Visions of the Future from Shimmering Skies, being able to look at the top 5 for only 2 ink and be able to grab the piece that you need. It's just the consistency is so strong there.
Well, speaking of dichotomy, how do you feel about Visions of the Future versus Develop Your Brain? The previous sort of one cost, look at the top, draw a card.
I think Develop is still a very strong card, but when you want to be playing popsicles on one, I think Vision has a lot more power because you're also just looking 3 deeper for that answer.
How do you feel about lists that run, the 8, so they have the 4 Visions of the Future and 4 Develop Your Brain? Do you think that's a little too much?
It depends. I think if you're looking for a consistent answer, maybe if you're playing that 4 Develop, 4 Vision, you can play less than 4 of the cards you're looking for because you're more likely to be hitting them with those cards.
Mm-hmm. Well, we do see Ursula played here for Zan is going to be moved to that Cove as well. All right, what can Danny find off the top? Finds another Flaversham. See a Lucky Dime, Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, and a 3-cost Sisu, which we know is in the hand.
Since we know that Sisu's in there, that Hidden Cove is putting in so much work protecting against the Ice Block Sisu.
Yeah, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So could play the Maleficent this turn.
Sure.
How far ago, one of my favorite additions to Sapphire decks in Lorcana. Not the most recent addition, but I believe it came in 2 sets ago. And just an all-star.
Yeah, I love it being when you sing it with Grandma Tala. I especially love when you have those songs from the same franchise and you're able to get that synergy off on them.
All right, so it's going to target the Ursula here.
Yeah, after that, Ursula put in so much work in game 1, being able to just answer it very cleanly with the Monstrous Dragon and not let that double Sudden Chill or double Let the Storm Rage On affect you is very strong.
And there's the okay, so the targeting of the Ursula is very fortuitous with the top deck of Sudden Chill here for Zan.
Yeah, double singing Sudden Chill, not that crazy here though when Danny has climbed back with Flaversham, putting him at 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, Danny is very far ahead. What do you think is Zan's way back in the same, also considering that Danny's sitting at 14 lore?
I'm not really sure. It's difficult because the dime could come down at any moment, and you just don't have a very clean way to deal with the characters on the board right now.
I think that with Danny targeting, I mean, there's probably a lot of scenarios where it's correct to target the Ursula here, but targeting the Ursula instead of Diablo, I think telegraphs that he's going to win on the next turn.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you can draw a card on my turn, whatever, right? Like, it's not going to matter because I'm going to win. He's like, I don't want you to play something with the Storm Rage on or play something like we don't talk about Bruno and move things off my board. So I think Danny's definitely telegraphing that he has something like a Lucky Dime or some sort of acceleration in hand to win this game.
Yeah, it's also definitely one of Emerald Steel's weaknesses is that their characters don't have that much strength. You're looking for the removal pieces, and if something is out of Along Came Zeus threshold, it's very difficult to clear cleanly, like this Hiram.
Yeah, and we do see the Strength of a Raging Fire as well.
Dealing 1 to that Monstrous Dragon here.
We have Yep, that's our first Anna we've seen.
Anna, very strong legendary from Shimmering Skies, being able to, when you play her, pay 2 additional to choose 1 of 3 effects. And the most common one that I see is to banish a damaged character.
Yeah, I love these modal cards that have choose 1 of X. They're just super fun to play with. They give you tons of options and a lot of agency as a player.
Yeah, we had a bit of a camera issue there. We'll be back in a moment. But going off of that, one of my favorite cards is the 1-cost Clarabelle. Mm-hmm. Being able to play her on 1, quest with her, use Madam Mim Snake to return it, and then on turn 3, you're able to get full value. But let's hop back in.
Yeah, so as we head back into this game, although Zan does have the answer to the previous Maleficent, looks like another one has been deployed. Looks like we fast-forwarded a bit here. It does still feel like Danny's just so far ahead, and we know he's got access. I think we saw the Lucky Diamond hand, so not only winning on board, but also threatening just that quick win the game out of hand with the Lucky Dime here, and having access to 9 ink as well. So there's the Hypnotize. Finally getting rid of this CC that's been in hand for a long time.
Maybe if you're Zan, your goal is to use all your discard cards to ensure that there is no Lucky Dime in your opponent's hand. and just maybe catch up from that position.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a tall order with Danny having 4 cards in hand prior to that discard out of Zan.
No, it really just shows how much impact using Maleficent Dragon on the Ursula really showed.
Yeah. So Zan going to trade with this Anna.
Banishing the Tipo there, slowing the lore a little bit.
How much lore do you think Tipo got this game?
Honestly, probably 5 or 6.
All right, so threatening 5 lore here, which is game. If we do have access to that lucky dime, which I think we do.
Counting out his ink.
There it is. We see it in the hand.
Even if you don't hear him banishing that ice block, drawing you 2 more cards, you'd be close. But I think we do see it.
Mm-hmm. So there's the 7. Lucky dime comes down. Activate lucky dime. Target the Maleficent. And there's 5.
And there's the game.
Yep, there's the hand. So we split 1-1 with Zan and Danny. Zan, splitting 1-1 with what might be seen as an unfavorable matchup. I think that's an okay place to be. Obviously, would rather 2-0 in that scenario. I don't think that the Ruby Sapphire matchup can be considered bad is a fair way to describe it, but it's definitely not terrible. There's a lot of game into it, and I think as a Ruby Sapphire player, you don't feel like you're getting any kind of freebie when you parent to an Emerald Steel player, especially when you parent to Zan. You're probably like, what the heck, it's round 2. What's going on?
No, Emerald Steel definitely has to have that strong start of those Emerald characters I mentioned before and Beast, but if you let Ruby Sapphire get to that late game, you're just not going to be able to keep up.
Absolutely. Well, great games we got to see there, and I'm super keen to see this metagame data whenever we get it. I know we're going to get it soon, and I'm really interested to see what the most played deck is today. Is it Ruby Sapphire, is it Emerald Steel, or is it Ruby Amethyst? We also saw Amber Steel be a super highly represented deck in Vegas. Did not convert whatsoever, so interested to see what the numbers look like on that deck. And of course, your pet deck in the form of Amethyst Emerald. Where does that sit in this metagame?
Yeah, I'm excited to see as well if there's any different decks, maybe something like Amethyst Sapphire that breaks through and really takes a chunk of that pie.
Yeah, Amethyst Sapphire, that is a spicy one. Did pick up some wins recently at some smaller scale tournaments, so it's definitely going to be non-zero in terms of how many people brought it, but we'll see its impact on the metagame. Anyway, we're going to take a short break before round 3. Don't go anywhere.
All right, see you there.
I'm here with Samantha, who has come to her very first Disney Lorcana challenge dressed up as Peter Pan. Can you tell us about the inspiration for this outfit this weekend?
So the inspiration was the Lorcana card of Peter Pan Never Landing, and I remember I saw the card and I love the design. So I was like, oh my gosh. And then I saw people cosplaying at other Lorcana events, and I was like, okay, I have to do a cosplay. So it's my first time doing a cosplay, and I'm really excited.
Oh, you look great. It's a fantastic outfit. And I know there's a Tinkerbell out there somewhere too, so you've definitely got to say hello. Now, this is your first Disney Lorcana challenge. What has the experience been like so far?
It's been amazing. There's like a lot of people in the community that are really nice, and I've gotten a lot of compliments, and that's like really nice because I usually don't get compliments. And I love the community. Everyone's super duper nice, and they love sharing tips, and I think it's a really welcoming community.
Yeah. Now, you were telling me earlier that one of the reasons why you wanted to do Peter Pan as well is because that's one of your favorite Disney characters and your favorite movies. Can you talk a little bit about what you love about Peter Pan and that movie?
So the things that I love about Peter Pan is I like his confidence. I think he's really cool, and I think he's funny. And Peter Pan is my favorite movie, so I was like, oh my gosh, new Peter Pan. I have to do a costume, and yeah.
I love it. One of these days, you have to put together like a Peter Pan theme deck.
Yeah, I've tried. It's just he's not good. They need to make a good card. Please make a good Peter Pan card.
Well, thank you so much for telling us about your cosplay. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we're going to go back on down to the booth.
Welcome back, everybody, into round 6 of our Disney Lorcana Challenge in Seattle, Washington. We have Jared Davis versus Chris Anderson for this feature match.
Yeah, before we get into the feature match, I wanted to talk about the cosplaying thing for a second, because that's one of my favorite things about the Disney Lorcana challenges. I remember even all the way back in Atlanta, there were people that were coming in cosplaying as characters from Disney Lorcana, you know, not just the Disney Lorcana movies. And I'll be honest, I'm a little jealous of their cosplaying abilities, because they always turn out so nice, and it's so cool and so fun to see some of those people come in.
Yeah, and it was just like Rebecca said, there's a Tinkerbell out there as well, a giant Tinkerbell, which is so amazing. She even has her deck box in the boat that is in her card.
Yeah, being the giant Tinkerbell has the little ship, but she can carry all of her cards and stuff in it too. Had an enchanted Tinkerbell in there also. I was able to look at it. It was pretty sweet.
It's amazing.
Yeah, but with that being said, we are going to move on into round 3 with this match, so I think we should go ahead and get started. Like Sam said, we have Jared Davis here and Chris Anderson. Some of you may know Chris Anderson because he has had some success in the Disney Lorcana challenges before. In Dallas-Fort Worth, he actually placed 36th playing Ruby Sapphire. So I'm not sure what he's playing today. I'll be eager to see if he is sticking with Ruby Sapphire, but you know, didn't earn his invite yet. I'm sure that's what he's looking for here, but definitely a top player.
Absolutely. I think Ruby Sapphire was a very predicted pick as well for this event, so I wouldn't be surprised. And as we do see, he is playing Ruby Sapphire. So let's see. It looks like he is mulliganing a lot of those high-cost characters in his hand back to the deck. And what's his opponent playing here?
Yeah, putting 4 back, it looks like Jared is playing Amethyst Steel, I think. It's Amethyst Steel or Amethyst Ruby. But one thing that I noticed in Chris's hand that I thought was interesting is he is playing Chicha, which is sort of a tech that people have been using in Ruby Sapphire. There's a little bit of discussion in the community on whether you play Chicha or you don't, so kind of interested to see that build. But it does look like Jared is playing Amethyst Steel for this. So we saw that in round 1 with Joe or Spessy playing Amethyst Steel. I saw a couple Magic Broom Illuminary Sweepers in hand, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a Magic Broom build. That's just a pretty good 1-drop card in Amethyst in general. So,
yeah, we might see a few more Yen Sids here. I wonder if he's playing them. So what you were saying about that Chicha, I think it's so interesting because I really think the Chicha is amazing in these, or in a mirror match situation when a player is playing more of a Sapphire deck, or Sapphire Ruby deck, and but when your opponent is playing a deck with steel in it, it can be a very awkward card to have in your hands because it gives them a target early on for their removal.
Yeah, and so if Jared is playing an Amethyst Steel list that is playing more towards songs with singers, you know, we could definitely see that coming into effect. And so Looks like Chris is going to be going first, inking a card, not having a 1-drop. We don't see the popsicle, which is what these Ruby Sapphire players are normally looking for, and then he passes over to Jared.
And it looks like Chris is going with the ink tokens. So he has ink tokens here to represent the amount of cards in his inkwell. You'll notice his inkwell at the top right of the screen here, and then his ink tokens at the bottom. Those are just used to represent how many ink he has, so he doesn't end up getting it mixed up with his hand.
It's something really fun that was added later to the rules for Disney Lorcana, where you can substitute your actual cards with ink tokens. And I love these look like playing cards, but the back of the cards have Stitch on it. And, I'm
love Stitch?
I'm a little bit of a Stitch fan myself. So, so I'm actually excited to see that. But we do see Jared developing the Magic Broom and the Smee, decides not to banish the Magic Broom when we play the Smee, which I really like, because Jared's basically saying, you know what, Chris, if you want to swing your Chicha into my Magic Broom and banish it, by all means, do that. Which, of course, it's not very advantageous for Chris to do that because of Chicha's ability, a very strong one, in that if you ink more than one card per turn, on that second card, you get to draw another card. So it's a really great early draw engine for Ruby and Sapphire specifically.
And with that 1 jump ahead and the second Chicha, that was great because it just allowed him to draw 2 extra cards for getting cards into his inkwell, which is what he already wanted to do anyway. So I'm sure he's not too hurt about getting those extra cards in and the few cards off the top of his deck.
Yeah, coming out of Vegas, I know a lot of people are concerned about discard, being heavily represented here in Seattle. So Chicha is a great way to combat that. It looks like we are passing over to Jared, and I think he quested with both the Magic Broom and the Mr. Smee. We're going to play a Madam M. Fox, picking up the Magic Broom and using this Madam M. Fox to challenge the Chicha, putting 2 damage on the Madam M. Fox, making sure that Chris doesn't gain any more card advantage than he already has through those cards. And then at the end of Jared's turn, because there is no captain in play, Mr. Smee is going to take a damage when he passes it over to Chris.
So we do see something very interesting in Chris's hand, which he just inked, is the Fang Crossbow. So Fang Crossbow is a card that lets you banish any dragon character in play, or lets you reduce the strength of any character in play by just paying 2 ink.
Yeah, very interesting card indeed. Could be useful in the mirror match. If Maleficent, Monstrous Dragons start coming down, or Sisus start coming down, all dragon characters, an easy way to banish those. But we see Chris playing the Maui to banish some of Jared's cards on board that he has going on his side of the board, and then trading the Chicha as well, sort of clearing the board from Jared. I think Chris, now seeing that Jared's playing Amethyst Steel is typically more aggressive / mid-range deck, so he knows if he can just prolong this game, that Ruby Sapphire is definitely favored in the late game here, and is just trying to keep Jared off of any characters on board. So Jared's going to ink a Magic Broom and play the Library card, relatively new card, a location, move, cost of 1 with 8 willpower, but if you have a character there and that character is banished, you get to draw a card. So very synergistic with cards like Magic Broom, Illuminary Keeper, and Chernobog's Followers, really cheap characters you're trying to play that can banish themselves in one way or another to help you draw cards. You can get an extra card draw if you can move them to the library as well.
And like you said, that 8 willpower with 1 lore is so valuable sometimes, because sometimes your opponent only has 7 strength. A lot of the time, people are trying to hit 7 strength to take out Queen's Castle exactly, and when you can kind of mess up that math for them with an extra willpower, it can get really difficult. So it looks like Jared is thinking of inking, he's thinking of inking this goat to play a different goat, and I'm going to guess that he's going to move this right to the library. This will not only make it so that if this goat gets banished, he gains a lore, but it will make it so that he draws a card as well from the library.
I also see a very interesting card in Jared's hand. We see a Donald Duck Buccaneer, a pirate card from set 4, very thematic for Azurite Sea coming up. A card that I'm really interested in, one that we don't see play very much, but Donald Duck, when he challenges a character, if he banishes a character in that challenge, all of your other characters get +1 lore. So if Jared's able to build a pretty wide board and land this Donald Duck and challenge with it, that could be a lot of lore on board. But Chris is going to decide to, I think he played a Be Prepared there just to banish the goat, where Chris is in an interesting situation where Jared was able to get rid of that Maui a turn or 2 ago with Fire the Cannons after playing the library. And so we see the power of locations here. The library only has 1 lore, but at the start of Jared's turn, he's going to gain that lore. And so if Jared can find a way to keep Chris off of rush characters like Maui, or characters that can banish the library, we talked about the how powerful the library having so much willpower, 8 willpower being, if Chris doesn't have answers to the library very soon, Jared can trickle his way up to 20. We know Amethyst has cards like Merlin Goat that we just saw play that gains the lore when it enters and leaves play. Also could potentially playing Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom that could gain 2 lore instantaneously. So interested to see how Chris takes it from here.
Will we see the drawn Popsicle into an immediate draw of a Lucky Dime? So that's 2 items in play, 2 very powerful items actually, because having the Popsicle in rotation is something that he did miss early on, and now if he draws into a Huron Flaversham later, he can banish that Popsicle, draw 2 cards, maybe get a Tamatoa going. This could be the start for something for Chris.
I think Chris is certainly looking for that draw engine. Both Jared and Chris seem pretty low on cards. There's 2 Sisus, big Sisus in Chris's hand, and then just drew a Brawl. Brawl's not going to be very helpful. Well, neither of the Sisus, honestly, against this board. All of those removal options care about the willpower of Jared's characters. The Sisu will banish all opposing characters with 2 strength or less. Of course, Merlin Goat has 4 strength. Mr. Smee has 3 strength. So that's not going to banish any characters on play. But Sisu does have pretty good stats. Being a 5/4 with 3 lore, can quest for a lot. We can use the Lucky Dime on Sisu, gaining 3 lore. That 5 damage into the library means we're going to put a lot of damage onto the library if we choose to challenge that instead of Mr. Smee or Goat on this next turn. I do see Jared has Fire the Cannons, deciding to put some damage on Sisu. Also has that Gathered Knowledge and Wisdom, I think, was drawn this turn that we talked about just a second ago.
Putting the damage on the Sisu makes sense. It makes it so Sisu, if it challenges the Mr. Smee here, it will be banished as well in the challenge. Oh, it looks like Chris has drawn the Huron Flaversham here, which is definitely a card he wanted to see. Now, can it get him out of this situation that he's in?
Yeah, very great top deck there from Chris. Drawing the Huron Flaversham, giving him that gas. When you play Huron Flaversham, can banish an item, draw 2 cards. Popsicle is perfect for that. Chris drew into 2 T-Pos, so we're going to play a T-Po. And when you play T-Po, you can ink a card from your hand as well. And so it looks like we're going to use the Lucky Dime to gain 3 lore off of that Sisu also this turn. Cash in on that, and then Chris is trying to decide what we're going to do with the Sisu here. It looks like...
And it looks like we are packing up our cards. Yes. Just making sure.
Yeah, I think Chris
Okay.
is conceding on that one. Jared had a lot of lore on board with the goats, with the library and the Mr. Smee. I believe that Jared was already up to 15 lore at that point. So Jared was able to find his way to the win before Chris was able to take over with Ruby Sapphire, which is honestly what Amethyst Steel is trying to do. It's a more aggressive deck, wants to push that envelope, and knows that if you're an Amethyst Steel player playing against Ruby Sapphire, the game's not going to last, or it's not going to be in your favor for very long, if the game goes on too quickly or too long.
It was an interesting series of draws there where he drew a lot of these for Chris here, where he drew a lot of the 2 strength threshold removals when his opponent only had characters with more than 2 strength. So I think that was definitely the turning point. I wonder, it makes me wonder if Jared was playing around that and thinking, I don't want to play these characters with 2 or less strength. Maybe I'm predicting that my opponent hasn't played anything in a few turns. Maybe they have a bunch of these Sisus in their hand and they're waiting for something that they can banish.
Yeah, it's definitely something that we've seen a little bit today already, is how strong Amethyst Steel can be into those Ruby removal options, because a lot of their pretty aggressive characters like Mr. Smee and Goat has that higher willpower, is above those thresholds of the Ruby stuff. It makes me wonder if Chris is playing any Ice Blocks. Ice Block Sisu is a combination that we've seen throughout this set and last set, a very powerful one where you can reduce the strength of characters to sort of get them under that threshold. So I don't think we saw any of that game.
We did see the Fang Crossbow, though.
There was the Fang Crossbow. You're right. Absolutely. The Fang Crossbow that can reduce strength, so that's another option.
And that can reduce by 2.
Can reduce by 2, but I'm interested to go into this game, too, see if Chris can pull it back. So let's get into it.
Yeah, let's see what they got. All right, so I think we had Chris going first in game 1. So it looks like we're going to have Jared going first in game 2. And if I'm Jared, definitely looking for the brooms or Chernobyls, those one-cost characters that can kind of replace themselves. And no matter what my opponent does, I'm probably going to have a pretty good value from my one-cost character.
Yeah, I mean, I think something to note is, Jared is playing the more aggressive deck against Ruby Sapphire deck. There's not many decks that aren't the more aggressive deck into a Ruby Sapphire deck. And so I think you're wanting to play a pretty aggressive line, but Jared was able to take game one on the draw. That's usually not ideal if you're the person that's trying to end the game faster than your opponent is. And so Jared being on the draw here on the play, might be able to give him a little bit of an advantage if he can find some of those one-drop characters like Magic Brooms. I don't know if we're playing any of the one-drop Maleficents that gain 2 lore, but
Right.
It would be, I think I see one in hand right now, but I think an explosive start for Jared there would be really strong, as Chris is going to be a little bit behind. I think as Ruby Sapphire, you're just trying to ramp to some of those removal pieces. We saw Brawl, we know Sisu's in there. Ruby Sapphire usually isn't playing any one-drop characters. The 2-drop characters that they normally play through Tipo only has 1 strength, so it's not great for challenging into a more aggressive game plan. So I'm eager to see how Jared opens here, then how Chris is able to respond, sort of knowing the type of deck that he's playing against now.
Yeah, we did see those big Sisus in Chris's deck last game. I wonder if he's playing the 3-cost Sisu, not the one that gains strength for the cards in hand, but the one that banishes lower strength characters, because maybe that's a line he can go for here, where he plays that on 3, and then on probably turn 5, because he might have one-jumped or T-po'd, can shift into the bigger Sisu and maybe take out a location, take out a few characters.
There's actually a very interesting line in Ruby Sapphire where I think you open turn 1 Popsicle, if you can turn 2 Tipo, and then turn 3 Sing, 1 jump ahead, and then play How Far I Go. I think on turn 3 you would have to play a Sisu, but if you can manage to Sing a How Far I'll Go, I think you have enough ink to shift a Sisu on turn 4. So that's about as best as I think that's about as best as you can get Ruby Sapphire. I don't see a lot of those pieces in Chris's hand, unfortunately for Chris. So
that's definitely not a combo I want to see if I'm Jared.
No, but we do see Jared opening with Maleficent. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Wow.
So Jared on turn 2 is going to be playing another Maleficent Biding Her Time and a Turnabox Follower. So on turn 2, we're threatening 5 lore on the next turn for Jared here.
And we are going to see a 2-cost character. That's pretty good. So this might be able to challenge a character next turn to take it off the board. Not ideal for Chicha, as normally you want to keep her on the board for her ability, 1 on the way. But it is still less lore for Jared. And like we've said, you definitely, as Chris, want to keep Jared off of as much lore as you can in this early stage.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to be challenging with Chicha. It sort of goes against the Ruby Sapphire game plan of wanting to wanting to ramp early on in the game and get to those higher tier cards. But we see Jared having a Fire the Cannons to answer the Chicha, so looks like these Maleficents are going to survive another turn. Also looks like Jared drew a card off of that Turnabox Followers, but now Chris is in a really difficult spot. He has a Brawl in hand that we could use to banish one of these characters, and outside of that, things aren't looking too great. I think there's a Grammatala in hand on turn 4 as well that we could play following up. But, if you give Jared too many turns where you're letting him quest with these 2 lore characters, this game's not going to last very long.
That's right. That advantage you're going to get off Tala is not going to be helpful if your opponent has 20 lore. But Tala herself boasts pretty nice stats, so we'll see. It looks like we're eyeing up this Fishbone Quill maybe to put into the Inkwell. Okay, we might be going with Tamatoa.
Yeah, I think that's what we're figuring out here.
Okay, so we played Tipo. We do want to get an extra card into our Inkwell here, so we have access to Maui next turn, and then Tipo can challenge one of these Maleficents.
Yeah, I like the play here, accelerating your ink just a little bit so that we can get to those more expensive cards a little quickly, like Maui, like you said, to start answering this board. Tipo can challenge any of the Maleficents on board. Maui could take out a Mr. Smee potentially, or the other Maleficent. If Jared doesn't bounce one back with a Madam Mim that might be in hand. Jared,
I think I did see a Madam Mim in his hand earlier, so I wonder if he plays that this turn, or maybe he drew a better card to play.
So if we have a Madam Mim Snake, even with only 3 lore, we could bounce the Maleficent back to hand and then replay the Maleficent readied.
It looks like no. It looks like we're just going to pass over to Chris here. I know he has a fox in hand, but he's choosing to wait a little bit. So it looks like Chris does get to do his Maui strategy, his bigger turn of taking out 2 characters. Now, Chris probably saw this coming. He probably saw, Jared probably saw this coming. Chris at 4 ink going to 5. I mean, you can only assume that they're going for a play with Maui.
It doesn't take very many games of Lorcana before you learn against a Ruby player, you know, as they're getting closer to 5 ink, you better be careful about a Maui coming down.
Definitely a scary card.
I think we're just going to quest with the Mr. Smee here and then play a Mr. Smee afterwards. We're already so close to 20 for Jared here. There is a Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom in hand, which means we're basically actually 2 lore closer to 20 than Chris might realize.
Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, definitely a card that is very scary when you play against these Amethyst decks, allowing them to just close out the game without you having anything to say about it. If you let them get too far ahead, they can just get there. So you have to stop them early.
We also see Chris finding a Hiram Flaversham, being able to play that. It's very reminiscent of last game, you know, Hiram coming in, maybe not later than he was supposed to. You know, you're spending a lot of the early game challenging and banishing a lot of what Jared has been playing, but Chris hoping to find some answers by drawing those cards with Hiram to follow up on the next couple turns.
So it looks like we are thinking about inking a smash here, and maybe we're going to use the Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom that we saw last turn. So we're going to quest for 2 to start us off.
It's me. We have 2 Gathering Knowledge and Wisdoms. We just win here.
Oh, we
man.
do. Oh, my gosh.
Okay, so Jared drew
Wow.
the 2. Was
Excellent
able to
play from Jared.
quest for 2 with Smee, and then immediately gain 4 lore
Yeah.
with Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom.
Like
Game
we
over.
just said, nothing you can do about it.
No, nothing you can do about it. I mean, that's what Amethyst Steel does. You know, we've seen it a few times today already. One of the things that I really like about the deck is how you can sort of sculpt it to be a really aggressive deck, playing the left scent biting their times. You can play the Gathering of Knowledges and Wisdoms. Of course, goats are going to gain you lore when they enter and leave play, but you can also play a little bit more mid-range if you need to. Like, there's decent bodies in this deck. You have the Madam Fox, you have the Madam Snake if you need to sort of establish a board presence, but we saw how well Jared did just playing out those high lore questers, keeping them on board. Unfortunately, Chris didn't find the answers fast enough. You know, I don't think he had particularly great openings into this deck, but, you know, that's what happens sometimes with Ruby Sapphire.
Sometimes it's all about the draw. It really is.
Yeah, so with that, we do have something exciting coming up for this. I believe we have a card reveal for the stream.
The first of our card reveals this weekend.
The first of the card reveals this weekend. So with that being said, Sam, do you want to give us, you know, any hints on this card that we may be showing soon?
Well, it might have something to do with, you know, a card that we just saw, an Inventor.
An Inventor. Yeah, it could be an Inventor. I believe it's one for the Big Hero 6 is something that I heard too. You know, a franchise that is coming to Disney Lorcana for Azurite Sea. So I'm excited to get a look at this new card.
And this is the Institute of Technology from Big Hero 6. So this is a location card. It costs 1 to move, 5 willpower, and it has 2 abilities. First ability, we have Welcome to the Lab. Inventor characters get +1 willpower while here. And ability 2, Push the Boundaries. At the start of your turn, if you have a character here, gain 1 lore. So just like we were saying, an inventor friend of ours, Hiram Flaversham, if he's here, he has 7 willpower.
Yeah, I mean, Hiram already has a lot of willpower at 6. Fortunately, it's just enough for a Maui to take out, you know, for those Ruby players. But if you can manage to put a Hiram Flaversham here, he's a little bit safer against that. He's also gaining an extra lore per turn on top of your likely questing with Hiram and drawing extra cards if you can. There's also some pretty interesting inventors that are being revealed for Azurite Sea. It's sort of, we have a couple inventors already in Disney Lorcana. They're not particularly synergistic, and that there aren't any cards printed right now that care about inventors, so to say. But they're already in the game. With this set, there seems to be a big influx of inventors. It seems to be an archetype that people can build around. One that I'm really excited about is yokai. There's a one-drop yokai that you could potentially play with Institute of Technology pretty early. You could play this location on turn 1, play yokai on turn 2, and move it here. Now yokai has some extra willpower, and you can gain a lore. And then, of course, there's a Floodborn yokai that got revealed later. That is really expensive. It's like a 9 cost, I think shift 6, but it cares about microbots, I think, which was an item that was revealed as well that can reduce the strength of your opponent. And yokai synergizes with microbots and being able to draw cards when your opponent's characters have 0 strength. So lots of really interesting and fun inventor synergy coming for Azurite Sea, I think.
As it is home to our Big Hero 6 heroes, all of our Big Hero 6 characters in set 6, except for Fred and Baymax, naturally, are inventors. So when they're at this location, as they normally are on their day-to-day, they'll be getting an extra willpower, you'll be getting extra lore per turn. It's all good stuff there. And just like Brendan was saying with the yokai, so it lets you play any item that you have in your hand named Microbots, you can play it for free. And Microbots is an item that when you play it can reduce any character's strength for the number of microbots you have, which is very good because you can just start reducing character strength, so you can either use Yokai's ability to draw cards, or maybe you're pairing it with Emerald and their ways to bounce characters that have low strength, or Ruby with their ways to banish characters that have low strength. So there's a lot of really cool stuff you can do with yokai and the inventors.
Yeah, you know, there's a card from set 1 that this makes me think of as well. Playing microbots for free, playing items for free. Aerial Who's It Collector is a card that I think people have wanted to make work for a really long time. So Ariel's no inventor, but you know, maybe she has a place in a fun inventor deck like this that cares about items and wants to play a lot of items as well. The creative juices are flowing for me. I love reveal season when we can sort of see new cards and try and figure out how they can exist in current decks that are really good, or how we can build completely new decks around them.
My friend Cross, who is here at the event this weekend and is a fellow Ravensburger game developer for Disney Lorcana, is walking around playing a yokai deck. So if you find him, have a match with him. He's playing a yokai deck with microbots and the aerial that we were just talking about.
Yeah, so with that being said, I hope you guys enjoyed the card reveal. There will be more coming throughout the stream, so be sure to stay tuned because you never know when we're going to drop extras. But with that being said, we are going to move on into the next round, so don't go anywhere.
Well, Illumineers, I am here with one of my favorite cosplays that I've seen so far this weekend. This is Mindy, who is cosplaying as Giant Tink with the boat and everything. Now, you have to tell us what inspired this cosplay this weekend.
This has been my very favorite card since the entire game came out. When I saw the art, it was my absolute favorite. Tinkerbell's always been one of my favorite characters, and it was just so inspiring to be like, oh, I can come here and I can dress up as her. I've got a few months. What can I put together?
Yes, I love it. Now, I was talking to you and you said you've never done cosplay before, so Lorcana kind of inspired that.
Yes, I've always been into crafting, and crafting's always been fun. But I've never actually done cosplay aside from Halloween costumes. But this is my first trial at it, and I think it's been a pretty big success so far.
I think so, for sure. And not only is your costume and everything wonderful, but there's something really special about this boat. Can you show us?
Yeah, so this boat is a prop, like the Enchanted Tink, but it's also my deck box. So it's 3D printed, it slides open, so it actually has my dice, my deck, and my pen and paper, everything I need aside from my playmat for the tournament, because this costume doesn't really have pockets. So
I love it. So functional and also fits the whole Tinkerbell outfit.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Now, you were telling me before that you play Disney Lorcana with your husband, and that there was kind of like this perfect mix and mash between the two of you and your backgrounds.
Yeah, absolutely. So my husband played a different card game for many, many, many years, over half his life. He was a registered judge, is very knowledgeable in card games in general. And I tried it. It wasn't quite my thing. It was just a little overwhelming. But for me, I love Disney. I grew up with Disney. It's been my favorite. And so when this one came out, it was just perfect because it's literally a mashup between the two of us. It's something we get to do together.
Yes, and even your 13-year-old daughter, you're saying, gets to play sometimes.
She does. She actually plays in our league at home, but the competition part was too stressful. She didn't want to participate in the big event, but she is watching at home and enjoying it. So
Fantastic. Well, she will get to say hello to you then during the broadcast. Well, I hope this experience has been wonderful for you. I know this is your first time, so good luck and have fun the rest of the weekend.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Of course, and we'll go back down to the booth.
Welcome back to the booth here in Seattle for the Disney Lorcana Challenge. I am Brendan Patrick, joined by Etienne Bonin. Etienne, we're almost halfway through day one as we head into round 4. How are you feeling about the decks that we've seen so far? Is it the metagame that you were expecting?
I think it's actually a little more diverse than I was expecting, which is I'm always happy to see. And I hope we see more exciting, spicy deck lists coming forward.
Absolutely. Well, next up we have Zach Bivens versus Aaron Wilp. Let's head down to our feature match area. Zach Bivens, quite the prolific player on the Disney Lorcana scene right now. Very, very famously has done quite well in day ones. Often finishing first in Swiss. I think he's done that multiple times. A player that if you have watched the Disney Lorcana Challenge streams, you have definitely seen before.
Yeah, and here he is trying, I assume, of course, to make that top 32 or top 16 that has eluded him thus far.
Mm-hmm. And keen to see what deck Zach is on. Zach previously brought Emerald Amber to the previous tournament in Vegas and brought it to a tournament before that as well. I think kind of popularized the archetype. It looks like he's going to be on Amber Steel today. Is going to be up against what has to be one of that deck's worst matchups in the form of Ruby Sapphire. Ruby Sapphire is probably one of the main reasons to not bring Amber Steel to a tournament like this. I was like, okay, that is Amber Steel. For a sec, I thought I saw Amber Sapphire, and I was like, oh, what?
Way to spice it up. But if you're playing Amber Steel, what do you think your game plan is into Ruby Sapphire?
It's pretty tough. I think you really want to go low and aggressive. They are definitely a much better control deck than you, can often utilize Whole New World better than you as well. So you want to create that hand asymmetry, especially in the early game, deploy a lot of stuff on the board and get the game over quick, because as soon as we get to that mid to late game, they deploy that Tamatoa, they have access to, on-board removal in the form of Be Prepared. I think you are a huge underdog in that matchup. So I would like to, if I was in Zach's place, I would be trying to get this game over quick. I'd try to take the aggressive route, and I would really not try to attrition my opponent out into sort of mid to late game.
Yeah, I think you're looking for key cards like the Daisy Duck and the Piglet Pooh Pirate Captain. Just really trying to get that early lore on the board before Ruby Sapphire has a chance to stabilize.
Absolutely. We do see Piglet in the hand for Zach. Piglet is a card that I think is in most Amber Steel decks at this point. At one point, it was seen as like that was the divergent card that showed that you were on the more aggressive-oriented list of Amber Steel. But I do find that most Amber Steel lists do have Piglet in them. It's such a powerful early aggressive curve. It can be quite weak against Steel. You know, having 2 willpower can be easily removed, but it's one of the cards that Ruby Sapphire wants to see the least. It is terrifying.
Yeah, I think after Shimmering Skies, Daisy Duck has almost filled that same role that we mentioned of a card that shows that you are on a more aggressive build of this deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we do see Chica here deployed for Aaron Will, potentially going to generate a lot of value as we progress into this game.
How do you feel about Chicha? I feel I've seen pretty both ends on that card.
I think that Chicha is a character that has a very high ceiling but a very low floor. For that reason, I think it is very meta-contextual, right? You only want to bring it to the right metagame. It can be so powerful with things like Fishbone Quill. But outside of that, you know, on Hunt turn 2 specifically, you know, if I don't have turn 3 Fishbone Quill, I mean, I want to be playing Tipo or One Jump Ahead. But there we go. We see that Fishbone Quill. And we're going to see the power of Chicha here. So it's going to be a trigger. Draw a card for Aaron. Turn 2.
I also love that she has such strong synergy with her son in Tipa. I love when we're able to show off the synergies between those cards in the same franchise or same family even.
So Aaron did generate a lot of card advantage off of that Popsicle, Chicha, Fishbone Quill play. But that being said, we do see Zach has double Whole New World in hand. Just needs to find ideally a shift target for it or has access to this. There we go. See the Naveen. And we're going to go ahead and discard what looks to be 5 cards here from Aaron. Draw 7 new cards for both players. That's the aggressive curve we were talking about.
Yeah, and you have that Gaston able to sing any song that you find from that Whole New World. In this case, the Storm Rage on, clearing the Chicha, and getting another card on top of that. Very strong move there.
This is absolutely the kind of opening you want to have as Zach. Just critical. Access to the Fishbone Quill, though, is very, very powerful for Aaron. Going to allow Aaron to accelerate up to that 6-7 ink sort of area and have access to things like Madame Medusa and Be Prepared, which can really help him deal with this board. We do see a Pete in hand for Zach as well.
So we see the Medusa get rid of that Piglet, stopping that extra lore early on.
Back of Zach finds the 3rd Whole New World. We know 2 new Whole New Worlds are in the bin currently. We're going to see him deploy, you know, if he deploys multiple characters, I think you want to put, it might actually not be a Pete. That is not a Pete in hand, actually.
We see an interesting card in hand, the 1-cost Nala, another one of those really aggressive openers with the 0-4 stat line.
We've seen multiple very aggressive cards out of Zach here, which I think kind of checks out. That's definitely the line I believe you want to be taking if you're bringing Amber Steel to a tournament like Seattle because of the prevalence of things like Steel and, of course, you know, Ruby Sapphire maybe being one of the most played decks.
So seeing that Amber Steel wants to play aggressively into this matchup and knowing your opponent has just gotten a full hand with Whole New World and is able to get to 8 ink, would you put them on having the big shift Sisu, or would you play a little more conservatively?
Oof, that's tough. Can you play conservatively? That's really the question. So if you play conservatively, are you just playing towards a losing game plan? Because you really only, in my opinion, you have one way to win this game. You have one game plan. You know, trying to play conservatively, play more of a mid-range game plan, and maybe trying to get to that later game. I do think that Aaron is just going to have the better deck in that scenario.
I do like the play here, being able to empty out your hand with the Lawrence and Piglet, Strength of a Raging Fire, the Medusa, and really just stabilize your board state.
I'm going to say, Aaron, do you have the answer for this board state? Something that we do see the Be Prepared in hand for Aaron. Will he choose to fire it off now? Yeah, shuffling that Be Prepared to the front. Tamatoa inked for the turn. Aaron looking at the potential 4-for-1 here with the Be Prepared. Does look like that's what we're going to see. Be Prepared does hit the field.
Yeah, very strong here.
And we know Zach does have the ability to refuel something like a Whole New World, but doesn't have a character to sing it. It's a much, much, much less powerful card when you don't sing it.
See the aerial looking for 4 songs here. Probably not another Whole New World, as we already have one in hand, but
Yep, only one Whole New World left in the deck. Does find Let the Storm Rage On. Ariel going to be a potential singer on the following turn for that Whole New World. Looks like we see the Gaston as well.
yeah, I really like this play. You're keeping yourself a Singer 5 guaranteed, assuming Aaron doesn't use another Be Prepared to clear both of them.
So if I'm Aaron, I think I'm trying, I'm smelling that Whole New World right now. So got to be asking yourself, how do I insulate against that? It does have access to Fishbone Quill. Fishbone Quill is a great way to hedge against cards like Whole New World. Deploying 2 cards in your Inkwell for that turn, as well as a threat onto the field, maybe even 2. Tamatoa in hand.
Playing the Tala. Are you looking for anything here, or just...
Not, I don't think so. Because, Gaston is a what singer again? Is he a singer?
Singer 5. He's a
Singer 5, yeah. So I think both characters being live to sing that Whole New World, you don't really have a clean answer for both Ariel and Gaston. So I would assume that I would probably be looking for a card that I can also deploy onto the field this turn, because I'm assuming that my entire hand's getting discarded.
Maybe even something like a Great Stone Dragon if it's being played in this list, to really just get that advantage off of being Whole New Worlded.
Yeah, but Aaron, Aaron has chosen to go for the more draw-intensive route with the Tala into the Huron Flaversham, so Zach's got to be feeling pretty good with that Whole New World in hand. That being said, we are sitting at, I believe, 9 ink here for Aaron, so, Aaron is going to, so when Zach does play the Whole New World, although that might be a very good play for Zach, Aaron's going to be able to take advantage of it, having access to more ink than Zach.
All right, so we're going to see the Whole New World come down.
So 4 cards discarded for Aaron.
And 5 ink remaining for Zach. Plenty of ink to be able to play down a bunch of cheap characters with 2 lore, really get back onto that board.
Yeah, but I do think you got to be a little bit worried about the Be Prepared or even Big Sisu here out of Aaron. I don't think we've seen a single Big Sisu. We've only seen the one Be Prepared, which is in the yard, so... Aaron he shuffles that Sisu to the front. He knows.
That is the downside of Whole New World. Your opponent also gets those 7 cards, so any answers that you're hoping they won't see, they could draw.
Yeah, and that card can be very asymmetric in the early game for Amber Steel, but as you get to the mid to late game, this Ruby Sapphire deck, because of the way it ramps and the ink advantage, is going to be able to take sort of a lot of value out of those Whole New Worlds. A lot of removal coming off the top here, though, for Zach. He has Long Came Zeus, so also has the Let the Storm Rage On there. Or sorry, no, not Let the Storm Rage On, but Strength of Raging Fire.
Yeah, being able to just go wide and choose Huron for the Strength of Raging Fire, banishing it makes it such a flexible song.
Yeah, they're currently just the 5 characters on board.
And the Cinderella has already been inked, so we're going to clear the Tala. Not enough to get the Hiram, unfortunately.
And I think we know the upcoming play here for Aaron. Double Smee, though, pretty decently insulated against that Big Sisu, representing a lot of lore.
Gaston also surviving means that you get to keep your Singer access for next turn.
Yeah, I think the thing that Zach doesn't want to see the most is probably another Be Prepared. Ooh, we do have Scar in hand, though. That's pretty interesting. Scar's a card that actually made its way out of this list for a long time. And Scar looks... Scar can be really effective against these big board states by Amber Steel. Not this one in particular, because the Smees are not exerted as well as that other Ariel, but interesting to see the tech card in Aaron's deck.
I think Scar is also super well positioned into Pete being a very staple card in Steel decks.
Yeah, that's a great point. Your opponent thinks they're safe with the Pete, and then you play the Scar and actually clear up their whole board. So it looks like we are going to play the Sisu because we did find the Ice block. And there we go, a nice 3-for-1, as well as this 5-4 off the back of it that can quest for 3. Aaron potentially going to be able to pivot to a more aggressive role here as he contains Zach. Zach does not have the 4th Whole New World in hand, and it is unlikely that Zach would as well, so Aaron could potentially smell that, knowing Zach doesn't have the ability to refuel like he traditionally would.
Yeah, very strong position for Aaron to be in here.
But Aaron does opt to banish that Fishbone Quill with the Heron Flaversham, draw 2 additional cards. Oh, you see double Daisy Duck in hand. So Zach on a very aggressively oriented list here. And I think Aaron has, Aaron's really turned the corner in this matchup. Aaron definitely in a great spot.
That Sisu so strong, being able to clear multiple characters off the board and then also just questing for 3, really insulating that comeback.
Yeah, and Aaron does have a lucky dime in the yard, so could get that back with Tamatoa as well as we move into the late game here. You know, Zach only sitting at 7 doesn't really have a lot of threat to sort of win this game out of nowhere. And there we go. That's a clean answer with the along came Zeus onto that 8-cost Sisu. Clears it up pretty well.
Yeah, really keeping Ruby Sapphire slow from getting that lore, waiting for being able to get them out of range of any time using Dime on that Sisu or similar characters.
Yeah, so I think Zach has to be careful. He's thinking about how do I deploy onto this board, right? Because my opponent's going to be able to draw a card for turn, definitely dig 2 more cards. Are they going to, you know, if I deploy as much as my hand as possible onto this board, are they going to be able to find that, be prepared to find another 8-cost Sisu? How do I hedge against both of those plays?
Yeah, what you keep in hand when you're playing into these decks that have these strong board wipes, it says a lot about how you are as a player.
Yeah, and if you go 1-drop, 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 it's probably the last window for Aaron to, you know, if Aaron does find that board clear, it's probably the last window for Zach to come back in this game, because even if we circle back over to Zach's turn, Zach does find the Holy World off the top. If he has to expend 5 ink to play that card, I think Aaron's just going to be in a great spot. That being said, I think Aaron currently does not have the answer. He's going to be able to dig pretty deep. And Ursula's going to be the follow-up here.
I like establishing another singer here just in case that board wipe is not there and it's a bunch of single target removal. You're able to maintain your singers.
Yeah, ironically also good against the Scar as well. All right, we do see another Ice Block off the top, so if we do find the Sisu. And Vision of the Future is a card that can really help you find those critical pieces. And there's the Be Prepared, but does go with the 8-cost Sisu, which I didn't see tucked behind the first card there. With the double Ice Block, it's going to be quite a good answer to this board.
Yeah, it should theoretically clear all the characters.
Yep. Target, 8-cost Sisu. And I think that Aaron has cemented his lead in this game at this point.
Yeah, very strong position to be in. Plenty of cards still in hand.
Yeah, and you know, Zach knew this coming into this tournament, knew that this was probably one of the, you know, the worst matchups for him. Yeah, theoretically, right? I mean, the more aggressively oriented your Amber Steel list is, you can kind of swing that differential. But, you know, if you're not able to close out the game early, it's a really tough spot to be in. And we do find another Along Came Zeus. That is a great top deck out of Zach here.
Zach is not letting that Sisu quest at all.
Yeah, but now we go into these late game threats by Aaron. You're going to see something like potentially like a Tamatoa come down.
Not finding it yet, but with Hiram in play, hopefully we'll draw into it.
Yep, that Hiram draw engine is so powerful, as we see time and time again. There's that Great Stone Dragon you were talking about, as well as a second Hiram.
Yeah, Great Stone Dragon, a super exciting tech card into the Emerald Steel expected metagame. Able to just get those cards back from your discard and continue ramping.
Yeah, and these Mauis are super good against an Amber Steel board state, especially one that's unlikely to refuel with a Whole New World.
Oh, does the aerial find it?
Are we going to find the fourth? Last card off the top, it looks like it's Strength. Raging Fire, and along came Zeus.
Zeus able to clear one of those Mauis, but you'll still have the second one to deal with.
Yeah, it's tough. Is Maui even the target, or do you kind of like 2-for-1 into this Flaversham? I don't even know. Daisy Duck trigger, dust on the teep off the top.
I don't know. It is a very tough decision, because if you exert the Gaston, the Mauis will be able to clear both the Daisy and the Gaston. Or if you get rid of the Hiram, maybe that cuts off their draw. into any large board wipe removals.
Yeah, it's tough.
Goes for the Maui.
Back over to Aaron here. Looks like he found another Flaversham, so 2 Flavershams in hand. Might see that Gravestone leave.
Yeah, just the flexibility of these Sapphire items, super strong.
All right, Gramatala, gonna look at the top 2. Pick one of them. How far go? So goes to the bottom.
It's pretty far. Picks up a
looks at
popsicle.
popsicle. There we go. So that's kind of what you were looking for here. Outside of something like a Tamatoa, which surely has to be the best draw on the deck right now. Get that Tamatoa, recur that lucky dime.
Interesting. Using the ice block now.
Yep. Gonna go ahead and play it. Shuffling that scar to the front.
All right, and then playing the Scar, clearing the Daisy. Really not letting Zach stick any characters onto this board.
So no target with the Flaversham quest, by the way.
Yeah, Aaron did that a previous turn, and I think I kind of get it. The Great Stone Dragon is getting you a card every turn into your Inkwell, and keeping that ice block in play for any 3-strength character is incredibly strong.
Yeah, I think if you're on the side of Aaron too, you ask yourself, like, how do I lose this game? The answer is you can't. But if you could, it would be a whole new world. That's like Zach's only way back into this game. Amber Steel top decking 1 card at a time is not going to be very threatening, especially when they sit at 11 lore.
I also love Maui's flexibility in these decks to be able to sing the cards like How Far I'll Go.
Oh, yeah.
When they don't have a character exerted.
That's like the big punish when they don't get rid of the Maui and your Maui's able to sing something like How Far I'll Go. Or in Ruby Amethyst, you sing the friends on the other side with it. Your character with Reckless being able to get the value of singing a song is just so strong.
Yeah, we see a ton of ink in this Inkwell here. Almost makes you wish there was a Mufasa or something to be able to use it twice.
All right, so he's going to brawl the Ario.
Still not seeing this Tamatoa here.
So opting to not ink off the Tipo, double Flaversham, targeting Popsicle, and there's the Tamatoa that we talked about, and Tamatoa will surely close out this game, although it's probably already over with on board, and there's no way Zach can answer this.
Yeah, even drawing a whole new world here, I don't know would really get you too far.
Zach actually needs to draw Be Prepared here, which unfortunately is not in the cards.
Maybe from his opponent's deck, he just asks. Checking to see maybe if there's a dime in there. And
I think what Zach's
finds
doing is looking at the cards for game 2, actually.
Ah.
Yeah.
Get that knowledge out of this game.
Yeah, Zach knows there's no way back into the game, so just wants to understand the opponent's deck as much as possible before we go into game 2.
Yeah, very smart.
All right, so let's count up the ink here. It's going to be tough. Looks like we have 10, 15, 16.
Yep.
Tamatoa plus dime.
And
8, 7, 13, 15.
That's perfect number.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, we don't have the quill, but I think we do have an inkable card in hand.
Yeah. There's going to be a dime. And that should be it. And Zach knows. Zach's just getting as much back into the discard. What I'm going to be facing down in game 2 here. You know, honestly, good information knowing about the Scar. That's probably one of the most impactful cards to know about as you go into game 2, because that's something you get blown out by as an Amber Steel player.
Yeah, Ruby, Sapphire being able to play Be Prepared, Sisu, and Scar really gives you a lot of board clears into that Amber Steel matchup.
Absolutely, and with the Sapphire ramp, Whole New World is a scary card in the beginning of the game, but then not so scary mid to late game. Anyway, let's head down to the feature match for game 2.
All right.
All right. So interesting. I wonder what like to hear Zach's thoughts. Maybe there'd be an interview later about the switch from Emerald Amber over to Amber Steel. I think it's probably due to the prevalence of Emerald Steel, which has quite a good matchup into Amber Emerald.
I also think near the start when he was playing Amber Emerald, it was relatively an unknown deck. It was, you would expect that some players you'd played against just didn't understand what was happening.
Yeah.
And I think as it's gone on, it's lost that sort of surprise factor.
So I see a Pete in Zach's hand, which I don't think we saw a single Pete last game drawn for Zach. I think there's multiple times that match where you might have been wondering where those cards were.
Yeah, every turn after that whole new world, I was just wishing for one.
Yeah.
But I see Zach kept 2 Daisy Ducks here, really hoping to get that strong aggro start.
Yeah, absolutely. Those Daisy Ducks, or actually you go 1-drop Daisy Duck, and turn 2, 1-drop, 1-drop. That's like, that's a phrase that transcends card games. As as a control player, the last thing you want to see is 1-drop, 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 because it is just so hard to deal with. But we are going to see Aaron on the play. So Zach was on the play the previous turn. We're going to lead with that Popsicle, and does have the Fishbone Quill in hand, which is quite nice. So Daisy Duck, like we talked about. Does have the Piglet. So interested to see what the turn 2 looks like here out of Zach.
Personally, I think I prefer the Piglet on 2. Because it forces the brawl, you guarantee your Daisy.
Absolutely. I think the way the Piglet works is you want to deploy it as fast as possible because, when it checks the conditions for how many things are on board, that's, you can do that on turn 3, right? Where on turn 2, you need to make it so it can quest on turn 3.
Exactly.
You're delaying yourself a full turn if you do it the other way around. Looks like we're going to snag potentially how far go off this Visions of the Future. No, it's going to be a Grammatala.
I think I agree. Having the character in this matchup matters a lot more. Ooh, and Daisy is not feeling generous, not giving a gift to Aaron, putting that Popsicle to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with getting the character in the early body on there. But there's the Piglet like we talked about. And over to Aaron here, who has to be feeling the pressure. No turn 2 acceleration.
Yeah.
That's one of the key things. So Vision of the Future, while it does we talked about finding the character that can help us sort of contest this board, no turn 2 acceleration is really rough. I think that maybe Aaron can get bailed out of it by being on the play. If you're on the draw and you were facing this start from Zach Bivens, I think it would have been a really rough spot to be in. It's not great, but maybe Aaron can turn it around.
Yeah, you've got to feel really strong if you're in Zach's shoes, being able to just not see a character from Aaron's side and just quest super safely.
Yeah, that being said, Aaron is currently facing on the question of, do I play the Brawler or do I play out the Fishbone Quill? Both have their relevance. The Brawl is going to get rid of that Piglet, which is threatening a lot of lore on the next turn, while the Fishbone Quill insulates you against that whole new world, which might come down soon. For me, I think I would opt for the Brawl here, as weird it is as it is. But then you have to wonder, so your turn 4 is not going to be here in Flowerstone, then it's probably something like a Grammatala. So maybe turn 3 Brawl into turn 4 Tala.
Yeah, we see the Brawl come down. I think I agree with you there. You just have to slow down this Amber Steel deck. It's the only way you'd really lose to it.
Ooh, is he contemplating the target here? Yeah, he is. Eyes to the sky, talking through it. If you've ever played a TCG, you know that look.
Exactly.
Where they talk out the play. I think it's interesting. I think I would go for... I would have thought it would have been Piglet here, but now that Aaron's been thinking about it, yeah, I do question...
Banishing the Daisy.
It doesn't have a clean way to sort of trade with the Daisy, right?
Maybe he was putting on Zach on not seeing 2 more characters that next turn.
2 more characters, yeah.
Maybe playing an Ariel or a Gaston instead.
For sure. I think based off the reaction, that's absolutely correct as well.
It's almost good for Zach as well because you're not giving Aaron another card off that Daisy potentially. So you're totally fine with that getting brawled over the Piglet.
Right, so surely this is a Grammatala play out of Aaron.
Now, on top of being able to look at the top 2 cards and add one of them, Grammatala being a 3/3 is really good into this matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be able to get rid of that Piglet and then likely trade to Smee on the crackback after that. Daisy Duck, 4 willpower. Like to appear behind the veil on that one for development.
Yeah, Daisy Duck actually was Sam, previous caster. That was Sam's one of his cards that he worked on. And I actually really like it having 4 will because it it's a very strong aggressive card, but it is giving your opponent a card most of the time. And being able to really just stick there and live a lot of things makes it do its job well.
Yeah, 4 does feel like quite the break point in Lorcana. I mean, 3 is a break point in and of itself. While 3 gets you around a lot of removal, it feels like 4 gets you around a lot of characters.
Yeah, and most notably, 4 gets you around things like Rafiki or the Captain Hook with Challenger in those sort of aggressive decks.
Yeah. So the break point for low-cost removal is probably 3. Gets you around grab your swords, get you around fire the cannons, all that kind of stuff, ba-boom. And then having that 4 willpower gets you around all the 3 strength characters. So is Aaron going to flip up another popsicle?
Ooh,
Visions of the future.
Visions.
And Daisy Duck looks pretty good when it doesn't have a downside.
Yeah. Sam always says that Daisy's giving a gift, but here I think she just wants to keep the teddy bear. I don't think she wants to give it to Aaron at all.
And so Aaron sitting there at 5 ink. I think we know that Aaron has to be prepared in hand as well, but that's going to come pretty late. You know, if there's a turn 6 Medusa into turn 7, be prepared. That could be interesting.
Zach with a super strong start here, getting 7 lore off this turn, going to 12. Really hoping you had that Pete, but
Yeah, I think Pete would be super nice, but actually might not be needed here. All right, back over to Aaron. So we do have the 8 cost Sisu, and we have the be prepared. So we just got to survive at this point.
oh, I almost forgot that Piglet is a captain, so Mr. Schmid takes no damage from that interaction.
Well, I did forget the Piglet was the captain.
What a great interaction between the two of them. I'd love to see a pirate ship with Pooh and Mr. Schmid following right behind.
Right, Aaron inking the Tamatoa. Gonna have to play out this Flaversham. That's correct. Oh, actually, sorry. We got up to 7 ink. We play the be prepared. Yeah, I was definitely forcing that play. I think with the backup Flaversham too, Aaron's in actually a decent position. You know, still up against the ropes here, but being able to, go down to 1 card in hand now, draw back up, could find a window back into this game. Ooh, finds the Sisu as well. That's not bad.
Yeah, just having that board wipe ready for next turn, super strong.
Ooh, a brawl as well. I think Aaron might have. Aaron put himself back into this game. That was looking really rough there for a while, but that's some pretty interesting top decks out of Aaron.
On Zach's side, I love seeing this Lawrence, while having no damage, becoming a 4/4/2 and really just dodging all those Ruby removal options and being such a strong character to both quest with and challenge with.
Interesting. Naveen here, going to get rid of that Flaversham.
Singing the Storm Rage on with Lawrence to really just get that threshold up to 6.
I spoke too soon. This Sisu and Brawl not looking too good. Visions of the future going to dig deeper. Can we find the answer?
What are you looking here off this vision since you already have the Sisu and Brawl?
It's tough. I mean, I hesitate to say be prepared because I think you want to start contesting the board, but you do need to get rid of these characters. You can't be letting Zach quest for 4 every turn.
No, maybe the Medusa there. And he does pick up the Medusa, yeah, banishing the Prince Naveen.
Yeah, it functions great as a 4/4/2 here to eventually trade.
And using the Fishbone on that Brawl, definitely agree.
So bare necessities in hand for Zach. And the other cards not looking too great. Another 4/4 for your trouble.
Yeah, so even if Medusa trades with his Lawrence, you have another one on standby, ready to quest for 2 more. Very strong card.
Yeah, that Lawrence is an MVP against some of this Ruby removal. Finds another Brawl off the top. That's not what you want to see. might have to actually play the 8-cost Sisu and then trade the 5 for the quest for 3 into the into the Lawrence after trading with this Medusa, because you're just on survival mode here for Aaron. Yep.
You've got to feel great about that if you're Zach. That Sisu coming down, not banishing any characters, and going to be trading with your 3-cost character.
Yep. And Aaron opts to hold on to the Brawl there, which I think is correct. So likely looking at a follow-up turn of trade with that Lawrence. Zach sits at 16 lore, Brawl the other character. Oh. We're going to have a Daisy Duck into Rapunzel. And
Ooh, at 16 lore, threatening game.
Yep. So Aaron is going to have the answer to stop, worst case scenario here, but Zach's going to go up to 18 lore, and Aaron will have no presence on the board once that happens. So Aaron is in a bad spot.
Which of the two do you brawl here? Definitely the Rapunzel, right? Try to get the extra card off the Daisy.
Yeah, I think so. Interesting choice to ink the T-Po. What are we playing towards? We got 4, 1, 2, 3, 6. So it went up to 10 ink. The change, the difference from 9 to 10 ink versus... That's
picking Medusa off the Daisy's so big.
Best case scenario. Oh, and a Be Prepared.
And Zach not seeing any other character to pair with it.
Yeah, the Be Prepared is sort of the backup option here. Oh, and it's 2 songs. That is the absolute worst case scenario here.
Trying to see any 2 quests or not seeing it.
So he goes song, sitting at 18 lore.
Almost makes you miss the Sleepy's Flute.
Oh, I do not miss that card. That card definitely gave Amber Steel a lot of reach versus Sapphire Ruby. Actually kind of flipped the matchup a little bit to make it almost favorable for Amber Steel. Okay, so card comes off the top here for Zach. Are we just going to be priced into playing a whole new world? It is actually a Pete, but...
The whole new world is so rough here because Aaron's only on 1 card. You're refilling all his removal.
Yeah. But you can't, if you just play, I guess Pete's fine, right? It's still threatening at this point.
Yeah, it's a character. Unfortunately, not a 2-quester. But
Yeah, 2-quester would, make Aaron have it, but...
Oh, the dime here.
Dime's pretty good. Dime's pretty good with the Be Prepared backup. Can Aaron find a way back into this game? We're going to quest for 5 with that dime.
Can he outrace Zach at 18?
Oof. Does Zach find a character?
Draws a Lawrence. Really strong here.
Yep. Might put Aaron in the position of needing to actually cast Be Prepared on the next turn. Which is not ideal, but you got to do what you got to do. Zach up to 19.
Do you quest with the Pete here? I think so,
Yeah,
right?
for sure. I think that there's no option. I think it's the only play. Because you're also saying, Zach, do you have it? You have to have Be Prepared here. Zach does have it.
Oh, and the Tamatoa.
Tamatoa is good off the back of the Be Prepared, so Aaron's going to quest here.
Is there a world where you're seeing Be Prepared with Scar? And then play the Tamatoa to have it ready for next turn?
I think that's probably the better play, right? Because you want to start, yeah. So we're sitting at 10 ink. So you can play the Tamatoa, play the Popsicle.
If you draw Inkable, you get Ink it and then dime.
Actually, you have the Fishbone Quill, so you don't have to draw.
Oh, you do, yeah.
But I mean, if you draw a card that you might need, then it's interesting.
Crazy game here. Swapped right back to Aaron, almost in the driver's seat.
I think we're going to see that happen. Scar sitting there unexerted. Aaron thinking about, do I sing Be Prepared? He's opting to, sing the Be Prepared.
Scar singing Be Prepared, and it had to happen.
All right, here we're going to see the follow-up Tamatoa. Fishbone Quill surely going to come down here.
Diming now.
Diming now.
Getting 3. I think that puts him at 10.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Because now you're almost done in game. As Aaron.
So you're at, I think Aaron's at 10 right now with Popsicle. That puts Tamatoa at 4. You quest, you get one back. You play That gets you 9.
Yeah, so you need to find like off the off the draw off of the popsicle, right? You have to find something.
A second item here would do it too.
Yeah.
Does Zach draw another character?
Does he even have another item in the yard? I don't think he does, but
I think he sent something with Hiram earlier. All right, show us a character. On the Piglet.
Piglet is enough.
All right, let's see. Can Aaron hit it? Draws the Chicha. Not doing many favors here.
Okay, big draw step. Oh, it's a Maleficent Monsters Dragon.
my
That actually
gosh.
works. That's enough. Right? Yes, that's perfect.
Using the quill, putting
Yeah.
the Chicha.
Oh man, what a draw to Aaron here. What a draw.
So you have to Monstrous Dragon, right? Because
Yeah. But he's just getting value.
yeah.
Yeah, you're locked into Monstrous Dragoning, and then you need your.
So
The
no other
Tamatoa.
items in discard. Tamatoa getting back the
Yeah.
popsicle he just banished.
You need your Tamatoa to like knock you removed, but it's extremely unlikely.
Draws a
Of-
second dime.
Has access to 9. Yeah,
Monstrous Banish.
that's it. I mean, what a top
I don't know
deck.
what you draw here that does anything.
Nah,
Oh my goodness.
what a draw out of Aaron. Zach sitting at 19 lore. Got to see the writing on the wall at this point. What a tight game here.
Yeah, it just shows the Zach being at 5 ink while Aaron I think is at 11. You just have so many more options available to you. Yeah,
Yeah.
and the concede. Oh my
Next.
goodness.
Wow, what a match. What a match. I mean, Zach's got to be feeling it, getting all the way up to 19 lore and not being able to close out that game. You really wanted to go 1-1 there. Going 0-2 can just be devastating in these large day one tournaments. You have almost 1,900 players.
Yeah. Tough matchup, but it looked so close there.
Yeah, tough matchup, but I do think that Zach came prepared for that matchup. He's on a much more aggressive list than we've seen in the past. I mean, we've seen variations of this. People will bring a more mid-range version, they'll bring the more aggressive version. He's definitely on the more aggressive side, which is super interesting because I think he's pretty well, like he's decently positioned. I know it's a bad matchup, this Ruby Sapphire into Amber Steel, but the more aggressive you are, the more you can kind of flip that, and it can be okay as the Amber Steel player. So I feel good for Zach's chances in the tournament. Seems like he's ready for the metagame. But 0-2ing here in round 4 is just, it's a tough spot to be, but he's kind of shown resilience before and been able to pull out.
Yeah, hopefully it's only this round that there's an 0-2, and we'll keep our fingers crossed for him.
Awesome. Well, we are about to go down to our next feature match, which is going to be Evan Moore versus Dave Saheb Jam. So let's go down to the feature match and check that out.
All right.
All right. Interested to see what decks these players have brought for today.
Some bright green sleeves. I'm kind of hoping that means some emerald in our future. Yep, there we go.
I definitely would have preferred the the psychological
Yeah.
the warfare of not playing Emerald and bringing bright green sleeves. Looks like it's going to be an Emerald Steel mirror, by the way.
Yeah, really interested to see Pete's application in this mirror match here.
Super interesting as a card, as like a tempo card to stop your opponent from doing some very swingy things like the Ursula double sing. You could potentially sort of put a pause on that, then clear their Ursula. So I remember when we were doing the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Vegas as we headed into the finals, which was an Emerald Steel mirror. Zan talked to us about what was most important about this matchup and spoke specifically towards the importance of going first and the lack of importance it has. He talked about, it's much more important to get some of those crazy opening hands with the Diablo, Shift Diablo, take your card out of hand, make you discard, play my Ursula, double sing. It's much more important to take that line than it is to go first or second, because this is a matchup where I previously thought, okay, first player advantage has got to be pretty significant, and I was definitely wrong. You really are looking for a specific set of cards that can sort of lock your opponent out of the game pretty quickly. Another line we saw a lot was that morph into the Beast line, which can be pretty powerful if you don't have the Diablo. And then, depending on if the Muses are in here, we can get to some pretty interesting board states.
I think the one singular card that, in my mind, defines the mirror the most, though, is definitely Hidden Cove. The Emerald Steel deck just has very low strength overall, and so it's very difficult to crack that Hidden Cove on your opponent's side. And then it also just, that extra will keeps characters out of range of cards like Storm Rage on.
Yeah, it's interesting because in Vegas, the Morph was not a popular inclusion. Like, it wasn't a card that was showing up in a lot of Emerald Steel lists prior to that tournament, but obviously, being in the winning list at the most recent Lorcana Challenge, it is now a much more popular card. So we do see the one cost Diablo in line here for David, but no Shift Diablo. We'll take a look here for Evan. Evan does have access to the Shift Diablo line.
Yeah.
Double Ursula in him for David.
You've got to feel pretty good if you're Evan here, looking at a hand without Diablos.
David's hand is very poor, I think. Does have access to the double sing discard with Ursula or double sing a removal spell, but Evan's hand is much, much, much more powerful, I think.
How do you feel about a card like Clarabelle that we just saw Evan ink in this sort of mirror match?
I mean, it's an interesting card. I'm not sure how important it is in the mirror specifically, but I don't know. It's a card that I hadn't seen much of prior to the challenge in Vegas, and now it seems to be very much a metagame relevant card.
Yeah, the Diablo scouts out the Diablo shift line there, and we also know that the Ursula could probably come down and get rid of our sudden chill.
Yeah, so the Ursula can get... It's interesting. The Ursula... Yeah, it's going to come down, take that sudden chill. You can shift the Diablo. You can play the Ursula Singer off the back of that, remove everything on David's board. I think Evan, we talked about those crazy opening hands that can lock your opponent out of the game early. I do believe that Evan has one of those hands right now.
Do you think there's a world where you use the strength of a Raging Fire on the shifted Diablo to get rid of the base Diablo on David's side?
I'm not sure.
It does play around a drawn shift, but we see the hand again with the Ursula, knowing it's not in there.
What are you taking here?
Definitely strength, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think when you know Sudden Chill is in your opponent's hand, you're able to play around it so much stronger than a damage song.
Shift Diablo and get a quest up to 1 here. We're going to see a Diablo trigger as we go back over to David's turn, so Evan going to draw his card as well. And off the top, Lucifer. What are your thoughts about Lucifer in a list like this?
I think Lucifer, it's very strong when it works, but it being uninkable makes it so that when it doesn't work, it kind of clogs your hand heavily. I still think it's a very strong card that I'd play a couple copies of in Emerald Steel. And not a super strong 2-cost play here. You could play the Sudden Chill, or you could hold it for Ursula. What do you do in this scenario? What do you think?
It's interesting because your opponent's going to remove your Ursula, so it's that's the thing about being on the draw against an opposing Ursula. Unless you have that Pete to tempo them out and stop it, their Ursula is just going to clear whatever. They're going to clear your Ursula, they're going to clear whatever you put on the board. You already know he has their removal, so it's a really tough spot. And I think this is pretty much as good as the curve out gets in the Emerald Steel mirror, right? You have the Diablo, Shift Diablo line, you have the Ursula to snag their song, and then you have an Ursula Singer with a removal spell on the backup to stop anything that they try to do.
Yeah, super strong open, and you really get to see the power of Emerald Steel in these opening turns. This is what you're hoping for every time when you sit down.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to answer a lot of those questions in Vegas. We'd go from matchup to matchup, and they would ask, "What is Emerald Steel looking for in this matchup?" It's the same line almost every time. Emerald Steel is the linear make you have it kind of deck of the format.
Yeah, we see Pete in David's hand here. Interestingly, probably being able to turn off that Ursula line that Evan's probably hoping for, but inking it anyway. Maybe it's just delaying the inevitable at that point.
Yeah, I think so. And now we're going to have, we see Muses off the top here for Evan.
Oh, that's so strong, being able to bounce as well.
Muses is absolutely crazy when you're already ahead on board.
You might not even need to use the bounce effect of the Muses because if you use the Ursula double sync to play
Yeah.
strength. Yeah.
You just get rid of them both. And this is that advantage that we talked about. Like now Evan has sort of locked David out of the game. So the issue with the Emerald Steel Mirror is that the cards feed into themselves. So as soon as you fall ahead, you get to this sort of snowball effect where all of your cards make your opponent discard and draw you cards. And then all the cards you draw are, a lot of them are removal spells that remove things off your opponent's board. And they're also card draw engines that make you draw more cards. So you get into this kind of I don't know, this almost snowbally pattern when you just get so far ahead and there's no way for your opponent to come back into the game.
Yeah, you could definitely see this now with the Diablo setup, the Ursula setup, and the Muses setup. And Muses also being able to bounce your own characters as well is very interesting. You're able to return maybe that 2-cost Ursula to get another song out of your opponent's hand.
Yeah, so David threatening something like a let the Storm Rage on, double sing with Ursula if Evan's not able to remove it, which, wouldn't be devastating, but would be impactful. Get rid of the Diablo. Never mind. We do have the Ursula. Who's going to snag that? That's what I'm talking about. Is you're drawing more cards. These cards are making your opponent discard more cards. They're removing things off the field. It just almost becomes a bit of a win more and a lock.
Yeah, and the targeted answers are typically cards that just get discarded by that Ursula Deceiver or discarded by Sudden Chills or things like that.
So Hypnotize and Ana in hand here for Evan. Back over to David. Pete off the top. Pete loses for our Beast Tragic Hero in hand. And draw a card off that Diablo trigger. Beast Tragic Hero off the top here for Evan, which I have to assume is a pretty decent draw as well.
Very rough game for David here. Not many cards I can think of drawing that would help you come out here. What's interesting about the Emerald Steel Mirror is, unlike something like the Ruby Sapphire matchup, is that you could just play your characters to the board without much risk. You're not afraid of a board wipe.
Yep. Absolutely. Did you see that Clarabelle? I think you talked about what could bring David back in this game. Not sure what he can draw. I don't think the Beast Tragic here does it, but I do think it's a start. Getting your own draw engine that Evan potentially can't interact with. You kind of get that going. Oh, Tinkerbell off the top.
And you did just hypnotize the last card out of David's hand, so whatever this beast picks up, you need to hope it's very strong. But likewise, you're also giving that Diablo 2 draws.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a rough position.
Yeah, but you have to. I mean, there's just no other way out of this. You have to hope your opponent bricks and hope you kind of find the perfect answer and play to that minuscule percentage of finding whatever card it is that's going to get you out of the scenario.
All right, I think we picked up Sudden Chill and Hidden Cove.
It's just interesting to note that Hidden Cove is in the list here for David because it's actually not in all Emerald Steel lists. I wonder if there's any efficacy to not showing it this match since you're so far behind and you're going to lose on the next turn.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Sudden Chill not very effective here. And we play the Hidden Cove, moving both characters there. The Ursula Deceiver of All maybe is able to clear the other Ursula Deceiver of All. But just not having an answer for that Diablo just is really unfortunate.
Mm-hmm. So going to start trading, which, I mean, we'll definitely delay this game a turn.
Playing the Sudden Chill.
Evan finding the Pete is actually really good. Because whatever outs David did have, they likely existed in the form of songs because Evan's going to be at 17 off the back of this.
I think he's deciding what to discard off Sudden Chill here. Keeping the Ana Legendary first. I think I agree with that. Being able to banish the Beast when it comes down by paying an additional 2. Very strong removal card.
So you think we're going to see something to do the Ana and the Pete?
I think almost we'll see the Ana banish Beast and then Diablo singing Storm Rage on. But we'll see.
All right, looks like that is the play.
Yeah, this Ana is a card I think similar to Lucky Dime was slept on at the beginning, but being able to have all those options just makes it super flexible, especially when one of them is to discard a card.
All right, and up to 16 here for Evan. Back over to David. And it looks like he's going to scoop it up, which I think is absolutely
I agree.
All right, so the Emerald Steel Mirror, I think we saw one of the more powerful openings possible there. Wondering what game 2 might look like. You know, we talked about play versus draw, how it can be less impactful, but Diablo, shift Diablo into Ursula, snag the song out of your hand, play the Ursula Singer, remove your entire board. Hard to come back from that one.
Yeah, if you're Dave, I think you're just hoping for a similar opening, maybe hoping to see a Prince John or something like that.
Yeah, we didn't see any Prince Johns that game. Anyway, let's get down to game 2.
All right.
All right, interesting to see our hand sculpting phase, how many cards players send back here. I do tend to see the Emerald Steel players aggressively look for very specific hands.
Yeah, you do need to see a couple pieces of the Diablo shift line to really get it off consistently.
Yeah, we see Evan shuffle that Diablo shift Diablo line to the front as well. What do we see in David's hands? We got Morph, Beast Tragic Hero.
2 Ursulas.
So Morph, and what was the other card he was keeping there?
I think it was a Beast Tragic
Beast
Hero.
Tragic Hero, yeah. So gonna go with the Morph Shift Beast line. Pretty decent line in the Emerald Steel Mirror. Oh, looks like Evan has the Diablo, Shift Diablo, Ursula, get the song out of your hand, and turn 3. I didn't see even an Ursula Singer in hand, but Evan's got a pretty similar opener to the previous game from what I saw.
Yeah, that Diablo being able to come down, sing those powerful 3-cost songs like Let the Storm Rage On, and then also replace itself when it passes to your opponent's turn. Such a strong line.
Let's see, I have to see if David has the answer here. Super keen to see our metagame data for the day once we can finally get it. Just really interested to see where Emerald Steel is in terms of play rate. All right. David on the play, inking friends.
No 1-cost play. Little unfortunate. You don't get the knowledge of the 1-cost Diablo.
All right, so we see the Morph and the Beast Tragic Hero as well as the Cove Hypnotize, a second redundant Beast Tragic Hero in hand.
And then a Strength of a Raging Fire. See, the thing is, this Morph line is very strong if it is able to stick on the board. And when you're playing this matchup, there's so many cards that are able to just remove it.
David, you know, definitely remembering how the last game went. Now wondering if we're going to be facing down a very similar fate. Morph here, turn 2. Back over to Evan.
Yep, seeing the 1-cost Diablo, it turned too late, unfortunately.
Strength of a Raging Fire off the top. Gonna shift the Diablo here. And there we go. There's the Let the Storm Rage On. Stops the Morph. And it feels like David was a bit all in on that as well. And our own Morph here for Evan. So Evan, I think, has an even better opener than the previous game. Is going to be able to turn 3, shift the Beast onto the Morph, potentially with the Diablo already on the field.
Yeah, being able to see your opponent's hand and knowing, okay, I had the answer to this, and then I could do it right back is just such a strong play.
Okay, Ursula going to snag that Strength of a Raging Fire.
It's decent value, but when you're in the face of a Diablo and a B shift, it is difficult to answer.
Yeah, I'm going to start to pull pretty far ahead here, potentially. Looks like the players are thinking.
Yeah, really thinking. I assume if he inks another card to play that Hidden Cove out, just get it established.
Yeah. The inking decisions can be really tough in this matchup.
Yeah. We're going to see
Strength of a Raging Fire get shuffled to the front. Looks like that's going to be the ink for turn.
does make sense. He did see the Ursula Deceiver in his opponent's hand,
Mm-hmm.
knowing that his songs are not safe there. But it's also rough because that Ursula Deceiver being able to hit songs, your songs are almost always your answers to Diablo. So you're just stuck between a rock and a hard place of, do I ink this and not let them get the free card, or do I hold it to answer this Diablo in the future?
So it doesn't play the Cove. Talk me through that line.
Maybe it's just the Cove right now doesn't do too much for him.
It should be maybe his future ink or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the Shift Beast. The draw engine is fully assembled for Evan. So I think that what David really doesn't want to see, outside of what he's seeing right now, is to see Evan draw into like a discard package, drawn to something like a Prince John plus some of these discard cards, because the combination of, Evan drawing cards is not great for David, but if Evan is drawing cards and making David discard cards, that's when the snowball starts.
Yeah, you're losing your answers and your opponent is simply drawing more answers as well. It is a tough position.
How do you feel about Evan opting to keep the Clarabelle and ink the Ursula Singer?
I think I agree with it. I actually really like the Clarabelle as almost like a last chance thing. If all goes wrong for Evan, maybe he could play that, refill up to David, but I think he's in a very firm position here. David thinking through what he wants to do here. Unfortunately, a turn away from Tragic Hero. Playing the Hypnotize.
You think he's going to hold on to that Clarabelle now?
Probably not.
Yeah. Just very far away from Clarabelle. Obviously, we could find the one cost. We could shift it, but, this game likely is going to be, if not over, on its way to over by turn 7, unless something drastically different happens for David.
Yeah, that Beast in Diablo, just being able to get that advantage every turn. You just put your opponent on having to see the answer every turn, and while they don't, you get cards.
All right, so Pete and Clarabelle off the top here.
Pete very strong behind a Beast Tragic Hero, as most of the ways to do damage are action-based. I don't think anyone's playing any of the Tug of War Stitch.
As well as having... Okay, let the Storm Rage on the Ursula, going to draw cards. We don't talk about Bruno off the top. So while having access to this, Pete also has access to the Ursula Deceiver. She's going to say, hey, look at the hand. Are there any songs? There are none. So he knows his Beast and his Diablo are relatively safe outside of whatever exists on the top of David's deck.
It's very interesting to compare this super strong start next to Ruby Sapphire, because Emerald Seal is able to do this while on 3 ink.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you can also see like how little the lore totals tend to move, even when if there was something like an advantage bar, it'd be heavily in the favor of Evan. But if you just looked at the lore totals, while you could deduce that the game is not necessarily a parity, it doesn't look like Evan is that far ahead.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to exert your Beast Tragic Hero, and because even 1 damage turns it off, so it kind of just stays there, and its 2 lore doesn't make much use out of it until late in the game.
Evan has access to double Pete, almost guaranteeing drawing something like 4 more cards. Like, it's just crazy. Like, Pete into Pete can just stop the potential answers out of David. David deploys his own Beast Tragic Hero, though. But we talked about the asymmetry between Beast Tragic Hero and an opposing Diablo. Diablo allowing Evan to draw cards off of David's trigger for Beast.
Picking up double Sudden Chill here, maybe able to further that advantage gap. But I think I agree. Removing the Beast and just keeping David behind.
I think that's 100%, right? Like, you're, in a sense, even though you're winning on board, you're kind of delaying the game while your draw engine just accrues value over value every single turn. And you can sort of assemble this insurmountable advantage that David can't come back from.
Yeah. Discarding that Tragic Hero Beast. We knew it was likely. I believe he had 2 in hand, so twice as likely as anything else. Sudden Chill coming down. More difficult decisions.
like we're going to see another sudden chill here. So we know that the Beast is the last card in hand here for David.
I mean, it's a pretty good last card to have, but in this position, it is very difficult.
Strength of a Raging Fire off the top. I don't think you could exert 3 ink to put a damage counter onto the Beast Tragic Hero to maybe stop that draw. Probably a losing play.
You're just really hoping Evan here doesn't draw into any damage removal for your Beast, hoping to get that advantage back slowly.
Yeah. I'm pretty much hoping that Evan doesn't draw the Ursula Singer seems really rough, as well as something like a Prince John package to maybe go with some of that discard. But we do see 2 sudden chills, so that kind of reduces the efficacy of something like Prince John. And there's the Pete. That's pretty rough. So I deploy my Ursula, which is going to threaten to clear your entire board. Plus I play Pete, so you can't really answer my Ursula.
Yeah, Pete has so many strong pairings in this deck. It's almost a no-brainer that he's included.
I think Pete's up there for best card in the game right now.
So we see 2 cards drawn off this Beast.
Yeah, 2 cards for Evan as well. Trigger off the Diablo.
Yep. No songs, unfortunately, for Evan. This Ursula is not doing too much at the moment.
Well, no songs, but is going to draw 2 more cards when he cycles over to his turn. And we think about the amount of advantage that Evan has accrued, yet the lore total is just 3-0. So innocuous. All right. An opposing Diablo here for David. David really hoping that Evan does not draw that song off the top. It's going to see 2 draws, though. All right, back over to Evan. Can he find the song off the top? It's going to be Muses, and that looks like a Prince John. But doesn't find the song. Does David have a window to come back into this game now? It looks like possibly yes. I mean, the Muses are going to be potentially quite threatening.
Getting that established on top of all this seems like one of the final nails in the coffin.
Yeah, maybe. That being said, David has his own draw engine as well as the Strength of the Raging Fire in hand, ready to go.
If you're David, which character on this board are you hoping to use Strength on?
I guess Diablo, because there's redundant Ursula Singers, and you can't even remove the Beast, so...
Hopefully David draws into a cheap 1-cost character to maybe clear that Beast and keep his established.
Would the Beast... Yeah, because... Well, would the Beast be the target thing? Because your Diablo kind of blanks the Beast anyway, because you're going to be drawing, or is it just the opposing Diablo? I think that's where most of the symmetry is kind of hinged on the opposing Diablo.
That's true. I guess it wouldn't work with the Strength, but a Hidden Cove here would be also pretty interesting to clear that Diablo from the opponent's board with your own and have your own stick around.
That's fine. Let the Storm Rage on. So while Evan is very far ahead, I do think David is somewhat opening a window back into this game. He's going to be able to remove Evan's Diablo here and can set up to double sing something with his Ursula as well, which I do think he drew.
On Evan's side, though, he did finally draw that song for his double sing Ursula to hit. His own Let the Storm Rage on.
Yeah, that's going to be tough.
All right, Diablo will sing Let the Storm Rage on. Drawing Evan a card, but getting banished in the process.
Yep, interesting interaction from the bag there. All right, here comes the Ursula Singer. So Evan has to get rid of the opposing Diablo, but doesn't have a... maybe we don't talk about Bruno, the opposing Ursula Singer, or do you hit the Beast?
I think David actually... Has David inked yet this turn? I don't think so, right?
I don't think so.
I think you almost Strength of a Raging Fire now. Yeah, clear the Beast. And now the Beast Diablos are on David's side.
Yeah, so what is Evan target? So Evan has Strength of the Raging Fire, double sing.
I think Evan has double Let the Storm Rage on.
Sorry. Double at the Storm Range on. So he's going to target the Diablo. What else does he target?
Keep in mind, he does have 2 Muses triggers. So maybe you just clear the Diablo and the Diablo 1 cost and then return the Ursulas. Or sorry, clear the 2 cost Ursula and then return the 1 cost Diablo. Lots of options.
All right. So the first target on the Diablo. Trigger here for David as well to draw a card. Looks like a Pete. Yep, targets the Ursula.
Maybe hoping to see another damage song.
Just knows that that's kind of the impactful, scary character here.
Oh.
We don't talk about Bruno on the Beast. Right?
Setting up for the Tinkerbell is also very strong. To clear both Ursulas here.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point. I didn't even see that. Yeah, I forgot about the Tinkerbell in hand.
Looks like we missed a draw from the Storm Rage on here. Remembered it just in time.
And now the Muse triggers.
Yeah. The Muse is a super strong, newer part of the Emerald Steel list. Based on Zan's list from Vegas.
So absolutely looks like Evan is sort of queuing up to play that Tinkerbell and hit that 2-for-1, as well as stop the Beast from drawing.
That Tinkerbell just gets so much value here. Yeah.
Yeah, a Tinkerbell I think is a card that is not an auto slot in this list as well. It's kind of player to player in terms of who has it in there.
It definitely seems very strong in the mirror as shown here. And could be the card that pushes Evan over the edge here.
Yeah, Evan's starting to go sideways here, so we're going to see this lore gain actually start to progress.
Yeah, now that the Beast is turned off, David is incentivized to challenge with it, and Evan is not losing any advantage from it.
And there we go. Just like that, David is back on the ropes. And Evan likely threatening game in 2 to 3 turns here. Has the backup Beast as well as a Prince John and 2 we don't talk about Brunos.
Actually, currently Evan is threatening 8 lore, so any character that shifts with 2 lore on top of that morph should put him over the edge.
Yeah, I do think that David will clear something with the Beast here just because there's the damage trigger on it.
Yeah.
It has that challenge, that extra strength from challenging, and, you know, you're not going to be questing at 0 while your opponent's at 11. Emerald Steel Mirror is very intricate.
Yeah, lots of decisions in between games.
They're both extremely intricate and extremely unintricate. Either one player completely dominates and has the craziest opener ever, locks the other player out of the game, or we end in these sort of marathon matches where it's like there's vast cascading decision trees and there's tons of back and forth. It's kind of one or the other. I find there's not too much middle ground there.
Yeah, I feel like it narrows down largely to who draws and is able to keep their removal for those cards that gain advantage.
And there's the fist bump. David sees the writing on the wall, and it's going to go over to Evan, who 2-0s in the Emerald Steel Mirror. What do you think about did you see any potential disparities in this list? So we talked about, there's a Clarabelle, there's the Muses. We didn't see any Muses out of David, and of course we saw the Cove as well. How do you feel about the potential differences in the deck building? Also, yeah, we did see the morph out of David, but...
Yeah, I think the Clarabelle is really strong in there. Maybe not in this matchup, but into maybe Ruby Amethyst and decks like that. But I think the one that really shined through in this matchup was the Tinkerbell. Being able to shut off your opponent's Beast Tragic Heroes and just get that extra damage on Diablos is super strong, especially when you're pairing it with Morph. When you're able to surprise someone, deal all that damage, and then rush in and clear a character, I think that definitely pushes it over the edge in the mirror.
Yeah, I think Evan had some great openers both in Game 1 and Game 2. Game 1 had the Diablo shift Diablo into Ursula, but then in Game 2 had the Diablo shift Diablo, but also that morph into shift Beast, which just seems super powerful. So very interesting matchup, and I think it's like the more I watch the Emerald Steel Mirror, the more I appreciate the intricacies and sort of the technical play that goes into it.
Yeah, there's a lot of decisions, and I really love seeing the those decisions pop up time and time again, and rewarding the player who invests and knows those decisions going forward.
All right, well, that concludes round 4 here in Seattle. Don't go anywhere, as we'll be back after a short break for round 5.
am here with Eden, who is a lifelong Disney fan, and you were telling me that you are a lover of all things Disney, including the parks.
Yes, everything Disney.
I love it. Now, I have some questions for you about the parks. What is your favorite Disney park?
Oh, gosh. Grew up with Disneyland, so I'm going to have to say Disneyland is it. As I got older, definitely California Adventure has gotten up there.
I love it. And if you go to the parks, are you more of a rope drop or a park close kind of person?
Do I have to choose?
Both. Both.
Yes.
And okay, if you're there, rope drop, what's the first ride that you're running to?
Rise of the Resistance.
I love it. Okay, yes. Now, being a lifelong Disney fan, obviously Disney Lorcana was something that kind of naturally appealed to you. How long have you been playing?
I've been playing since set 1. Yeah,
Excellent.
first chapter.
Now, do you have any set that's been your favorite so far, or like a favorite character or a card that you love from the game?
Oh, I love playing an Aladdin deck, so I'm gonna have to say everything Aladdin.
I love it. Aladdin. I mean, we've seen some new Aladdin cards too for Azurite Sea, which comes out in 3 weeks. I'm so excited. Are there any of those cards you've seen that you're excited about, the previews?
Definitely the Jasmine.
Yeah.
She is so cool.
I can't wait to have that card in my hands. It's going to be a lot of fun. And you don't play on your own. You have someone else in your family who also plays.
Yes, my husband and I have both played since the first chapter and go to our local leagues, and we have tons of friends that are here with us today, so having a lot of fun.
Good. And this is your first challenge event, so how's the experience been?
It's been a lot of fun. I actually was more nervous than I should have been. Like, you come in and it's so welcoming and everyone's just here to have a good time. It's really been a blast.
That's great. And I love your outfit today. We have Scar and the hyenas here. Great outfit.
Thank you.
Well, good luck to you the rest of this weekend and have fun. And we're going back to the booth.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Seattle, Washington. We're about halfway through the day now. We're going to go into round 5 soon, but I've been loving these interviews by Rebecca. One of my favorite things is seeing all of these Disney fans that have turned into TCG fans or, coming to Lorcana fans. I haven't been to the parks in about 7 years, and so I'm very excited to have Continentals at basically around Disneyland, and then also have Worlds at Disney World would be a great excuse for me to go back. So I know there's a bit of a discussion on which one is better, the Disneyland or Disney World, and I'll be eager to find out for myself in a couple months.
Just like Eden, I find myself just a huge fan of the Aladdin cards. I personally love Aladdin, Heroic Outlaw from Cell 1. That card is so fun to play with. Just taking lore, gaining lore. I mean, what could be better than that?
It was kind of a menace in set 1 in Ruby Amethyst. I kind of hate that it's moved out of the meta game because it was someone I also really liked. If you couldn't tell, Stitch is a favorite movie of mine, but Aladdin is a close second. I think Aladdin has one of the better soundtracks in Lorcana, so I navigate towards a whole new world decks. I think the card is great, but also just really good. But enough about that. We do have some games for you coming up in round 5, so I think we should go ahead and get started with those.
Yep, let's see them.
All right, it looks like we're going to start off with Evan Moore and Etienne Thompson. I'm not sure what either of these players are playing, so we'll see if we can get a good look at their hands real quick.
I do see a Diablo and a few Ursulas in Evan's hands, so it looks like we got an Emerald Steel deck. Yep, I do see Stormrage on.
And it looks like Etienne is playing Emerald Amethyst, which means we should have a pretty interesting Emerald matchup here. Typically, the steel decks, I think, are favored a little bit in this. When we look at a card like Ursula, Deceiver of All in Evan's hand, being able to sing songs twice, it can really disrupt a lot of what Etienne is doing. And Emerald Amethyst deck, I think, wants to play cards to board, build a lot of tempo, go kind of wide, but still having access to some of those removal songs, like with the Storm Rage on, Strength of a Raging Fire, things like that. It can really disrupt what Etienne is doing by playing cards to the board. So it looks like both players are considering putting back 3. Looks like Evan is going to put back 3, and Etienne is also, or is that a 4th card under the? No, I think it's just 3 for Etienne.
I think if I'm Etienne here, I'm looking for a strong Clarabelle line to start off the game because their willpower lines up pretty well into, well, not the 1 cost, but the 3 cost, and their willpower lines up pretty well into steel removal. A lot of it is doing 2 damage to either 1 character or multiple characters, and you have your 3 cost Clarabelle that draws you a card and has 3 willpower, and it shifts into a 6 willpower character. So
yeah, I mean, Clarabelle is one of the top end cards that we typically see in Emerald Amethyst, both Clarabelle and Ursula. I love the new Clarabelle from Shimmering Skies. It's a shift character. I believe you can shift it on 5, and at the end of your turn, if you have less cards than your opponent does, and you get to draw up to the amount of cards they have in their hand. So it makes for a really great strategy of being able to put a bunch of cards on the table, whether that's singing songs or just playing characters. And then at the end of your turn, if your opponent has a handful of cards, you get to just draw a ton of cards and gain a lot of card advantage through that. So eager to see if Etienne is playing that Clarabelle line. I think I see, oh no, it looks like a Curse Merfolk on the end. I thought it might be a 1-drop Clarabelle. But I think Evan is going to be starting us out here.
So I'm not seeing any 1-cost characters in Evan's hand, and nope, we do not. So I think, and it looks like his 2 cost is Ursula this time around.
Yeah, so we do see Etienne playing a Cursed Merfolk here after inking a Pegasus, I think that was. Cursed Merfolk, a card that I really like in Emerald. It is a 0/1 with 2 lore, so a very aggressive 1-cost character. But if you challenge Cursed Merfolk, then you have to discard a card. So you can sort of come out exploding, gaining 2 lore, and then if your opponent can't remove it with something like a song, then they're going to be forced to discard a card out of hand. But we do see that Ursula Deceiver being played by Evan here, getting a look at Etienne's hand, looking for any songs. They don't find any, but Etienne has a pretty strong hand here, I think. A really solid curve on 2, 3, 4, and even up to 5 with that Elsa, the 5th Spirit. So we did see a Sir Hiss that was in Etienne's hand. I'll be interested to see if we find that being played in an evasive character, so can't be challenged unless the challenging character also has evasive. Of course, Evan could have some steal actions or songs available to banish Sir Hiss with only the 1 willpower. Pretty easy to do. We're just going to go ahead and quest with the Cursed Merfolk and then pass.
And going back to Evan here, it looks like we have a few Diablos in our hand that maybe we could play. I think we had a Let the Storm Rage on that could be used on either of these 2 opposing characters. So let's see what he decides to do here, what he values more. Setting up a Diablo for maybe a Storm Rage on next turn, or getting rid of the Sir Hiss or the Merfolk right away. So it looks like we're actually going for Ursula.
Yeah, we see an Ursula Deceiver Revolve being played by Evan here, a great card coming out of set 3, allowing you to, if you sing a song with Ursula, then you can sing a song again with her, essentially singing it twice and then putting it on the bottom of your deck, so you can get a lot of value out of cards like Let the Storm Rage on, being able to sing them twice, draw 2 cards, or even Strength of the Raging Fire. It does look like we're going to challenge the Cursed Merfolk for Evan with that Ursula, which means Evan has to discard a card, and we see an Anna being discarded for that.
I think I see Etienne eyeing up a Madame M. Fox play, maybe to take out this Ursula here. Probably going to quest with the Sir Hiss, play the Madame M. Oh, it looks like we're going for the Lyle instead.
I really like this Lyle play. Lyle Tiberius work being played by Etienne here can give gives a character Reckless when it's played. So we can give Reckless to Ursula Deceiver of all. It wouldn't stop her from singing. It looks like we're going to give it to Ursula Deceiver instead. And when any of Etienne's other characters are banished, Evan loses a lore. So Lyle can be a great way to sort of extend your time in the game by making it so that all of the lore that your opponent's working so hard to gain gets lost when they have to challenge your board. A great thing that Emerald Amethyst is good at. A thing that Emerald Amethyst is great at doing, which is just playing characters out to board, questing with them slowly over the course of the game, and finishing off with something like a Goat or a big Clarabelle or Ursula at the end of the day, because you've just been able to deny your opponent the ability to catch up.
It looks like we are seeing a sudden chill here. Probably looking to get some information out of Etienne's hand before he sings a song with this Ursula. It looks like one of the options we have might be Let the Storm Rage on, or did I forget about a different card? Let's see. Okay, we're going to play Diablo. And we are, in fact, going to sing, but we're going to sing Strength of a Raging Fire. So this is going to deal 3 damage to each character because Evan has 3 characters in play. And then it's going to go right to the bottom of his deck.
Right, and Evan's able to sing that twice because it was sung with Ursula Deceiver of all. We have to get rid of this Sir Hiss here because Sir Hiss has evasive, and of course so does our Diablo. We know that Diablo can get a ton of value when it's exerted, allowing you to draw cards when your opponent draws cards on their turn. So we want to get that Diablo exerted if we can. But if Sir Hiss is sitting on the other side of the board, you know that if you pass your turn with Diablo being exerted, that it's not going to be around for very much. So we do see Etienne playing the Madame M. Fox, bouncing this Lyle and rushing into Ursula Deceiver of all, banishing her, making sure that Evan doesn't get any extra value out of any songs he might draw.
Very heads-up play from Etienne here, putting out the Lyle on turn 3. Its 4 willpower really came in clutch for him, making it so he was able to keep at least 1 character in play because of its ability to not quite be taken out by those steal actions and songs.
Yeah, and Etienne having the answer to Diablo as well with Ursula, the 5th Spirit. She is also evasive and has rush. Also, when she's played, you can exert a chosen character. So we see Etienne playing that Elsa, excuse me, and challenging into the Diablo, banishing that. Evan's going to respond by just paying for, we don't talk about Bruno, putting Elsa the Fifth Spirit back in Etienne's hand, and now we're going to discard a card at random.
Right, and it looks like we chose the one on the left, which is Merlin Rabbit.
Pretty good card to discard. Merlin Rabbit, a really great draw engine, card advantage card, one that when it enters play and when it leaves play, you get to draw a card, and we see Etienne only has about 3 cards in hand, so probably was looking to play that soon. We're going to replay the Lyle that we picked up a couple turns ago, giving Pete Reckless, and just pass the turn on that.
So it looks like Evan is living off the top of his deck right now. So every card he draws, he will likely play. Let's see. We got Diablo. That is going to let us take a peek, but it's probably not exactly what we wanted. We were probably looking for something like a Beast Tragic Hero here.
Yeah, I think Evan really needs to find some of these cards that can turn on his card draw. We had the Diablo earlier, but of course going against an Amethyst deck specifically, it's going to be a little tough because of this Elsa Fifth Spirit. A lot of Amethyst players, including Ruby Amethyst, are playing this card specifically for this Diablo matchup. It can be difficult to keep one around for very long. We saw the Sir Hiss earlier having evasive. I've seen some Emerald Amethyst players playing cards like Cloud Kicker just to bounce the Diablo back to hand before you can exert it, so you have to replay it. But Beast Tragic Hero would be a great card in this scenario to just play a card, and then Emerald Amethyst actually doesn't have very many great answers for that outside of and also being able to exert it. There is a You're Welcome, I think, that Etienne has in hand that you could use to shuffle the Beast back into Evan's deck, but then Evan would get to draw 2 cards off of that, so...
Yeah. Well, it looks like we top-decked Rabbit, so we are back in this game, drawing a bunch of cards. And we are going to Sing Friends that we got off the Rabbit, and we're going to get 2 more, and now we're off to the races. So we're going to quest with Elsa, throw it on back. And let's see, what does Evan have for us this time? 3 for a Diablo. Diablo's pretty good, but is it good enough here? Let's see what Etienne has in response to this.
We find a Diablo. It's not going to get a ton of value with this Elsa still on board, so we're really looking for something to answer that as well. Also see a Sir Hiss in hand. Could be backup. We're going to start with a Merlin Rabbit, draw cards, see what we're working with. Haven't inked yet for turns. So if we wanted to, we could ink and play a Sir Hiss just for backup, and that's what we see here. But multiple rabbits being drawn by Etienne, playing them, getting to draw cards. We can really see how this game's ramped up for him, having a lot more resources than Evan does right now.
And just like you said earlier, Brandon, the Emerald Amethyst deck is just looking to play a lot of characters that can get them incremental value and then slowly quest with those characters until their opponent is out of resources and they're winning the game. So that's kind of what we're seeing right here.
It goes to Evan's turn. We do draw a Hypnotize, which means that Etienne has to discard a card and Evan gets to draw a card. And then we draw into an Ursula Deceiver just to get a peek at Etienne's hand, and he sees a third Merlin Rabbit, which is probably not very happy to see. There's too many rabbits already. We're going to banish one of them, the exerted one with Pete here. Pete taking 2 damage, and then Etienne's going to draw a card when Merlin Rabbit leaves play. Just showing the strength of Merlin Rabbit, why it's such a powerful card. You know, you can just... It's essentially 2 cards almost guaranteed when played, just for 1. See that Merlin Rabbit coming down.
So we're going to play the Rabbit before we challenge with the Elsa. Okay, and then we're going to challenge with the Elsa. Let's see.
Great sequencing by Etienne there. Drawing a card first before, making any decisions in case we find anything that might change our lines of play. Looks like
so one of the great things about Lyle is that he not only allows you to race with your opponent in lore, but he almost punishes them for trying to stop you from racing, because any character that they take out on your side is just going to make them continuously lose lore.
Right. I mean, we saw there with the Sir Hiss challenging into the Pete, it's not the most favorable trade for you because both players are losing a card. But in this case, because your Sir Hiss was banished and you have Lyle on board, Evan's losing lore, as he's already behind Etienne by quite a bit. So you're absolutely right. Lyle Tiberius work, putting in a lot of work here. Evan's going to draw an Ursula Deceiver Vault, and we're going to see that being played. Probably looking for a song off of the top on this next turn if we can keep this Ursula Deceiver Vault around.
And we're going to see the infamous Queen's Castle coming down. That's definitely a scary card for these Emerald Steel decks to see.
Yeah, a scary card in general, just because Emerald Steel has such a difficult time dealing with locations. Most of their characters don't have a lot of strength to deal the damage needed to banish these locations with a lot of willpower. But, you know, on top of that, we're already behind. There's so many characters on board that we need to answer. And I don't think, you know, we don't have the resources. Or Evan doesn't have the resources in hand to deal with most of it now. It looks like we are going to start by singing a Let the Storm Rage On. This is a pretty good card to have to double sing with Ursula Deceiver of All. We're going to deal 2 damage twice and then draw a card, banishing some of Etienne's characters that just moved to the Queen's Castle, which would draw him an extra card at the start of his turn, so denying a little bit of the card draw there. And then also, like I mentioned, being able to draw us a couple cards. Hopefully hopefully Evan can find a few more answers. See another Hypnotize being played, forcing Etienne to discard a card. We're going to draw another card.
We see the last card in hand for Etienne is Merlin Goat, which is, I mean, if Evan knew, he would not be happy to know that.
No, this is a pretty good card to have at this point in the game. You know, at the start of Etienne's turn, Queen's Castle is going to gain 2 lore. It's going to push us to 17. You could potentially quest with Rabbit and Lyle, go up to 19, and then with the Merlin Goat in hand, that means that Etienne wins on the next turn if we don't get rid of one of these other cards in play.
And it looks like we could not, so I think this is going to signal the end of the game for our players. Let's see.
Etienne's going to draw for turn. Go ahead and quest. Show us the goat. And there's the exerted 4.
Yeah.
Goat goes down, and Etienne takes game 1 against Evan playing Emerald Steel.
Yeah, excellent game from our players, honestly. That was really good. And Etienne played that great, being on the back foot there, just coming back with all those rabbits just kept coming.
Yeah, we can see where Emerald Amethyst has really teched for Diablo, playing the Sir Hisses, playing the Elsa Fifth Spirits especially, because Emerald Steel is so reliant on cards like Diablo to continue to draw cards. If you're shifting Diablo, you're discarding an action card out of your hand. It's sort of negative card advantage in that sense. You sort of rely on your Diablo surviving a long time to build that card advantage back up. Same thing with the Beast Tragic Heroes. I think we had 1 or 2 early in the hand for Evan, but it had to go into the Inkwell so that we could continue to play on curve, and Evan just couldn't find many of his draw engines, and one of them being Diablo, being pretty susceptible to what Etienne was playing in his Emerald Amethyst deck. So great job for Etienne there, on playing around Diablo, knowing exactly how to play it. And then, of course, it definitely helped that Etienne drew 3 rabbits or however many it was to get him back into that game. But with that being said, we do have a game 2 to go into. So let's move into that.
Let's go ahead. All right, so like we said, I think Etienne went first in game 1, so we will see, or no, was it Evan who went first in game 1?
I think it was Evan, because didn't he miss a 1-drop? I think he missed a 1-drop, and then Etienne played a Curse Merfolk. So Etienne should be going first on this round, which I think might be pretty good for him. Emerald Amethyst it's not exactly a toolbox deck, but I like to think of it as a very flexible deck. It's one that you can move pretty aggressively with if you need to, but also has some of those tools to come back from behind or playing on the draw as well. So eager to see what Etienne finds here after altering, probably looking for something like another Curse Merfolk. I think I saw a Pegasus early in the game as well, the 1-cost evasive character. So could play that and sort of set up hey, I already have an evasive character. If you are looking for your Diablo shift line, you could potentially have a Crab or a Shift Pegasus to challenge your Diablo, sort of hedging against that, as early as turn 1.
Right. And for Evan, I mean, it's still pretty good for him too. I mean, cards like Hypnotize and Sudden Chill are good when you're on the draw, because you have an extra card and your opponent is a little bit starved. They have 1 less card, so discarding their whole hand might be more feasible. So getting them to discard something they don't want with those, or something they do want with those cards, is probably much more likely.
Yeah, and I mean, on that note, Emerald Steel is usually playing cards like Prince John that have Ward. Emerald Amethyst is going to have a very difficult time interacting with any cards that have Ward on them. So if you can establish a character like Prince John, you might have a little bit of a better time. But you see Etienne opening with a Curse Merfolk, just like last game, and then Evan is going to open with a Diablo, getting a look at Etienne's hand, seeing what they're working with. Etienne, again, having a pretty decent curve with a 2-cost Ursula into, I think, a Fox and then a Goat or a Queen's Castle after that. Inking the Clarabelle. We'll see the Ursula Deceiver being played. Now we're just looking at each other's hands at this point.
What did you open? No, what did you open?
So we are going to find 3 songs in Evan's hand that Etienne can choose from. It's going to choose the Strength of a Raging Fire, passing it back. We did see the Diablo shift line as well, so we have an action to shift if we want to on this next turn for Evan, getting that Diablo shift and exerting it or challenging the Cursed Merfolk if we wanted to.
That must be pretty scary to see. The triple action plus Diablo shift, one of them being Let the Storm Rage On, is very scary to see when your character has less than 2 willpower. So,
yeah, kind of a perfect opening here. Getting the shift off, being able to sing that Let the Storm Rage On, drawing a card, not having to discard a card when you banish the Cursed Merfolk because you can banish it with the song. And Morph is also a very scary card to find here as well. There's a lot of shift characters in Emerald Steel that can threaten the board, and Morph kind of makes you go, I wonder what Evan has, could potentially draw or have in his hand. Etienne got a recent look, but could potentially be looking at a Tragic Beast being shifted or a eventual Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, or maybe even another Diablo if we really wanted to be aggressive in that line.
we do see Evan adding back his Ursula Deceiver here. So he will be likely checking Evan's hand again at some point, maybe to find another song. That could be very helpful.
Yeah, very useful card to bounce back to hand. Using Madame Mim to just establish another character on board.
Okay, we're going to go 3, and
oh, man.
there he is, the Tragic Beast.
This opening is crazy. This is one of the better openings that Emerald Steel can do. Just establishing a Diablo, establishing a Beast Tragic Hero as early as turn 3. We have 2 of our more powerful draw engines in our deck in play right now. And Etienne doesn't have any evasive characters to deal with this Diablo currently. Also, would need to find a way to exert the Beast to deal with it now. Evan could be drawing a lot of cards this game, unlike the last one. We are going to see Etienne playing a Queen's Castle, though, which I think is interesting because it's sort of tempting Evan to challenge this Queen's Castle, if possible, with a Beast or with a Diablo to put damage on it. We've talked before about how difficult it can be for Emerald Steel to deal with locations, just because typically they don't have the strength needed on their characters. Beast is one of the better characters to have, I think, to battle locations, because if you ever get your Beast damaged, you can gain all that strength at the start of your turn, banish those characters. But I think the more valuable thing is getting the card draw off. So we'll see what happens here. We're going to sing Let the Storm Rage On with Beast, banishing the Madame M Fox.
We actually sang 2 of them just to banish that 1 Fox. So 3 total this game. Very nice. And we do see a Morph coming down likely here. And we do see the Clarabelle shift maybe lined up for next turn if he can get that down. So Evan with 3 shifts that are all drawing him cards. That's pretty
yeah,
good.
That would be pretty scary. If I saw another Morph come down, I am shaking in my boots if I'm Etienne here, just because Clarabelle, I think she shifts for 5. So you can absolutely, draw a card next turn as long as we can ink it. If Evan, has another Clarabelle in hand to shift that, we're looking at so many cards, so many powerful cards. And we have the Tinkerbell and the Clarabelle in hand. Oh my goodness. So 2 very strong cards that Evan could shift onto next turn, and Etienne's going to get a look at this.
And I'm sure our 2 Illuminators are laughing to each other right now about how good this is.
Etienne's probably going, oh no. What do I do now? We're going to just go ahead and we see Etienne pointing at the Morph, going, he knows what's coming.
Yep. All right, let's see. He might play this Cursed Merfolk here, maybe move one of his characters to the Queen's Castle. That seems like a likely play. Okay.
Yeah, we're starting with moving Ursula to the Queen's Castle. And we do have a Cursed Merfolk in hand. Yeah, we do.
I guess we're saving it because we did see that Tinkerbell.
Right, so don't want to play the Cursed Merfolk with 1 willpower into a Tinkerbell that would banish it on play.
Wow.
But look at all the cards in Evan's hand. Just drew an extra card off of Beast, drew a card for turn. We have plenty of options here. I think looking to ink this Ursula Deceiver of all. Not really needed at this point in the game.
And here we go for 5. That's got to be Clarabelle.
Yeah, there it is. We can reduce our hand down so that Etienne has 3 cards in hand. Evan only has 2. So at the end of this turn, Evan's going to get to draw a card just off of the Clarabelle because Etienne has more cards than Evan does.
All right, so it looks like we're going to have Clarabelle and Diablo come down on the castle, and then Beast is going to stay ready, like he always does, and Ursula is going to go on a little quest.
Stays ready, looking off of his balcony.
Yes.
This is where Emerald Amethyst can really struggle against a deck that can get wide if you can ever go wide. You know, unlike something like Amethyst Ruby that has the likes of Be Prepared and Big Sisu that can wipe a board, Emerald Amethyst doesn't have any of those options. They really rely on establishing a board, keeping tempo with cards like Fox, or Madam and Fox and Merlin Crab to keep your opponent from going wide, because now Etienne really needs to put a bunch of characters out on board so that we can start banishing some of these characters. And a lot of the characters that Evan has on board right now are pretty difficult to deal with. Diablo having evasive, the Clarabelle having 6 willpower. You know, we're probably not exerting the Beast if we don't have to, so maybe you need to find an Elsa Fifth Spirit just to get that exerted and put some damage on it.
Yeah, let's see. I wonder how Evan will play this turn. He's in a very commanding position here with, like we've said, all these very powerful shift characters, but he is only at 1 lore right now. So I wonder if this is the turn he gets aggressive or with his questing, or does he just go for a Tinkerbell play?
I think that is what's happening. We're going to see the Tinkerbell being played, dealing 1 damage to all opposing characters. I mean, we've really set up a great board here. I mean, we have Tinkerbell that is sort of keeping your opponent from wanting to exert any of their cards, because then Tinkerbell can challenge it. If it banishes that, then you can deal 2 damage to another character, potentially banishing any of the other characters that you play for turn. The Beast and Diablo and Clarabelle are all draw engines, sort of hitting different things. You know, Diablo is letting you draw a card when your opponent draws a card on their turn. Clarabelle is drawing you cards at the end of your turn if your opponent has more cards in hand than you, and the Beast just sort of gets to sit there. And as long as it stays undamaged, you get to draw cards as well. So Evan's going to have plenty of resources to react to what Etienne plays. There is an Ursula Sea Witch Queen in hand. We don't have enough ink to play it this turn, but if we can get that out, you know, Ursula Sea Witch Queen would stop Evan from being able to play any or sing any songs. Excuse me. He'd have to pay for them, which could slow things down a little. We also have You're Welcome. We could use to send any of these characters back into Evan's deck, but then Evan gets to draw 2 cards off of that. And Cloud Kicker could bounce Diablo back to hand if we wanted to. So we'll see what Etienne decides to go with here. Starting 3 makes me think we're going to see Kit come into play. When Kit's played, you can bounce a character with 2 strength or less back to your opponent's hand. So we see the Diablo going back.
And it looks like we are eyeing up an ink of the Madam Mim and playing the Merfolk. So we're looking to maybe get a big quest in next turn by shifting this Ursula. That is definitely a possibility. Let's see. Okay, so he's going to pass turn to Evan. Evan is going to draw 2 off his Beast. He's going to look at his grip of cards.
Evan's going to look at his entire deck in his hand. I don't even know how many cards he has in there at this point, but surely he has something that he can play.
So how many cards in hand do you think are necessary before you start questing with your Tragic Beast?
I honestly think we have enough, if we're being honest. Like, we have every possible draw engine in this deck on board now with the French John being played. I think we're okay if our Beast doesn't get any extra draws for the turn. Or, I'm sorry, the Diablo's back in hand. We're actually missing a Diablo. A Diablo would finish it. Oh, man.
Oh, the Sudden Chill for the last card.
The Sudden Chill is going to get rid of that Ursula Sea Witch Queen being sung by Ursula Deceiver. We're going to draw a card off of that with Prince
Etienne
John.
shows his hands.
His non-existent hand. I think Evan has enough cards. You could probably let Etienne borrow a couple.
So it looks like Evan does agree with us. It is time to turn Beast sideways and start winning the game.
Yeah, this is often how we see Emerald Steel decks play. You know, the early and mid game is sort of set up to go wide with or get a controlling board state where you're in a winning position. And usually by that point, you've built up a pretty wide, pretty decent board. And at that point, you just kind of start turning everything sideways. And in the game, once you've sort of run your opponent out of resources, Etienne doesn't have any cards in hand and only a couple characters on board. None of them, well, the Cloud Kicker has 2 strength, but other than that, everything else either has 0 strength or 1. So.
And our Lumineers are going to shake hands here. That is the game.
Yeah, so that was a 1-1 split between Evan and Etienne there, seeing kind of the power of both decks. Both popped off in their respective manners, for the ones that they won.
We saw Etienne have or win a very long grind game in game 1 with his Emerald Amethyst, just using his Amethyst cards to compile cards in his hand, taking out Diablos as they hit the board, but in game 2, it didn't quite work out. His curve wasn't as good as it was game 1, and then Evan's curve was perfect.
Yeah, fortunately for Evan, Etienne didn't have any of those evasive characters that we could use to get rid of Diablo, and we saw just how crazy an opening can be, where you get to shift Diablo on turn 2 and then follow it with a shift Beast on turn 3. Now you've established 2 amazing card draw engines for your deck. And so at that point, Evan just had plenty of cards in hand, plenty of resources, and then the Clarabelle on top of that. Like, come on,
yeah. You take out one, you got to deal with the other 2.
Yeah, so really great game from both of those. But we are going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be right back. Oh, sorry, we actually have we're just moving right into the next match. It sounds like. So
let's do it.
We'll just move into the next match.
All right, so we have Steve Silverman on the right, and we have Hamza Khan on the left here, both with blue sleeves. Maybe it's a mirror match.
Could be a mirror match. For the viewers at home, you might recognize Hamza Khan's name. He placed 6th in the Atlanta Disney Lorcana Challenge, playing Ruby Sapphire. So that was quite a long time ago. We were playing into the Inklands at that point. We're a couple sets far from there, but Ruby Sapphire certainly hasn't gotten any worse since then. So I'm eager to see if Hamza is playing a Ruby Sapphire variant or not. We see that Steven is playing Emerald Steel with
a very shiny hand.
I was about to say some very beautiful cards in there. We see 2 Enchanteds.
And a D23 Ursula. Wow. Impressive.
I love seeing these decks, the ones that people, foil out. I don't even foil out Max Muririty, really.
And on Hamza Khan's side, it looks like we have some kind of Sapphire deck. I can't see the second color yet.
Can't either.
He did play a Ruby Sapphire at Atlanta, so maybe that is what we're seeing here.
I saw McDuck Manor in there. Okay, there it was. I think I saw a Brawl.
A Brawl.
That's the last thing that he drew.
But he is playing McDuck Manor. That's very interesting.
Yeah, McDuck Manor, very interesting location. It costs 4, has 9 willpower, has 2 lore on it, has no text, but there's a very interesting play line for Ruby Sapphire players where if you can do your turn 1 Popsicle, then on turn 2, if you play a Tipo or 1 jump ahead, you can get 1 extra ink into your Inkwell, ramping up. Then on turn 4, you can slam this McDuck Manor. And especially against a deck like Emerald Steel, that can be really difficult to banish because of the 9 willpower. It's tough for Emerald Steel to have enough strength on board, really, for them to banish this in one fell swoop. Relies on cards like Hidden Cove or Ana, cards that can boost character strength to sort of banish this location efficiently. Otherwise, Steven may be spending the next couple turns just challenging into a location to banish it, because 2 lore every turn, and that starts to add up quickly.
As we saw with Queen's Castle last match, it is definitely something that adds up fast, and you don't want to let get out of control. And at worst, what McDuck Manor does, it distracts the other player until they get rid of it. So sometimes it will distract them for 3 full turns, which, if you think about that, that's pretty valuable.
Yeah, I mean, like 3 turns of not questing, having to challenge a new location, that can be what you need to finish the game. Looks like Steven's going to start us out here, inking. We don't talk about Bruno in passing, not having the 1-drop Diablo that we typically see out of this list.
We do see Gaston, Intellectual Powerhouse, in Hamza's hand as well. Very interesting list. I like it.
We're going to ink and play a Popsicle for turn. Very standard for a Sapphire deck. Drawing a card when it enters play. Can banish it and heal 2 damage off of a character. Steven inking a 2-cost Ursula Deceiver. D23 Ursula Deceiver. To play another one. Gonna get a good look at Hamza's hand. Looking for any songs. Doesn't find any, but does see the Brawl, does see a very, very powerful hand here, having 2 Hiram Flavershams, the McDuckmaner that we talked about, and the Tipo. Hamza having a lot of options for turn 3. I think that was a Chicha that we saw just drawn just then as well.
So I wonder if Hamza will go for a Chicha into turn 3 Tipo or a turn 2 Tipo without the Chicha.
It's interesting here because Steven being on the play means that he gets to ink up to 3 first. So Steven seeing Hamza's hand and seeing the strong cards that Hamza could play on his turn 3 with 4 ink, Steven may be inclined to just go ahead and play a Diablo, knowing that there's a Brawl in Hamza's hand, sort of forcing him to play the Brawl. I mean, it doesn't have to force him, but if Hamza does play the Brawl on his next turn, he's sort of wasting that turn that he could be playing something like a Hiram or a McDuckmaner. We saw the McDuckmaner going into the Inkwell, but it at least sort of takes your opponent off of what they were trying to do for one turn. We are going to see a Prince John being played. We do have a Sudden Chill in hand and 2 Hypnotizes, so we definitely have some cards that we can get advantage from with the Prince John. When Hamza discards a card, Prince John allows Steven to draw a card. Might see Ursula sing this Sudden Chill here to start that chain, which I think is exactly what you want to do as Emerald Steel. You don't want these Ruby Sapphire players to ramp too quickly, get to these expensive cards like Sisu that we see being discarded. If you can sort of keep the Ruby Sapphire players from being able to ink, getting them low on cards in hand, making them ink cards they don't want to, or forcing them to discard powerful cards. If they get to a point with no cards in hand, then you can sort of take the game away.
Well, speaking of having no cards, we're about to have a lot of cards. We do see Hiram come down. Hiram draws a lot of cards from the deck every turn, so.
As long as you have an item. You have to have an item.
As long as you have an item, that's right.
Have to have an item in play for Hiram to banish, and then you get to draw 2 cards. Definitely the thing that Hamza needs for this matchup, and especially the hand that Steven has. 2 Hypnotizes and that Sudden Chill. I think Steven is playing with a completely max rarity deck. I see an Enchanted Morph, Enchanted Diablo. I think there was an Enchanted Ursula Deceiver Vol in there as well. I'm going to start with a Hypnotize, making Hamza discard a card. We'll draw a card off of Hypnotize, and then draw a card off of the discard from Prince John. Finding 2 Tragic Beasts, it looks like.
Wow. 2 sad boys.
2 sad beasts. I'd be kind of sad if I was Steven here too. Hamza has a lot of great tools for this matchup.
Yeah, we do see that Fishbone Quill in Hamza's hand here, which is definitely something I can see him playing next turn. We did see him discard the Lucky Dime, probably looking to set it up later for a Tamatoa.
Yeah, you're almost happy to discard the Lucky Dime because you know that you can always just grab it back from Tamatoa. It's an unequal card that's out of your hand. I mean, you don't want to get rid of cards from your hand typically, but if there's any card you're okay with discarding, it's probably Lucky Dime. We're going to start with that Fishbone Quill. As you mentioned, Fishbone Quill, we can exert the card and we can put any card from our hand into our Inkwell face down. We don't even have to reveal it to our opponent.
Now I wonder if Hamza is going to snack on this Fishbone Quill with his Hiram.
Hamza deciding if we want to ink extra cards out of our hand because we know that discard is a game plan for Emerald Steel here, especially with the Prince John. So every extra card out of your hand sort of makes you more vulnerable to that game plan. And I think it's extremely important for a Ruby Sapphire player to ensure that they can keep a draw engine on board like Hiram Flaversham and keep cards in hand, but also making sure that you can get your ink up to the point where you can play most of the cards out of your deck. And Ruby Sapphire tends to play very expensive cards, costing up to 7 or 8 ink. And a lot of them being uninkable as well, so not even being able to ink them if they're stuck in hand.
Yep, definitely trying to get to a large Inkwell fast so they can top deck really strong cards in the late game to kind of close it out. So it looks like we are, in fact, going for the ink with our Fishbone Quill, and we are going to eat the Fishbone Quill. So we're going to draw 2 here with Hiram, gain a lore, very nice. And let's see if we have any follow-up here. We do still have 3 ready ink. Maybe we can play... Okay, we have 2 for our Visions of the Future. Very nice.
One of my favorite cards to come out of Shimmering Skies And it's a 2-cost action. When you play it, you can look at the top 5 cards of your deck, and then you get to choose one and put it to your hand. So really helps you dig deep into your deck and find any particular card that you're looking for. And we have some pretty good options here from Hamza. We have a Tamatoa that we could potentially start playing towards. There's a Popsicle we could use to play this turn and sort of set up Hiram for the next turn as an item to banish and draw extra cards.
Yeah, I think the Popsicle here makes the most sense because you can play it immediately. You can get it on the table, so that way it can't be discarded. You'll probably have this here in Flaversham and play next turn, because unlikely is the Emerald Steel deck able to do that much damage to a character in one turn when all they're representing is 2 damage.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like this play here from Hamza.
Yeah, the only punish that I can think of right now for Steven would be, if we had we don't talk about Bruno, you could bounce the Hiram back, but you could replay it next turn if you wanted to, or if we found an Ana, we could use Ana's extra ability to banish Hiram if we put a damage on it. But it doesn't look like either of those cards are in Steven's hand, so we're going to start by inking a Morph and exerting 5 cards to play Beast Tragic Hero, trying to get some sort of draw on board. I say some sort of draw. We have Prince Sean, but creating some threats here. Hamza is drawing more cards than I think Steven's able to discard, so better to just establish some characters. Fortunately for Steven, though, Hamza does have a Madame Medusa sitting in hand that might be looking at this Beast Tragic Hero.
We do see Hamza here questing with the Hiram, banishing that Popsicle to draw 2 cards. And then it looks like we're going to go ahead and ink the Tipo, going to 7 ink, but probably still going to play this Madame Medusa. Yep, looks like it. Putting that Madame Medusa down, banishing the Sad Boy, and then, we have an Ice Block as well. I don't know if we want to play that here, but it seems pretty good. Getting another item on the board for next turn could be pretty valuable. And the strength reduction can help in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, if we play Ice Block this turn, we also have a big Sisu in hand. Next turn, we could ink up to 8, and we'd have that Ice Block sort of there in case we see another Beast Tragic Hero being played or any other character that had 3 strength. We'd have the Ice Block in play, ready to reduce the strength of that character and follow it up, with a Sisu banishing Steven's entire board. If we do have another Beast Tragic Hero in play, there's a Lucifer as well. Interesting card from previous sets where forces your opponent to discard 2 cards or discard an action, I believe. An action or a song card.
Yep,
Yeah,
just an action.
We're going to start with a Hypnotize. Making Hamza discard a card, drawing us a card. We'll draw 2 because of the Prince John trigger.
And we are looking at this Gaston versus this Visions of the Future. Okay, we're gonna trade it for the Gaston. So keep the Visions of the Future, which means we value the digging a bit more than we value the character body from Gaston.
Because I think, do we have a Tamatoa in hand? We have a Tamatoa in hand.
I don't believe so.
I'm going to start by playing Ursula, Deceiver of All. This is a very juicy board for a Sisu.
No Ice Blocks needed on this one.
No Ice Blocks needed for sure. We're going to go ahead and use the Ice Block on the Ursula before we banish it, just in case we need that strength reduction, but looks like we're going to ink a Maui. Counting just to make sure we have enough ink to do it. We're going to see the Sisu Empowered Sibling being played, banishing Steven's board. Sisu, when it enters play, banishes all opposing characters with 2 strength or less.
Now we do have a 1 jump in head with the Tipo. We could sing with the Tipo. We could also quest with the Tipo if we want to just start racing. Looks like we are going to sing that 1 jump ahead just to get that extra ink in the inkwell. Makes sense. With that extra ink in the inkwell, maybe next turn we can go to 10 ink, which would let us play Visions of the Future and Sisu on the same turn, which could be pretty backbreaking for Steven here, if that ends up happening.
Yeah, Hamza's already in a really strong position. I think he only has 3 cards in hand. Steven has a lot of discard in hand with this Lucifer and the Hypnotize. So we could potentially, I don't think we can play both, but we could play Lucifer, see if we can force Hamza to discard 2 if he doesn't have an action in hand. But still, you're going to need some characters on this board at some point. Sisu's questing for 3, Hiram's questing for 1, so is Tipo and Medusa. It's gonna, we're questing for 6 each turn at that point. We're gonna see the Lucifer being played, and we're gonna discard the Visions of the Future, so we only have to discard 1 card instead of discarding our other Sisu and Hiram that I think is in hand.
And it looks like Steven has seen all he needs. So we are on to the next.
Yeah, so Hamza takes game 1, playing Ruby Sapphire against Steven in the Emerald Steel. We can see what happens when Ruby Sapphire is able to establish a Hiram Flaversham, keep those cards in hand, not let the Emerald Steel player discard them all out. You're able to get up to those high ink costs, play those Sisus, wipe your board. We've talked a lot. I feel like we've talked a lot today about how Emerald Steel characters are relatively weak in regards to the strength that they have, and really makes them vulnerable to some of that Ruby removal. So Hamza doing a great job of doing that, making sure he's keeping enough cards in hand as well.
Yeah, Emerald characters have a great versatility to them, but low strength. So when it comes to battles of strength and when you're trading sticks and stones like that, they can fall flat.
Absolutely. So let's move on into game 2 and see if Evan or Hamza is going to take game 2 away. All right. So if I'm Steven here, I think I definitely am going to be altering for some discard package. We can still look for the Diablo shift line. I think that's 3 shift Diablos in hand. Maybe one of them was an Ursula. Deceiver of all. It's hard to tell with these enchanteds. They're also shiny.
Also shiny and green. Yeah. He's trying to blind us with his deck. That's what it is.
That's the strategy.
Yeah. So it looks like Hamza, we are looking at a popsicle, which is absolutely ideal. We also see a fishbone quill sitting there, which is also absolutely ideal. I think the one thing the 2 things I'm looking for here are a 2-cost piece of ramp. So we're looking at Tipo or
One jump ahead.
Tipo or One Jump Ahead. Thank you. And then I'm also looking for Hiram.
Yeah, I think Hiram is crucial in this matchup. I do see Hamza did find both a One Jump Ahead and a Tipo, so has options for both. I believe Steven went first last game as well, so one fun thing that we can do is we can actually play this One Jump Ahead. Usually, especially against Emerald Steel, you're a little bit hesitant to have it in your opening hand, just because if Steven went first, he could play Ursula Deceiver before you could play the One Jump Ahead, and you could catch that One Jump Ahead and discard it. But Hamza being able to play the One Jump Ahead first means that, one, he's able to ramp on turn 2 like he wants to, but also he doesn't have to play this Tipo. The Tipo, you have to ramp with a card from your hand. So with the One Jump Ahead, you're ramping off the top of your deck. So you're also keeping cards in your hand, which is exactly what you want to do against an Emerald Steel deck like Steven's.
So I can't see how good Steven's hand is from here, but I do see in Hamza's hand that we have 2 copies of Chicha. We're just going to see Steven ink and pass turn again. Not a strong start for Steven either game here. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
So,
unfortunately, Steven wasn't able to find the 1-drop Diablo in time, because we even have the shift and some songs in hand, I believe. But we do have a Morph and a Beast Tragic Hero. We've seen how strong of an opening that can be for an Emerald Steel player. We can get this Morph down, and if it can stay, Hamza could potentially brawl it on the next turn if we have one in hand. Looks like we are going to go ahead and play that Morph Space Goo, allowing Steven to shift any character on top of it, but I think we're looking primarily at this Beast Tragic Hero in hand.
So Hamza has a cool line here where he can ink the Tipo, play the Chicha, and then sing with the other Chicha for the One Jump Ahead to draw 2 cards and end up with 4 ink. So that's pretty good. I wonder if he'll go for that. Maybe he values the brawl here a little bit more, though. Okay, so we are going to see the Chicha singing the One Jump.
Now we're going to get 2 draws off of that. You find a Hiram.
And we found an ice block, too. We neglect to play it here. That's okay. We're probably okay with keeping it in our hand for now until we need it.
Yeah, Ice Block is a pretty good draw off of this as well, because if we do see a Beast Tragic Hero shifted this turn, the Ice Block and the Brawl that is in Hamza's hand gives us the opportunity to brawl the Beast Tragic Hero, because we can reduce its strength from 3 to 2. then use Brawl to banish it, whereas otherwise we wouldn't normally be able to.
And maybe keeping it in hand here for Hamza is a good way to conceal the fact that we have that combo. So maybe Steven will play right into it.
We also have a couple really great 3-drops to play here. There's a Diablo and an Ursula Deceiver of all in Steven's hand. So I'm eager to see which route he takes here. Knowing that maybe if we shift the Beast and that gets banished, then we're extremely far behind. We're going to play the Ursula Deceiver of all, which is typically a great card at coming back from behind. You know, being able to sing a song twice. I see a Strength of a Raging Fire that's in Steven's hand. We're going to shift the Diablo on top of the Beast here, discarding a we don't talk about Bruno.
Steven going for the record of shiniest board of all time.
Blinding.
Wow.
Blinding
now
here.
That is an amazing looking board right there.
One even in the ink, you know?
Yeah, right.
Not just in play.
When you even make your ink enchanted.
We're going to go ahead and quest at this Diablo 2 so that Steven gets to draw a card when Hamza draws a card for turn, which means that now if Hamza wants to play something like a Hiram on this turn, the cards that he draws off of that, Steven also gets to draw. So I have to imagine we're going to see a Brawl coming out. I think there's a human Sisu in hand too. We could potentially play an Ice Block, reduce the strength of either the Deceiver of All or the Diablo, and then use the human Sisu to banish it. She is an evasive, and when she's played, you can banish a character with 1 strength or less.
We are going to see 3 here, and that's going to go ahead and put that Fishbone Quill out there. So we're going to throw down the Ice Block. I wonder if we plan on drawing off these Chichas before we brawl the Diablo.
We're going to ink for a second time this turn, so both Chichas are going to activate, and Hamza's going to draw 2. Steven's going to draw 2 as well.
Steven looking very happy to take those 2 cards before his Diablo goes down.
You see the Brawl being played by Hamza, banishing the Diablo. Like you said, I think Steven is very happy to have gotten those Chicha draws first. We're going to move over to Steven, and Steven has a Strength of a Raging Fire in hand. If we can get... Well, actually, we don't need any characters on board. We can just deal 1 damage twice to both of these Chichas.
It's not often you see 2 characters with 1 willpower.
We are going to play an Ursula Deceiver first, get a look at Hamza's hand, see if he has any songs to discard, which he doesn't, but now Steven has information on what Hamza's working with.
In these 2 games, we haven't seen any copies of Be Prepared from Hamza. I wonder if he's playing any at all.
Yeah, it might not be. There's a couple Ruby Sapphire lists that I've seen floating around that, cut a lot of Be Prepareds, go down to 1 or 2. So may not be playing any, might just not be playing enough for us to see them very frequently. We are going to see Ursula Deceiver of All double seeing Strength of a Raging Fire to banish both Chichas. It's going to put Strength of the Raging Fire on the bottom of Steven's deck because of Ursula Deceiver of All's ability.
All right, and then we are going to go ahead and ink Ursula Deceiver here, paying to get out a morph. And this does represent any shift, so I'm sure Hamza is thinking about that when he takes his next turn.
Emerald Steel is doing something that it does very well, which is present multiple threats to your opponent, sort of forcing your opponent to decide which one do they value more. The Ursula Deceiver of All being able to sing a card twice can be very strong, but then this morph could represent anything. It could be a Tragic Beast, it could be Robin Hood, it could be a Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, it could be another Diablo. So Hamza has to consider all of that going into his next turn, and if he can banish one, which one he wants to banish or set up to banish, playing this Visions of the Future, looking at the top 5 cards of his deck, and then putting one into his hand.
And we do see Great Stone Dragon in Hamza Khan's deck. A fantastic card to have in your deck for games that go a little bit longer. It's a card that lets you take any character from your discard once per turn and put it into your inkwell. And it does come into Play Exerted, and it does put the card into Play Exerted. But unlike Fishbone Quill, this card doesn't cost you any card from your hand. So very good when you're playing a game of just attrition with the person across from you.
It's a fan favorite too. There's a lot of debate on the community on whether Great Stone Dragon is good enough to be played. I love it. I think it's a great card. Basically puts text on every character card. You can move it from your discard into your inkwell, and when you get all of that extra value out of your cards, if the game lasts long enough, I think it can be great, especially playing against a discard deck where you're naturally putting cards into your discard pile anyway.
It's almost like they're doing it for you.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So we do see an ice block being played by Hamza as well at the end of that turn. And then we're going to pass over to Steven here. Steven has a sudden chill. We can sing twice with Ursula Deceiver, forcing Hamza to discard 2 cards from hand. Steven really considering that play line, if that's what he wants to do first. Or if maybe we want to play Hypnotize, draw a card first, or shift the Beast.
He's probably considering here whether his opponent has a copy of Maui in hand and maybe he wants to save this Ursula for a later turn where he can get maybe a Storm Rage on to get him some cards rather than take away cards from Hamza.
Also might be considering what he wants to ink here. I don't think Steven wants to ink any of these cards. A lot of them are pretty useful for this current state. We have a Tinkerbell Giant Fairy we could play as well. Or shift onto the Morph, putting some damage onto the Hiram if the Hiram's exerted next turn, and then immediately challenge for 4 strength. All you need to do is deal an extra damage. We have a Ursula Deceiver in play that we could do that with. We are going to sing Sudden Chill twice, forcing Hamza to discard a little Sisu and a Bell, Strange but Special, out of his hand.
And it looks like Hamza is left with 2 cards in his hand. Yep, just 2. Oh, but he draws into a Visions of the Future. What are the best cards to have when you just need any card?
Yeah, it definitely is that. Trying to see how much ink we have here. I don't think we have enough to play Visions and a big Sisu if we find it.
I think last turn we played 8 worth of cards. So this turn, if we visioned into a big Sisu, and then we inked for turn and we inked off off of Fishbone Quail, we might have enough. Because I think last turn was Hiram plus Fishbone plus Ice Block.
Looks like Hamza's going to use the Ice Block on the Ursula Deceiver of All and then play that Human Sisu, banishing the Ursula Deceiver of All. Then we're going to quest with Hiram. Drawing 2 cards, we do see the big Sisu. I don't think we've inked for turn either, so we could shift it onto this Human Sisu if we ink for turn and then do the Fishbone Quill as well.
That's right.
Banishing everything on Steven's side of the board except for the Beast here.
Being left with the Beast is a little bit sad. I think I would probably be looking to save the big Sisu, but let's see what he does. Well, we are inking with Fishbone. And we are doing it, okay.
Do you see the shift that's going to banish Ursula Deceiver and Morph? It's going to stop Steven from being able to shift a Tinkerbell Giant Fairy that we know is in hand on the Morph. Slows Steven down a lot, I think. We're still going to get an extra draw off of the Beast Tragic Hero, but definitely a setback for Steven, I think. Though we only have 1 card in hand for Hamza, I believe, so we do have a Hiram on board, though. We can always draw more.
That's true. And challenging with the Beast here, probably not something you want to do. First of all, it doesn't take out Hiram, but also you don't really want to put damage on your Beast in this situation when you're a bit starved for cards. Looks like we drew a Strength or the Diablo, one of the 2. But now we're going to play this big Tinkerbell. We're going to deal 1 to everything.
And we can see just how strong Hamza's last turn was. If we still had the Morph on board, could shift that Tinkerbell, we could potentially banish the Hiram this turn, dealing some extra damage to Sisu as well, but Steven's just forced to ink the Diablo and play the Tinkerbell. Of course, Tinkerbell can't challenge when she's just played because she hasn't dried yet. It's just going to pass back to Hamza, readying his cards, organizing all of that ink. We'll start by questing with Hiram, drawing 2 cards, seeing what we find. Find another big Sisu and a 1 jump ahead. At this point, Sisu Empowered Sibling isn't going to do much.
It looks like we are eyeing up this Gaston to be played. So this is going to let us look at the top 3 cards of our deck and take any of them to add to our hands. And it's going to have that 3 lore, which can be pretty good for our Lucky Dimes later on. We are seeing Hades here. Hades, a very powerful card from set 1 that doesn't see a ton of play in these decks, but when you play it, you get to take any of your opponent's characters and put it into the inkwell.
I love this card from set 1. It's one of my favorite arts, and I don't know, I feel like it encompasses Sapphire a lot, and a great removal tool for Sapphire too. You almost never want to give your opponent extra ink to work with, but when you're able to remove a card that's more threatening than an extra ink, it can be really useful in removing that card and then also just establishing a large body, having 3 strength, 6 willpower, and 2 lore. So I don't think certainly don't have enough ink this turn to play him, but could use him on the next turn or two if we want to ban it or want to put this Tinkerbell or Beast into the inkwell and remove it from play.
Hamza probably thinking here if he wants to go ahead and quest with this Sisu, get 3 lore, maybe take the trade on the Tinkerbell. Maybe ultimately deciding that that's too risky. Yeah, looks like it. So he's just going to keep it ready, keep it safe. And we're going to draw 2 for turn with that Tragic Beast. We do see a Prince John. Our way to discard right now is Ursula, which is a bit dependent on what Hamza has in his hand.
Might have a 1 jump still in there.
Oh, I think he did have a 1 jump.
Yeah, there it is. So we could see the Prince John being played, and we hit the 1 jump, we get to draw a card.
So we are going to see that Prince John coming down and that Ursula coming down.
Yep. Oh gosh, and we have a Scar Vicious Cheater in hand as well for Hamza.
That's pretty terrifying.
So now Steven knows if he exerts any of his cards, it's susceptible to Scar. Just tons of removal in Hamza's hand between the Sisu Empowered Sibling, Scar Vicious Cheater, and the Hades Infernal Schemer. Hamza basically showing Steven that no matter what you do this turn,
something's going away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also in kind of a weird spot here where we don't have a great way to deal an extra damage to Hiram in order to banish it with Tinkerbell, because Tinkerbell Giant Fairy only has 4 strength. Hiram has a damage on it, but with 6 willpower, that's not going to be enough to banish it and put some damage on something else. And I think the only thing we can challenge with right now is the Beast Tragic Hero, and definitely don't want to put damage on that if you don't have to.
Looks like he is considering maybe challenging the Hiram with Beast just to take the draw power off the board. He has seen Hamza's hand though, so he does know that there are no items right now, at least. So
no items right now. No items drawn. We see a Bell Stranger Special being drawn. I'm pretty sure if we're not at 10 ink already, we're pretty dang close for that Strange but Special to our ability to be online.
Yeah, we can see Hamza counting his ink here. Let's see. Sisu.
Play another Sisu Empowered Sibling, banishing that Prince John and Ursula Deceiver. Of course, it's not going to banish the Tinkerbell or the Beast. But one thing that I kind of like that Hamza's doing right now is, we can play the Sisu Empowered Sibling, banish both of those cards, and then, like you said, Steven knows Hamza's hand. He knows that there's a Scar in there, knows that there's a Hades. So I was just kind of sitting there like, you can challenge with the Tinkerbell or quest or challenge with the Beast if you want to. You know what's coming afterwards if you do.
So we do see 3 copies of Diablo, and they're all enchanted, of course, in Steven's hand.
Would
along
you expect
with
anything
strength.
less from Steven?
After this, I certainly won't.
But it could be a relatively good play for Steven here, now that we saw the second Sisu being played, knowing that that's not in hand anymore, because it would be pretty brutal to play out these Diablos and immediately see another Sisu. But right now, Steven only knows that there's the Hades and the Scar in play, and of course Scar can't challenge the Diablos. We can't exert these Diablos this turn, but if you can potentially survive a turn and get them exerted on the next one, then maybe we can start drawing cards that we need to get back into this game.
All right, looks like we are playing at least one of our 3 Diablos, and it looks like we're going to use our ink to play this. Oh, okay. I spoke too soon.
I think Steven's trying to decide if we're playing another Diablo or if we're paying 3 to play the Strength for Raging Fire to banish the damaged Sisu.
Yeah.
Because we would deal 3 damage to it. That's what it looks like is happening.
Now, Tinkerbell does line up pretty well with this Gaston. You could challenge the Gaston, deal 4 damage to it. You would still survive with your 5 willpower, and then you do get to do 2 damage anywhere you want. And it looks like we are going to choose not to do the 2 damage. And it's going to go right back to Hamza. We do see a Be Prepared drawn, so that is something that we thought was not in Hamza's deck, but it looks like it is.
Another removal option for Hamza. Got plenty of removal options between the Scar, the Hades, and Be Prepared. Could set up a Bell Estrangement special this turn if we wanted to. It should be questing for 5. Every turn. It looks like we're going to quest for 4 with the Sisu and the Hiram. We don't have an item to banish to draw any extra cards. And we are just going to be prepared. Not giving Steven the option to draw from the Beast at the start of his turn and then get that Diablo exerted to draw at the start of Hamza's turn. Knowing that Hamza has plenty of stuff that he can respond with. We are going to see Steven play the 2 other Diablos that were in his hand when it comes to his turn, spending all of his ink in his inkwell, passing right back to Hamza.
We do see Hades come down, take out one of those Diablos. We kind of knew that was going to happen, but let's see what else. We got Tipo coming down. That's a good 1 lore on board pretty much every turn that he stays.
We did draw Lucifer here, so we're going to slam the Lucifer, forcing Hamza to discard 2 cards, both the Bell and the Scar. I think we see Steven pop off a little bit there, saying, glad you didn't have an action there.
Yeah.
Now Hamza doesn't have any cards in hand. No draw engine on board either. Of course, Steven has a long way to go before we catch back up to Hamza, though. Only having 4 lore, Hamza having accrued 12 over the course of this game, and no!
A McDuck Manor, just like we were talking about earlier. This lore that is just going to keep coming from the McDuck is absolutely going to be hard to deal with for Steven.
Yeah, even if we find something like a Hidden Cove, that's still not going to be enough strength from the characters on board currently to banish the McDuck Manor in one fell swoop. We'd need a lot, so it's going to be at least 1 turn that this McDuck Manor survives. We don't have anything in hand right now to boost anything strength, to banish it. We are looking at a Beast Tragic Hero, a Pete, and a Morph.
Steven eyeing up his characters maybe to challenge this Tipo and get some damage on that McDuck. Definitely identifying that these are a threat and he has to do something about them. Let's see. So we're going to ink the Morph.
This allows us to play both the Pete and the Beast Tragic Hero. So Hamza won't be able to play any actions on the next turn. And Beast could help us draw some extra cards if Hamza doesn't banish it. Looks like we're going to remove the Tipo with that Lucifer and then put 2 damage on McDuck with Diablo, setting ourselves up.
Now Hamza is going to 17 here, so this is still scary. Let's see.
Oh, we see another Hades Infernal Schemer being played.
And that's absolutely brutal. Taking away the draw power from the Beast Tragic Hero. It does give him some extra ink, but that's certainly not what he wanted to see there.
No, especially because if we can get some extra strength off of this board, this McDuck Manor might survive a little bit longer. I think we have exactly 7 that we could deal to the McDuck Manor, but Hamza's up at 19 lore at this point with 2 Hades and the McDuck. Steven showing, I don't have it. I can't get rid of this. Good game, and that's going to be Hamza for game 2 of round 5.
Ruby Sapphire deck taking the win over Emerald Steel.
Yeah, we can see how Ruby Sapphire has used its draw engine through Hiram, being able to get it out on turn 3 after a turn 1 Popsicle and then a ramp on turn 2 to sort of negate a lot of the draw power from Emerald Steel there. And then, I mean, once you can get enough ink into your inkwell, at that point, it's just starving the Emerald Steel player from those draw engines that they're so dependent on in order to take a game away.
Yeah, and it's so hard for the Emerald Steel deck to keep up when you get to that much ink and you have these huge characters coming down with stat lines that are way bigger than yours and McDuck Manors off the top.
Yeah, McDuck Manors are extra difficult to get rid of, and most of your characters having strength that's so low is very susceptible to a lot of the rupee removal, like Brawl, Medusa. Sisu, Empowered Sibling, had a couple good turns there for Hamza. So congrats on Hamza moving on from round 5. But with that, we're going to move on to round 6. and we're going to take a quick break. So don't go anywhere.
Hello, Lumineers, and I am here with a fantastic group of cosplayers here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourselves?
I'm Rob.
I'm James.
And I'm Anna.
And I have to ask, how did this all get inspired?
You know, we were looking at going to a Halloween party, and it would have been today as well, and we were like, can't miss the DLC.
Yes.
Sorry, party, we gotta go. We'll bring the costume, it's fine.
I love it. Is Alice in Wonderland a favorite movie of yours?
Oh, yeah, we watched it just the other day.
Did you really?
Yeah, really, like 2 days ago, yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Now, the two of you are here as competitors. How's the day going for you so far?
It's going okay. Not as well as what I would like, but I've had some really good matchups, some good games, so can't be mad about it.
Fantastic. And is this your first time at a DLC? I know that you've been.
Yes.
This is your first time. Okay. So it's his fault here that you're into the game.
Sadly, but graciously, yes.
I love it. So I hear so many stories about friends who get their other friends or family into the game, and it sounds like that's what happened with you as well. Yes.
Yeah, it did. He started playing in August when the game came out, and after seeing him compete at the Chicago DLC, I was pretty hooked, and now the rest is history. So
I love it. Okay, and are you all Disney Parks fans as well?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Parks? Okay, so let's do some quick rapid fire parks questions, okay? So rope drop or park close?
Probably rope drop.
Rope drop?
Park close.
Park close?
park close.
Park close, okay. If you do rope drop, what's the first ride that you run into?
Oh, God, I don't know. I'm sorry.
Galaxy's Edge.
Yeah.
Get to Galaxy's Edge and do, what's the name of the?
Rise of the Resistance?
Yes,
Oh my
Rise
gosh,
of the
yeah, we
Resistance.
did-
Yes.
yeah.
Probably Haunted Mansion one is my go-to.
That one's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, God, honestly, it was hard for me to like pick one right out of the
Yeah.
spot, so.
All right, and your favorite park snack?
Ooh, park snack? Gosh. Honestly, just popcorn.
Popcorn?
Yeah.
Probably a corn dog, honestly.
Is it the Dole Whip? Is that
Dole
the favorite?
Whip.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm a Dole Whipper as well, absolutely. Well, thanks so much for chatting with me. You guys look fabulous, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thanks.
Welcome back to the booth here in Seattle. Brendan Patrick joined by Etienne Bonin. And we have something very, very special for you all. We finally have our day one metagame and data. So without further ado, let's get right into that. All right, Etienne, we talked about your prediction. How do you feel with how it actually played out?
So at the top, I think we were pretty much on point. Ruby Sapphire and Emerald Steel being the main two there, and Amethyst Ruby not far behind. I'm a little gutted. There's no Emerald Amethyst up here.
Yeah, I mean, Emerald Amethyst, that was a deck that was sort of, it was having a come up in Vegas, but I think with the rise of Emerald Steel and the expected rise of that deck, it was maybe a bit of a hostile environment for it. Some things I think that are particularly interesting about this metagame breakdown is that number 3 slot. Ruby Amethyst, a deck that doesn't have a fantastic matchup into Emerald Steel. I mean, it's okay, and there's some tech cards that have made it into the list. Still was our number 3 most played deck. I mean, Ruby Amethyst, if it is famous for anything, it is famous for, despite what the metagame shows, despite what tournament we go to, it's always going to be in the top 3. People just love that deck. And then coming in at our 4, 5, 6, we have Amber Steel, Amber Amethyst. What? I don't. That one really surprised me. And then Sapphire Steel. Sapphire Steel, I think, is like our tech Sapphire deck that really looked to take advantage of the metagame that was expected to show up here in Seattle. Talk to me about Amber Amethyst, though. Where did that come from?
Yeah, so I think even though Emerald Steel is a very popular deck that people were expecting, they were also expecting a ton of Ruby Sapphire. And as we mentioned in the Amber Steel matchup, similarly, Amber Amethyst is very aggressive. And it's able to go underneath those Ruby Sapphire decks if they're not consistently seeing their removal.
Yeah, we saw some Amber Amethyst showcase at the DLC in Vegas. I think we had 1 or 2 make it to day 2, so we got to see that on stream. Has been the staple go-to sort of aggro deck in Lorcana since set 1, almost it feels like. Maybe it started in set 2, but, it was always a comfort pick for people here at these DLCs. But yeah, overall metagame breakdown, pretty much what we expected. Interesting choices in the 3, 4, 5, and 6 spot. We did have Emerald picking up the caboose there, as well as Amethyst Sapphire. Amber Emerald was a deck that also kind of had a showcase at Vegas, but once again, as Emerald Steel rises in popularity, becomes, in contention to be the most played deck, that deck falls a bit in popularity. And then finally, we have Amethyst Sapphire, a deck that has struggled in Lorcana for a while, but has recently picked up some results, some smaller tournaments, so we see players bringing that in. 3% of the metagame, though, still not too much, but would be interested to catch one of those on stream personally. And yeah, I mean, last thing I got to do is shout out Ruby Sapphire. Ruby Sapphire was the most played deck in Las Vegas, and it was the expected to be most played deck, and despite all of that, it still had a great conversion rate. And then our number 2 slot is obviously off the back of the performance that made it, the people that made it to day 2 in Vegas, particularly Zan, who took it to that finish, and now it went from being, I think it was like our 5th or 6th most played deck in Vegas, same metagame by the way, to now our 2nd most played deck here in Seattle. So very interesting changes in set 5 here of Lorcana. But anyway, without further ado, let's head down to our feature match table. We have Aubrey Perry versus Tim Clayton.
All right, let's see it.
All right, so green sleeves denoting an Emerald player potentially.
Yeah, well, it was true last time.
Looks like Tim Clayton is on Ruby Sapphire here. Both players sitting at 28 points as we're at round 6 of the Lorcana Challenge here in Seattle.
You got to feel pretty good if that's your point total so far. Very good showing so far.
All right. Let's see what Aubrey's on here.
All right, moment of truth.
Yes, will it ring true? And it does. This is
Emerald
Amethyst.
Amethyst. Woohoo!
This is your deck, though. Interesting that those cards were both upside down and right side up.
All
so
right.
how do you feel about the Emerald Amethyst matchup into Ruby Sapphire?
I think it works pretty similar to the Amber Amethyst matchup, where you play these very early aggressive characters. Like here we see Cursed Merfolk coming down, threatening that 2 lore and discarding a card.
Yeah, I think as Ruby Sapphire, this is one of your worst matchups in the metagame. Obviously, Amber Amethyst is up there as well, but Cursed Merfolk on turn 1 is just kind of has been a tough thing for Ruby Sapphire to deal with for a long time now. That being said, I do think that Ruby Sapphire has shored up its weaknesses against aggressive decks that it had previously in set 3 and set 4, and really has kind of become more of a holistic and well-rounded deck as we've progressed into set 5 of Lorcana.
Yeah, and we see here the another thing that I think makes Emerald Amethyst have a really good matchup is that Clarabelle clumsy guess that I mentioned earlier. Emerald having a strong Benja-like effect, being able to banish those items, I think is a really useful tool.
Yeah, Ursula Deceiver comes down, and in a previous metagame, almost certainly would have snagged something like a one-jump ahead, but as these players have swapped over to Tipo, or a mix of Tipo and one-jump ahead, one of which we see come off the top here, you know, is a much less consistent turn to play from some of these Emerald decks.
Yeah, it's able to find a mark in the how far I'll go. Pretty decent one. You're able to just get some value. And Tim is not getting to a favorable place. Hiram still waiting 2 turns behind.
Yep, doesn't have that turn 2 acceleration, which is just so critical to this Ruby Sapphire deck. It is built around hitting that Tipo or that one jump ahead and accelerating to that 4 ink slot and playing something like a Flaversham or a Grand Matala. And there's a Crab to follow it up. Not the most impactful turn 3, but a body nonetheless. And that Cursed Merfolk is just questing away.
Yeah, another interesting thing about Merlin Crab is since his ability also works when he leaves play, leaving him on board allows a Madame Mim Fox to come down and challenge for 7.
Yeah, one thing that's also interesting about Merlin Crab is that the trigger is mandatory.
Yeah.
So you have to target your opponent's things, I think, sometimes. There's been some funny scenarios in previous metagames when playing Ruby Amethyst where Merlin Crab has been removed and there's been nothing else on the board except the opposing character's thing. It's actually been relevant.
I do always like when they are moving. I'm like, all right, I guess I'll give this ready character challenger.
It's going to be a singing front on the other side, draw 2 more cards. One of the interesting things about the Emerald Amethyst combination is that it has the aggression from Emerald, but also has the card draw from Amethyst. Has been a very strong in combination in some metagames. Notoriously a bit weak to steel, like we spoke about in our metagame breakdown. But nonetheless, this has a lot of the similarities of Ruby Amethyst, but has an even more powerful linear sort of aggressive game plan that it can really ask the opponent to answer.
Yeah, one of my favorite parts about it is being able to play the Ursula Deceiver, one of the strongest Emerald cards, and also the Floodborn Ursula, the Amethyst version that quests for 3 and says characters can't exert to sing songs. But here we see the Hiram come down, banishing the Popsicle, getting online for Tim.
All right, so Tim definitely sitting behind in terms of tempo right now, but Aubrey, outside of playing the Merfolk, hasn't had the next few plays haven't been too aggressive, so kind of sort of pivoted into more of a mid-range plan here. There's that Floodworm Ursula you were talking about. And Merlin Goat.
Goat pretty strong into these Ruby matchups where you're able to get that value even through a Be Prepared, especially when you're looking for that top card when you're at 18 or 19 lore.
Yeah, one of the cards I usually really like in this matchup as any Amethyst deck is actually the Queen's Castle. Especially if they don't find that turn 2 acceleration, they can often have a really hard time to deal with it. And just that passive lore gain can be so much.
Yeah, it's almost like an aggressive character in itself because since Maui can't take it out in one swing, you're able to just almost always guarantee 2 lore from it. And some draws sometimes.
All right, so we're going to see the Maui clean up the Merlin Crab here. I feel like Tim does have a chance to potentially stabilize being on the draw, and then facing down that Merlin turn 1 was definitely in a rough spot, but Aubrey only sitting at 10, could potentially go up to 13 here. Of course, 14 is represented on the field with that Merlin Goat as well. We're going to snag another song. We are not.
But we take a look at the hand, and we know that Sisu is something we might have to play around.
Yeah, due to the context of the Sisu, I think that will incentivize Aubrey to quest with all of those characters that might be below 2 strength, even if they don't represent good trades on board. Just know you want to get the value while you can.
Ooh, we see the Bonsai, a very interesting character. Going back to my thing of having these characters without effects really have exciting stats. 3 strength, 2 will, and 2 lore. I remember when it came out, people were like, oh, it's just a vanilla. It's not that good. But this card has seen some work in this deck.
Yeah, 3-2, the quest for 2 that often trades up is pretty good. And it's actually been a staple in a lot of these Amethyst Emerald decks. So Tim probably starting to feel the pressure now. I think that Aubrey's lore total might be a bit higher than 10 at the moment. Tim going into turn 7 or ink 7 has access to board clears like Be Prepared, and will soon have things like the large 8-cost Sisu online. Might be looking to play something like a Madame Medusa as well. Going to go ahead and likely banish that ice block. Chooses to target the Merlin Goat beforehand, opening it up to potentially be targeted by that Medusa.
Yeah, not seeing any cards that put cards into your inkwell, like One Jump Tipo or any cards like that, has been really brutal, keeping Tim a turn away from playing that Sisu.
Yeah, I feel like Tim honestly really wants to find the Be Prepared here. He's not going to have enough ink for it, though, as he has to play the Popsicle. You see a second ice block off the back of that. Another ice block.
Can we get a fourth?
Yeah, so now that 8-cost Sisu has gotten a lot better because we can get rid of those 3-strength characters. Question is will it be too little too late, as Aubrey is going to quest for quite a bit on this next turn, as well as having access to Goat. Could potentially have some bounce cards in hand.
Reducing Goat even more down to 1 strength.
And assuming he's going to trade the Mao into it here. Just getting that 1 damage counter. Going to be a trigger for Aubrey up to 14, threatening a quest for 5 on this next turn. So going up to 19, Goat in hand would be game.
And this is what I'm talking about, where Emerald Amethyst is really able to go under this Ruby Sapphire deck when they don't see their Be Prepared.
Aubrey also potentially has access to questing with the Merlin Rabbit, bouncing it, and then finding a Goat off of that draw, assuming that he inks a card here. So 6 inks would be enough for that play. No matter what, I can't imagine Aubrey is not just absolutely questing with all of these characters going up to 19, especially playing something like Amethyst. You know, you just have that potential win.
I mean, other than a Goat as well, you could also shift Ursula here to burst 5 lore. Or, sorry, shift Ursula to get an extra 2 lore.
Yep, which would be enough. And Elsa is going to have evasive. Yep, so we're going to quest up to 19 here. So Tim must answer the entire board, which we know is possible.
We could see
a 8-cost Sisu.
We could also see a Scar potentially.
So Scar would be good on this board, but you do have to answer the Elsa, right?
Yeah.
Or it's game. So I think it needs to be a board clear. So we need to see a Be Prepared or an 8-cost Sisu.
We know he has the Sisu. Do you think he goes for some Hirams first? Yeah. I mean, you're getting the ice block anyway with Bonsai. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep, so nice little 5-for-1.
It's not too bad.
Nevertheless, Aubrey does have Aubrey's playing Amethyst. Aubrey has access to card draw. Is about to be potentially at 7 ink. Can play something like Friends on the Other Side into Goat. I mean, it's just likely to find Goat. And also plays any character, basically says, Tim, you gotta have an answer again. Especially if he plays 2 characters, like, you gotta have a board clear. So, Tim has definitely, he's not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, the question is, do we see that Goat? Can Aubrey draw it?
All right. Tim up to 3 lore now. Back over to Aubrey. All right, here it is. We've all been in there. It is. Yeah, we've all been in that scenario where it's like, please don't have the Goat. And yeah, of course. There's the Goat. All right, well, a blistering game 1 as our Emerald Amethyst player is able to take it out, showcasing the power of this more aggressively oriented decks against a deck like Ruby Sapphire, our most represented deck in the metagame. But let's get down back to the feature match for game 2.
Sounds good.
All right, so notably Tim is going to be on the play here. So Aubrey was on the play. That was that Merfolk that came down on turn 1. I do think that play draw is quite significant in this matchup, especially the more aggressive the Emerald Amethyst deck is. And also, Tim, we already see it in hand. Tim already has that T-Post, so it feels like it's off to a better start than last game.
Yeah, now he's just looking for the popsicle Heroes if he doesn't have them already.
Yep, so keeping Tipo Grammatal in hand, there's a Great Stone Dragon, that tech card that has come in since the rise of Emeralds.
And only Sapphire hand here without a popsicle.
So it's an all Sapphire hand, not great, but the turn 2 acceleration into the How Far I'll Go will give you a lot of selection. I can't remember if I saw 2 How Far I'll Goes, but the one they could be snagged by that Ursula Deceiver potentially.
I think I only saw the one, and then there was a Lucky Dime as well.
Lucky Dime, really not what you want to see here.
Yeah, unlike the Steel matchups earlier, A Whole New World will not be putting that card in your discard for you. You're going to have it stuck there until you can Tipo it.
I'm assuming that will be the Tipo target of this hand. All right, and we're off over to Tim, who will be on the play for this match. It's going to be a Great Stone Dragon into the ink and a pass over to Aubrey. We're going to see Merfolk on turn 1. Merfolk on turn 1's tough to deal with, but what's even harder is double Merfolk on turn 2 on the follow-up. Very unlikely to see it, but I've sat across from it myself a few times. All right, there's a Tamatoa inked. I'm sure we're going to see the Tipo come down here. And we're going to see that Lucky Dime. Ooh, interesting. For a second, I thought he was considering the How Far I'll Go to try to dodge the Ursula Deceiver.
I think it's just right to get that Lucky Dime out of your hand as soon as you can. You do not want to be caught with it stuck in there.
Yeah, I think that his game plan is to play the Grammatala and then sing the How Far I'll Go on the turn after that.
Yeah.
So we got a Bonsai, which is threatening 3-2 because Tipo actually can't trade with it, which is kind of rough. Tipo can be very good against aggressive decks like Amber Amethyst, which run a lot of 1-cost 1/1s that quest for 2, where Tipo can trade 2 for 1 with those. But against the Clarabelle and the Bonsai, it doesn't look too good. Grammatal going to look at the top 2. We see an Ice Block plus a Visions of the Future. It's going to be Ice Block to hand, Visions to the bottom. And we got a Tipo quest. Or no, it's... Ooh. I wasn't expecting a bump with the Tipo. But I guess it makes sense if you sort of your approach to this is that, you know, I am the control deck. I need to do whatever I can to stop the early aggression. If I do that, I will just win the mid-late game.
Yeah, that Bonsai is definitely not trading into the Tipo, so it puts the pressure on Aubrey to lose his Clarabelle next turn to the Tipo in a trade, potentially.
So another Bonsai Clarabelle for Aubrey.
Questing 3 here, bumping up to 4. Taking a nice early start into this Ruby Sapphire deck.
So I think we're going to see Tim. You know, Tim is under a lot of pressure, but Tim's going to kind of be unlocked here as he sings the How Far I'll Go with Grammatala. How Far I'll Go will both ramp Tim as well as, effectively get him another card. So we're going to start off with the 4-cost Grammatala. It's going to see a Popsicle and a Maleficent Monstrous Dragon.
I think it's safe to assume he took that Popsicle.
That would be my assumption as well.
Ice Block in the Bonsai.
Nice.
Challenging it with Grammatala. That Ice Block, it's just so versatile, even in regular challenges, where normally that Grammatala would have traded with the Bonsai, but because of the Ice Block, she's still around.
Interesting. Yeah, so Tim really on that more controlling game plan. Because the context of the Ice Block coming down opts to not sing How Far I'll Go and actually, takes a strength off of Bonsai and goes ahead and trades and setting up this Grammatala for a 2-for-1. Navigating this matchup expertly, really understanding the Sapphire Ruby role in the matchup.
The Emerald Amethyst deck seems pretty well positioned for going second this game. Having Rabbit down and what looks like a decently sized hand at the moment.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see the... There we go. We're going to get rid of the Clarabelle. See if the draw engine comes out of Tim. Something like that Popsicle that we saw. And We're going to go ahead and play How Far I'll Go. So look at the top two. One will go to the Inkwell Exert. The other one goes to the hand.
You'd have to feel pretty decent if you're Aubrey, though. How Far I'll Go gets so much value when it's sung off of the Tala, but because Tala had the challenge into the Clarabelle, it's not too big of a deal.
And there's that popsicle. Draw a card. We see a Maui off the top. Now we're starting to get to the rage of things like Madame Medusa, which can come down and trade very well with Aubrey's board.
Yeah, only one rabbit on the board. Not too scary of a position for Tim. 7 lore is not the end of the world.
Could potentially see that rabbit get bounced and Aubrey transition to more of like a mid-rangey game plan, which can be good. You know, surprisingly, you can sometimes, as an Amethyst player, outdraw a Ruby Sapphire player. I do find that's usually when the Ruby Sapphire is kind of low rolling and missing their draw engine. But
I mean, we are seeing it now. We have not seen a Hiram in the past couple turns.
Yeah. I do see another How Far I'll Go in hand, though, I think. Yep. Aubrey up to 8 lore. 6 ink. Or 7 ink available here for Tim.
You could even do a Visions into Hiram if you're able to see him.
Yeah, I wonder if Tim is just going to prioritize getting control of that board, like we've seen him do this entire game. If he's going to, ice block the Merlin and run into it again. Yep, I think that's going to be the case. Is he
playing How Far?
Yep, opts to play how far instead of singing. Yep. So opting to keep control of the board over everything else at this point. Be a draw trigger for Aubrey. So this Amethyst Emerald deck, does it run those Clarabelles?
I think so. I think I saw a Shift Clarabelle in Aubrey's hand, and Clarabelle much better when your opponent has resolved Hiram a couple times. But I think Tim still has a good, decent grip of cards. I think I see 3.
I do see the Cursed Merfolk in hand. Ooh, Tamatoa in the hand of Tim as well.
And a Brawl. Things are not looking good for Emerald Amethyst here. Well, I guess there goes the Clarabelle into the Inkwell.
We do see it inked, yep.
Makes sense. I think Aubrey has 4 cards in hand. You're not getting too much value there.
Looks like he's exerting. What are we going to see off of here? 4 ink for the goat, up to 9. Notably, I thought Aubrey passed the turn there for a second. I was just wondering, did Aubrey not play the Cursed Merfolk?
Ooh, Churnabogs and a rabbit. I think he's holding the Merfolk for
the sweeper.
Yeah, waiting to see the Be Prepared or the Sisu, and then committing to it after. I don't hate that idea.
Interesting. I wonder if there's an inflection point there where you have to just commit to the board. Because by delaying, potentially you just slow the game down enough that you will lose anyway. That's kind of one of those things that cannot be known. It's more of just a feel at this point. Do you see Be Prepared in hand for Tim as well?
Tala taking out that rabbit, getting healed up with a popsicle, and then Tamatoa adding back that popsicle to get 1 extra draw. Aubrey going to 12 next turn with Goat and followers. It's not that close to 20 that I'd be nervous from Tim's side.
Definitely not. Tim on the scoreboard now here with 1 more. So Tim has access to a Hiram as well. So it feels like the next at least 2 to 3 turns, Tim's going to really turn the corner on this game unless Aubrey can come up with something very significant to try to close it out. Because it has access to the Tamatoa Hiram package, which is a recursive draw package utilizing the item of Popsicle.
We're going to use followers to quest and banish itself to draw 1 extra card. What do you think he's looking for here?
I think just aggressive. With the Ursula is here, going to snag that. Be prepared. So now he knows that the coast is somewhat clear to deploy onto this board. That being said, I felt like the Be Prepared in most scenarios here wouldn't have looked great for Tim anyway, because Tim would have to get rid of his Tamatoa in order to do so. You see a goat, so up to 11 here for Aubrey. Tim needs to find a way to get back control of this board.
I think Aubrey's up to 13. Yeah, 1 from the goat, 1 from the goat questing, and 1 from followers.
Yeah, the goat's just so powerful here into this this later part of the game where these lore totals get so close to 20. 9 ink here for Tim.
That Ursula was so strong, getting rid of that Be Prepared there. Even though Tim maybe isn't incentivized to do it while having Tamatoa, it definitely saves you from having to get Be Prepared while you get closer to that 17, 18 range.
Yeah, Be Prepared would not have felt great on this board, but maybe it's what was needed to win. Obviously could have also sung the Be Prepared with the Tamatoa, deployed the Hiram off the back of it. Tough spot with Aubrey effectively at 15. Trigger on the goat up to 14, threatening up to 16, then 17, because of course the Merlin will exist on the board. We're going to trade there, so up to 15. And it feels like Tim is potentially stabilized, but is weak to multiple 1-drops hitting the field. Or maybe some bonsais in combination with the Cursed Merfolk.
Yeah, if Aubrey's been holding that Merfolk now, I think now is the time to really just flood the board and hope that there's not a Sisu or Be Prepared in your future.
Every lore counts here for Aubrey now. Inks the castle. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 3, 6. We're at 7.
7 ink available.
So what's
here
there
it
it
is.
is. There's the Clarabelle. So we're gonna draw back up.
Yeah, inking castle makes complete sense here. Not much of a threat into Maleficent. Going up to 16. And then Clarabelle drawing 1 card here.
So were they at parity in cards in hand there? Or?
No, Tim had 3 and Aubrey had 2, drawing up 1.
Okay.
We're visioning here.
Visions is just so demoralizing in this kind of board state.
Yeah.
So you're like, I just need these 2 characters, or this 1 character to stick, and then maybe I can close it out with something like a goat and a bounce. And then you see your opponent just look at 5 cards, and you're like, ugh.
They're looking for that board wipe. I think they may have added the Be Prepared. Not seeing.
Don't see a Be Prepared in hand. But we are going to quest for 6 for Tim.
Was there a item for Tamatoa there? And then Be Prepared. Interesting. What do you think of the Be Prepared there?
So, well, I mean, it could be necessary, right? Like if Aubrey goes up to 19 and you just put him in the same scenario where he just goats and you lose.
Castle very strong here after Be Prepared. Usually we see it from the Ruby Amethyst side where they're able to maintain their own castle, but being able to play it into an empty state is very strong as well.
Yeah, it's worst case scenario. Tim, by the way, develop your brain. So Visions of the Future plus develop your brain. We talked about the combination of those cards.
Yeah, just giving you that added consistency, even letting you change the ratios of your deck a little, maybe playing 3 of some expected 4 ofs.
Not going to lie, I think that the Queen's Castle play here won the game for Aubrey, because Tim's going to be able to find an answer for this Cursed Merfolk, but that castle is going to live.
Yeah, and then once you're at that 18 to 17 range, any goat, and you feel good.
Yep. And he will be at that 18 range critically. It's going to be a lot different than 17. The 17 would require you to kind of find a bounce for the goat, but the 18 you just deploy the goat and you're good. We already saw 2 goats out of Aubrey here, though, so that's relevant.
Goat, usually a 4 of those, so We'll see if we can pick up a copy.
Does see the Maui. As well as a how far I'll go.
I think you take the Maui here.
I think just get a Scar, right? Is that it? Or oh, sorry, doesn't have enough ink for that.
Yeah.
But on the following turn, we'll Scar. But that puts Aubrey at 18, so just Goat would be pretty much it. Tim doesn't really have a quick way to end the game, doesn't have access to that lucky dime.
Paying 3 for Emerald Chromacon, one of my favorite items actually from Shimmering Skies. Whenever one of your characters is banished during an opponent's turn, you get to return a character in play to their player's hand. So you're able to use it on cards like the Floodborn Sisu to return it back and force them to play it out each turn, denying them playing other cards for tempo. Or you can use it to return your cards, things like Goat or Rabbit.
I think Aubrey's turned this around. It's definitely not over, but Tim's in a really bad spot.
Yep, having to play the Scar to clear this.
With the Flaversham, clear the castle.
You feel so fine if you're Aubrey here.
Yeah.